these are the golden carrots, and then the institutionalized idolatry, and then all these, but all what? All in an effort to simply hold on to his power. He was able to hold on to it as a man, and strength. I can't hold on to it. If I'm a Yorei Hashem, it's after these other things. And unfortunately, again, it becomes his very ugly. He could have been a great king. Man, who would have held on to his monarchy? Who would have held on to his constituents? Even with being a great tzaddik, and even if they would have gone to Yerushalayim 3 times a year, he still would have held on to his monarchy. But he was so insecure that he overcompensated by becoming a ridiculous Baal Gaiva. Also, which is very important because sometimes for a little bit Gaiva, we have to realize that really what he speaks is an insecurity. There's a little boy in there that is insecure about something. How do I personally secure myself a whole person and never allow my Gaiva to live? Mark goes like that. If you have a regular Gaiva, that was just like fun. Rabbi used to often give Shimon king. The 3 kings in the Mishnah 6 says, what happened? He's Chodesh. He got sick. Kabil Alei Delo Darish. So he thought maybe I'm being punished. Or say, like maybe I got sick and I'm getting punished. Why? Because maybe I'm speaking disparaging. Maybe I'm thinking too much about the bad kings. Came on this is podcast. So what happens? He's healed. So the Rabbi says, what he decides ultimately is Kabbalah Delo Darish. He makes a Kabbalah. He decides, I'm not going to teach about the 3 kings anymore. The Ishbach, so we got the old. Once again, he begins thinking about the 3 kings. Amri lo Kabila Shalach lo Darash. So Kabila said that he didn't make a Kabbalah. He didn't like the 3 kings anymore. Amar, Inu li Hajunu Shara Hadadei. So he said, I don't understand. They didn't do Tshuva. So I should do Tshuva. So what does that mean? See, he felt at the end of the day, his sickness or his ultimately against the fact that he was speaking about the 3 kings. All the reflection of this, that no, it's a pity throughout these points. People will say, just like we learn from the accomplishments of people, we learn from the mistakes of people. It's a dramatic story. Dramatic story. Look, these some days. 1 or 2, 3 lines of Rashi is very able to get into this. Rashi, Rashi is being sure about the 3 evil kings. Tomorrow, we're going to learn about our buddies. Rashi was the kings, right? The 3 kings. So let's say, he spoke about them in a disparaging manner. You're allowed to speak about the disparaging manner. So what happens? He goes in and he speaks about them. So what happens? King Menashe. Let's say one of their shrine. Remember, it's the 55. Menashe is king. Rashi, Amar, Sabra, Kaveri, Jabuka, Paris. You call us your buddies, your friends. What do you think? We're friends of yours, we're friends of your father. If the boys in the shambles, then you so great when you're on the low. Simple shambles. I'm related. Well, you're down. I never heard of this part of the low. I'm related. If the boys in the shambles, tell me the Rashi. You know where on the loaf to make hamotzi from. You don't know me. You don't know my life. You don't know my stuff. Let's speak about me. I was the man of myself for 55 years. You know, just to speak about me in demeaning terms. I'm going to see. I'm going to like, Agrayli, will Ramachar Darshina Lodge. So I've actually, King Menashe, teach me the halacha, and I promise you that tomorrow I will teach them. I'll read them this halacha in your name. I'm already, Me'echa B'Karim Yeshua. Where do you make motzi from? From the crust. B'Karim Yeshua. Again, from the crust of the bread. And by the way, that happens in the halacha right? So that when making hamotzi, again, when making hamotzi, the first bite that a person should take should be from the crust. The crust is completely the best part of the bread. I'm already. Now that you're such a time of Rothschild, my time at Kapam, Isula Avodas Gohan. Listen to this exchange. So if I should do that, first of all, I'm sorry. Sorry, no hard feelings, right? No, I didn't mean, but again, you were ridiculous over that whole desire. Like, you weren't just like a recreational idolater. You know, Mamish, like, you were 24/7. You were into this stuff. So, if you obviously are big come, so why did you worship about desire? So, let's think what Menashe says. You have this hustle. I'll tell you one thing about you. If you lived in the times that I lived, have a Nakina Bishop to me, we know about this. I'm not saying to you, she says, I want to tell you something. If you lived where I lived, you would have lifted your cloak up even higher than I do, so that you could run faster than me to go worship my God. What Menashe was telling you, actually, you don't understand. Remember again, sometimes the Chazal already davened for lots. For the Shahara, for idolatry to be removed from the spirit. So there you feel like this message, you just don't understand. You don't understand what life is like. You don't understand what the pushes and pulls like. You don't understand what the draw is like. You think I'm a bad guy? Had you lived in my times, you would have been even a bigger idol worshiper than me. The Masar Emma, the little bit of Haran, not stuff for Yadusa. Look at the next day when Rothschild says that Talmidim, let's begin learning about our begin to refer to even these evil kings in a deferential. So there's a lot to say about why Menashe shows that halacha. Why that halacha about the bread? So What's the Achav is a contraction. What's the Achav is like oi. Right? He was like, oi to Shemayim, his behavior was so terrible in the idolatry. After Shemayim, the slip, after Tzari Yulad, excuse me, after Tzari Yulad, Hava was becoming the slip to Hava. Yine, by
Kushner's being here.
Setting up the Achav comes after that, but we don't have to remember.
Some other names.
Were the equivalent of the great sins of Rabbi. As bad as the Rabbi was, worse. Only they might have a possibility, right? So ultimately, the negative behaviors of Al-Qira, and very simply, it makes you higher feeling of Al-Qira. It looks like Rabbi bin Nabat was the one who started all the damage. The wholesome, Kigali, Al-Kami, Shakur, Rabbi Yochanan, in the Kokol, telling us under himself, Shalom, there was not one mountain of earth in all of it, so that's Achav, he got introduced to God's real life. So the Rabbi introduced the which was a specific location, introducing idolatry all out of the
It's interesting that they were actually I'm looking for details about what that means
Atzur ba'olam hazeh, va'azu kabbalah indicates to us that Achav, who lost his life in this world and has no portion in the world. They not Zacha the mouth was the most Omri was the Achav. He was the father of Achav. So why is it that Omri merited to be the king? Because that's what it is. Because Omri added on one seed of Eretz Yisrael. Ne'emar, Vayikra said, first of the wine is wine. Vayikra Sahar Shalom Le'ish Sharon Kesef. Vayikra Sahar Vayikra Shemahir Shamar Sham Shamar Adoni. So Omri is credited with one thing. What's the one thing that was said? Eretz Yisrael. He added on to the territorial area of Eretz Yisrael. So, by the way, this actually was the merit of many of these songs. They were terrible guys. They were challenged. The individuals were not exceptionally pious. Interestingly enough, one of the supposed to always avoid them as well. They built Eretz Yisrael. They built Eretz Yisrael. It was like this is like a kind of cookian philosophy, right? You have cook. They cook and cook at such one feeling. Ultimately, again, so it's always the mitnachalim, these are mitnachalim, right? So that even though they were totally removed from any type of religious observance, you see historically that those who built Eretz Yisrael, even if they themselves are not personally religious rules, are beloved in the eyes of HaKadosh. These things were very idolaters. To their credit, they don't go right. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, let's say this like it. If Nehemiah Yaakov, the Malchus comes to Shana, why did Yaakov merit for 22 years? If they should keep it as a version of the why? Because he gave honor to the Torah, which was given in 20. So we'll say, what does this mean that he gave honor to the Torah? Was it given to his myself? So we'll say, what happened? The king of Aram goes ahead and sends a message to Ahab. What's the message of Osai? This is what Ben Hadad said. Haskachal is a Hafchal Livi, Vashecha Ubanacha Tobin Linein, Ki in Keis Machar Eshak Es Aviyah, Lecha Bechifis Lech Besecha, Vezbate Avadecha, Hayakol Machmod Inecha Yasim Yadam, so Ben Hadad essentially again threatens to either conquer Eretz Yisrael or essentially Yaakov could pledge his allegiance to Ben Hadad as a vassal. So Yaakov chooses not to revert because he feels he's going to win the battle. So Ben Hadad says essentially everything you have is mine. All of your gold, all of your silver, your women, your children, everything is mine. Everything that is essentially the apple of your eye, the greatest treasure of your eyes. So the Yom HaMalchut Ben Hadad, Amr L'Adon Yamelech, Kol Asher Shlach L'Avdecha L'Shor Ha'aseh, V'Hadavar Hazeh L'U'al L'Aseh. So King, everything we have is yours. The gold is yours, the silver is yours, the women are yours, the children, everything is yours. But that one thing you asked for, like Machmad Inefah, sorry, you can't do that. My Machmad Inefah, what does that mean? Love Sefer Torah. What's that? Machmad Inefah is amazing. Yaakov says, I'll give you everything, but I won't give you my Sefer Torah. I won't give you, whether it means the Sefer Torah, ultimately again of Moshe. I think whatever it meant, but the Sefer Torah we're not giving you. You must, well, how do you need the Sefer Torah? You don't know all this stuff. Maybe a person like that wanted their idols. And Yaakov says, no, I'm not giving you my idols. But the elders said, don't listen to Ben Hadad, don't give him the Machmad Inefah. Or maybe the Yom HaTzadik person, the assumption always is that the kingdom refers to righteous or pious elders. Or maybe maybe it was the elders of idolatry. You look at by Yishai, Zabebeyan, Shalom, or maybe it was the Yishai of Amrabios, the Sabi the Davos. So in the context of Shalom, for example, when it speaks about the elders, these were elders of idolatry. So maybe you'll be on the elders of idolatry. Hasam Lok Siva Kala'am, Hak Siva Kala'am. Well, the weird difference by Shalom doesn't say the entire nation. Here is like the entire nation. F children of other Baha'i said. It was saying the entire nation, they must be righteous. Uksiv, the Shaiki Yisrael Shiva Saladam Kalabreis Masha, the Kalu, the Baal, the Chol, the Kalakar, Shalom, Nosh, was the ultimate. We know that even in the midst of Malchus Yisrael, which was like idolatrous Malchus, they were trying to do. So I said, what do you see from here? You see from here, I said, this means that always this so. Even the most corrupt and idolatrous of him has that thing belief, spark in it, and when kicked back into the corner, his Kedusha will come out. So Yaakov was institutionalized idolatry without the land. When Ben Hadad says, I want your Torah, what does Yaakov say? I'll give you my gold, I'll give you everything, I'm not giving you my gold. Really, Yaakov, when was the last time you opened up the Torah? When was the last time you learned the Torah? When was the last time you got in the shop? Of course, the answer would be, couldn't remember the last time. I said to them, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I'm never going to get my Torah. I might be Afro. I might be you guys worshiping idolatry, but at the end of the day, I know what's God. And I know that I'm going to be is I worship all this other stuff for convenience. I worship all this other stuff because it consolidates my leadership over my life. But then you publish all of this one only guys. So then I'll give you everything. I'm not going to half of shuffle. And that means that Alpha actually has equal number of mitzvahs and equal number of Averos. His scales were exactly equal. Shnei Vayomer Hashem, Mi Yifashes Achov, Vayav Vayipa Baramos, Baramos Gilar, Vayomer Zeb Achov and Zeb Achov. So let's say the idea is that the Rothschild says, spirits, who will entice Achav? They will go out to war in Ramot Gilad, and he is going to die in that battle. So each of these spirits say, and this one says this, this is that, this is what that means. What's that the idea is that if we probably couldn't just kill Achav, because apparently Achav's mitzvahs and Averos were equal. So you need to be someone from the spirit, one of the spirits, to go and entice Achav to go and run for him. That's the Mazda said they not go by Rabbi Hashem, Hashem is the also Ishto. So we'll say, the Pasuk says, when speaking about future things, they say, that this thing was bad, this thing was bad, but at least what? They weren't as bad as Achav. So we'll say, Achav is the example, the paradigm of the worst. So how can you say that his mitzvos and averos were equal? So we'll say, the Gemara says, Hashem the also is Ishto, because the right several high school to stay on with them. And the Gemara says, the whole yom, Haisa Shokeles, Shikli, Zavla, Vazavim, so we'll say, again, he several every single day would give a golden shekel trouble with her. Almost like huge amounts of money. Every single day he would give a golden shekel trouble with her. I'm a shekel lawyer. So we'll say, the Rabbi says essentially that when comparing bad things to someone, you want it first. The worst is Achav. You're going to tell me that his mitzvahs are people. How long? Achav, Mashra Mavon. What did that say? Achav was a pretty bad guy, but you know what? He was a false prophet. Amazingly enough, he was a false prophet. He might have been pretty bad, but he was exceptionally generous. He told Shahana, I would get from me. Keep rolling Mashra. And because he supported Torah, because he received money from the media company,
in his inner circle about his whereabouts, also Arabs whereabouts, unbelievably. I did not catch this.
Again, don't try this, but at the end of the day, you can't be even if you're the worst brother that will lose us. If you're generous and you drop a powerful wife out half of your sin. Most likely not twice. Even if it's a powerful wife out half of your sin, remember, you still have the other half of your sin. So it's going to point this out. Okay, right there. Half of this, Rabbi said, incredibly so about the power of being so Rabbi said, and says, I'm the one who entices Achav throughout the war. The war will be the end. It says, Yomer Shemelach, Shama, Vayomer Uche, Vayisi Ruach Sheker, Vatik Kolodiyah. Vayomer Shifta, V'gam Seva Asik. What happens? The spirit comes apart from his powerful. I will entice Achav. God says to the spirit, you, how are you going to entice Achav to go to war? The spirit says, will be the spirit who rests upon the false prophets. And these false prophets will tell Achav that he's brought one Ramot Gilad, and he'll be successful. The prophets find go, do this, and say, my Ruach, so what's that? Who's Ruach? Which spirit is this? Ruach shall love us and use Israel. This was the Ruach, this was the spirit of Moses. Remember that we know this story, which belonged to Navos. Navos would not sell. So Achav tells Zeva can practice this whole story that Navos rebelled against the king, and God, Navos is executed when executed the king that's your power. So Navos' spirit is looking for revenge. Mind say, what does it mean go out? I'm going to have to sing with these guys. The Lord says, the spirit of Navos, you can no longer dwell within my inside. The king said, Dover Shkar. Again, the Pasuk says, use these falsehoods to not exist. Spirit of Navos, you do this, but if you do this, you can no longer reside on the territory. But the spirit of Navos still what?
So we know, which I can confirm, that Charlie has this. I'm going to
talk about it. As the Papa says, this is an example of that which people say that he who is bent on destroying his own home. We will say there are some people who are so desperate for revenge that they will do anything and everything for revenge. Unfortunately, a person that destructive Nida, they will level, spirit of level, who's so bent on edge and be the false in the eyes of the false prophet and the heart of the prophet. You know what? You know what is that vengeance cost him? It cost him his closeness, his ability to dwell within the peace of Israel. The person is so bent on vengeance, again, they destroy anything and everything.
His entire career, he doesn't know how to do this himself. He's trying to get the job. massage out his points. Okay. He's getting messages from Bob Shillman. Everyone's pulling out their money. And then we know he's going to have dinner with Erica, kids, and a priest, according to Erica. We are told that prayer is related to a Jezebel.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Okay, so first of all, so beautiful. Good. Today, our Talmud Torah sponsors for Rothschild. Built to Mishpach of ourselves for dedicating all the children's Rothschilds this year as a zechus for Risar Salvas Ami. This for month of Adar, Abali, Lakova, Terry, and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, Ziv Levin, and Harmon family. In memory of Mr. Williams, Shmuel Bell, Sichon Lebracha. No prayer, married the families in the family. All those in the 47 that are called forward in Israel. Shalom and the car that are holy soldiers should be successful. The Choma Seyadeh. Was with that, let us begin. So beautiful. Din or din. Got it. Yeah, the Lord. So beautiful. Okay, today's daf is Kabbalah. We have a lot to do today. The goal is always to come into shot. But we're going to get there. All right, so today's daf is Kabbalah 101, 100b, and let's just actually pick up again.
But he was obviously.
Yeah, we by the right. That's not what we say about Kitsonim. So again, remember, ultimately, again, we're those who read what we call these from Kitsonim, these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one thing we said in the book of Stukim. Second thing is in the book of Ben, this composition of knowledge. So Rabbi says, my time, what's the sacred because it's really interesting about it. Even the Shum that said, oh, there's so much going to happen. Why? Because like when here, there's some non-questions. For example, I said, it's not to go ahead and remove the skin from the gildana fish, because what's going to happen? Otherwise, it goes to waste. Hello, Sali Yasin. But again, roast the fish whole with the skin on it. This way, you'll get the fish, you'll get the skin. And also, again, eat it with two pieces of bread, 2 cakes of bread. Okay, so maybe you'll see something sensible, to which the Gemara says, "Imi Tarsh." All right, so that makes it. If you think this statement that face down, the Torah also says the same thing. What does the Torah say? Well, Sash, this is Esau. We'll say that is the prohibition of Balkashness. Right, Balkashness necessary or wanton waste. Torah says you're not allowed to just cut down fruit trees for absolutely no reason. Cut down fruit trees is strategic. You can't just do it for absolutely no reason. So you see over here, you want to tell that seems to be all of that against you is doing. As Gemara says, and if you dash this, in other words, some say that the zero is talking about the whole little shalot darko. The one shalot darko. That as much as we shalot darko, there are certain things that although they may be mutter, may not be the normative practice, and one should avoid is saying, I'll be in a little bit of a more nuanced fashion. Says, what's wrong with that statement? Or is that makes sense? The element rather because the statement is like this. For example, a daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. It's a treasure in vain. Now, what does that mean? When the father has, out of concern for her, father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? Because a father is afraid that someone's going to take advantage of her. But now Arusa is young and she gets older. A father is concerned that maybe she'll be immoral. As she gets older, he's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says maybe she's not going to have children. Hiskina, she'll get older. Shematasek Shafin. Maybe she'll get lured into witchcraft. The idea of what I said that Ben Sira is saying is when a father has a daughter, he is worrying about her at every single stage. By the way, anyone who has a daughter knows this is absolutely unequivocally true. Like a son, you're like, he's gonna figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way, but he's gonna be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter perpetual. The Gemara says, well, that's how Rabbanan Amiyah. Rabbanan also said this. Gave us. So Chazal said this as well. The world needs both boys and girls. Ashrei mi shebanim scharim. Praiseworthy is the one, right? The world needs boys and girls. Praiseworthy is one who has boys. Woe to the one who has girls. They will say, yeah, again, but what are Chazal saying over here? It's not good to have girls. It doesn't make any sense. First of all, there's so many other statements of Chazal that praise, right? What does it mean? Chazal were echoing was this sentiment that just on the have boys and girls, but I understand that a daughter understandably so, a father is and a mother, right? Parents have so much more weight over a daughter ultimately again than over a son. Incredible. I'm going to show this to this remember again. Rabbi is saying that if you read you don't get over Bible. Why? Because the times we've been seeing us contains heretical stuff. We're just trying to figure out what's the heretical stuff in Sefer. Rather, let me show you the Sefer. The Gabri, because of the Gabri. That's because it says the following: that ultimately, again, a person shouldn't, is actually a profound statement. A person should not allow worry in his heart, because ultimately, again, worry in his heart can kill him. Or if he has worry in his heart, he should kill it. The Gemara says, well, that makes sense. Hashem, someone said the same thing. Daika b'levi yishchena. What does Yishchena mean? Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Asi, Chadama Yasi Yeshichena, you should uproot it to me, Daiko. But Chadama Yisichena la'acherim, tell it to someone else. So also it's actually quite beautiful. Shlomo says it's really profound. If a person is worrying about something, the one thing you can't do with Daiko, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why? Because you don't know what's going on. Sit in your heart,
Amazing.
All different types of negative attack overshadows and eclipses everything, and that worry, which may have started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate, overpowering worry. So what should you do? If you have Daigo in your heart, which all of us do at different times. So again, Yishichana.
Perfect video.
Either uproot it.
I agree.
What does that mean, uproot it? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Stop it. Right? So I remember we've seen this more people before. The Rabbi knows that. We call that as an interesting. Who was it? Bob Newhart. Right? So the Rambam says one of the most destructive egos a person could have is anger. So what should a person do? What should a person do if they struggle with anger? The Rambam says, stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. You know, sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to go ahead and do your problems. Sometimes you just stop it. So the Rambam says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Oh, no. But how do you do it? How do you do it? Right? What's the school of? What's the approach? Stop it. Just stop it. And sometimes, again, if you just take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and I could choose to start it or to stop it, it's the most empowering thing in the world. So Shlomo says something amazing. You're worrying about stuff? Well, worry is not good. Worry is not good. So what should you do when you're worrying about stuff? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out. Just literally stomp it out because you recognize a lot of times in life, the worries that I have are actually irrational. They're rational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes, again, if you have a good family, you have a good friend with whom you can speak things out with, and suddenly you begin to realize that what? Those things that seem so scary, so overwhelming, and so powerful are not. Or not. So either stop it or talk it out. Or both. Incredible. So it's the same thing. Now let me show this. Maybe because Ben Sira says stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house right? And don't bring everyone home with you. Rabbi said the same thing. The sign, Rabbi Omer, the Olam, the Oyar, the Adam, Reim, the Sofay. So a person should not bring home too many friends into his home. Shne'emar, Ish, Reim, Yisrael. So it's because again, one has to be careful. One has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, who he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have an open home, but nevertheless, one has to take care. So again, because that's the same thing. Elam Shum B'Tziv is interesting. Zaldikan Kortiman, which literally means Rashi helps us over here. If somebody has a thin beard, then ultimately, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdukan Saxakan. Someone has a thick beard, they're not wise. The Nafak, the Kisei Lotzafi. If somebody blows the froth off their beard, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, Amar b'may echol lachma. If someone asks, what do I have to accompany my bread? What type of condiments do I have for my bread? Lachma savine, take his bread away, because clearly he's not hungry. Man, the islim ma'abarta b'dikare. Whoever has literally again a split in his beard. That's what it means, right? Fully amalo yachale. This is very wise. I must say, if you have the split beard, if someone has a long beard and like is stroking their beard, like in the middle, so what that represents is like a person who's like plotting and scheming. So such a so he's always he's stroking his beard so that it becomes like two beards. Such a person like that, very wise, very wise. Don't mess with them because they got it all figured out. So let's say this is the kind of stuff in Ben Sira that Rabbi says this is nonsensical. That does right. Your wisdom cannot be perceived by your beard, right, or by the length of your beard, or by the parts in your beard. Just like some people blow the cloth off their beard simply because they blow the cloth. Right? Some people can't be plain back. Whatever it is, the point of what he was making is these statements over here render Ben Sira a little bit of a nonsensical shaper, and therefore halacha says the people ultimately as apikarsi. Someone will say, maybe my yasa the ismei dashin a little. But in sacred Ben Sira, there are certain things that are very wise, and we should inculcate them within ourselves. For example, Isha Talma Tanatol the Fakiri Elokim. It's very beautiful. Right? Literally, again, a good wife, right? A good wife is a wonderful gift, and ultimately, again, she should be placed by the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. She should be placed with the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say, first of all, just a beautiful sentence. Isha Tova Matana Tova. A good wife is the truth, is a good gift from the Ribono Shel Olam. Isha Ra, Sarah has to but again, unfortunately, a bad wife, whatever that's defined, is like a saras. It's like saras for a husband. My takante, what's the takana? First wide line. You got sharon the base of these stuff in the saras. So sometimes, unfortunately, again, the saras has to be excised and ultimately removed from the home. Isha yafa ashrei baila mispay amafte. If a man is able to be married to a beautiful woman, praiseworthy is the husband, and again, it doubles his longevity. Be careful about looking at beautiful women. Or literally, it's not be careful. Remove your eyes. Shield your eyes from looking at beautiful women. Lest you get caught in the trap. Be careful if you find a woman attractive. Be careful about drinking with her husband, because if you end up drinking with her husband, that means you're going to be in proximity to her, and the proximity plus the alcohol, unfortunately, again, could produce deleterious results. Many spice peddlers have gotten beaten up. That was what's the pshat? Now, Rothschild can be spice peddlers or perfume peddlers. What's the chat? Either way. These were guys who went house to house, and often were they interacting with women. So what would happen? A man would come home. He'd find this spice peddler, this perfumer in his house. He would not take kindly to that, and what would he do? He would beat the guy up because he suspected him of doing something with his wife. So literally again, so those who go ahead and entice others to go ahead and engage in immorality, they like the spark. So listen, Chazal always tells us, all of us, Chazal said that all of us are prone to immorality. And so again, even if a person can exercise certain restraints, all I need is for someone to like me. And I'm in. I'm in. It takes very little to convince us to engage in immoral behavior. Someone likes to start and suddenly again, unfortunately, I'm involved with it. I mean, they rather than stuff they say, oh, I'll tell you something, what we saw before. Literally, again, don't allow everyone into your house, right? Literally prevent the message from coming into your home, and don't bring everyone home with you. Be careful about the influences that you allow into your house. Rabbi, you Darshei Shlomo. Have a lot of friends. Have a lot of friends. It's good to have friends. However, Galei Sod Kali Echad Me'elech. Misho Chebes Heikech Ashmar. This may be called. So ultimately, again, could only reveal your secret to one in 1,000, and even to she who sleeps close to your chest, guard your mouth. In other words, it looks like this is a profound Gemara. So again, have a lot of friends, but make sure that you only reveal your secrets to certain people. Certain people, can you reveal your secrets to their life? This is interesting. The Gemara says, even to your wife, be careful what you share. And I said, this is an interesting episode. What does this mean? Dr. Abrams was spoke about in the context of marriage. He said people tend to in a good marriage, you share everything. Just share everything. First of all, no one shares everything. Right? Can you imagine I'm telling you what I was thinking about today? Right? That would be a disaster, a total disaster. So it says that it's important in life to share the things that are either important to your marriage or that your spouse did. Isn't interesting example. That's what's really bothering me. And there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Because sometimes people want to share because they want to unburden themselves. But just understand that's called selfish sharing. So I'm taking it from me and I'm giving it to my wife. What can my wife do about it? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm like, whoa, I feel so much better right now that I got that off my chest. And I thought that meanwhile, what you just done is you burdened someone else with that very same thing that was burdening you. So now your wife is distressed by it, but the nice and can't do anything about it. Now sometimes you have to share certain things, but again, it's just an interesting mindset. That last after that good marriage means sharing everything. It means sharing the things that are necessary and recognizing that sometimes there is a concept of selfish sharing, where I just want to unburden myself, give it to someone else. That's not good marriage. Sometimes that's selfish behavior. Mother Lighter, do not worry about the worries of tomorrow. You don't know what's going to happen today. Maybe tomorrow you won't even be alive. And you are distressed about a world that is not even yours. This contradicts another positive Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? Well, apparently, you are supposed to stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? And I want to say, this is incredibly, and life is this incredible balance. Right? Between, on one hand, you have to be a future-focused person. You can't not think about the future. You have to think about the future. Right? But at the same time, again, people spend so much time worrying about the future. Mara says, what are you worrying about? Who says you have tomorrow? Who says you have next week? Who says you have next year? Right? So there's this balance between time for the future, but don't be paralyzed by the fears of the future, the unknown of the future. For all you know, you may be worrying about a world that is not even yours. And all of that, I will say, how much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? How much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? So plan for the future to some degree, but don't paralyze yourself with the fears of the unknown future, thereby sacrificing your beautiful present. Margaret Reiter. All the days of the pauper are bad. And Sira says not only are his days bad, no, that's the pasuk. That's the pasuk from Mishnah. Right? Call you may run. All the days of the pauper, ultimately again are bad. That's Shlomo. And Sira added aftelos. Even his nights are difficult. How so? He said b'shafal dagim ganu, because again the pauper's roof is generally below other people's roofs. And Ramara B'Charim Carmel and his vineyard or his fields are usually at a higher elevation. What ends up happening? So you must therefore when it rains, everyone else's rain drops off. Actually, the proper term is sheets off. Water sheets. Right?
That
It
is
sheets
a really
off the higher roof to the lower roof. And when the wind blows, because his field is at a
I
higher
don't agree
elevation,
with everything that
therefore
you have.
what? The
But she
dirt
says
and the
that
fertilizer
she
of
could
his
be
field
wrong.
blows into the fields of others. Incredible. Seeing what goes right there. What does that mean? All the days of the Anira. About Elu Baalei Talmud. This refers to those who learn Gemara. Because this is fascinating. Why? Because Gemara is very strenuous. Gemara is very arduous, right? And there's like a lot of effort. So constant and perpetual effort makes life a little bit difficult. The Tov Leib Mishneh Tamid, and who is the one who's always rejoicing? Elu Baalei Mishnah. That first those who learn Mishnah. Why? Because Mishnah is easy. Right? Again, you learn a Mishnah, it's straightforward, right? There's a halach. There's no real back and forth. So Rabbi says, Ipcha, just the opposite. I heard that it's just the opposite. In other words, Mishnah is nice, but the problem is with Mishnah, you learn it, you don't know what to do. You're an ani, right? You're intellectually impoverished because, again, I have concepts, but I don't know what to do. Gemara, on the other hand, again, I know what to do. You're like, really? You know what to do? Okay, you know a little bit more what to do. Gemara says, what does it mean that he who quarries stones will ultimately again be saddened by them? Because if you quarry stones and you want to make a fire, it's not going to help you. Right? So the Mishnah, learning Mishnah is like quarrying stones. Now, on the other hand, the stones could be very helpful for structures, right? But they can't give you heat. On the other hand, the Bokeh, he who cuts up wood can warm himself by the wood. That refers to those who learn Gemara, because at the end of the day, again, with Gemara, you have things that you can utilize for your life. Rabbi Hanina says, all the days of the pauper are bad. This refers to someone who has a bad wife. I will say, by the way, you see from here, it's interesting that if a person has a bad marriage, then a person, Chazal said, you're an ani, you're a pauper. You can have all the money in the world, but if I don't have shalom bayis, I am impoverished. I also know this. We know this from life. If you have shalom bayis, you pretty much have everything. You have everything. Even if you don't have everything, you'll figure out a way to get everything. Don't have shalom bayis, ultimately, again, a person is fundamentally impoverished. And what does it mean when it says that again, Tov Leiv, a person with a happy heart is constantly rejoicing? That refers to a person who has a good wife. That refers to a person who has shalom bayis. Incredible. Rabbi says, what does it mean all the days of the parabad? So this refers to a person who's very sensitive. It doesn't not talking about emotionally, but it means istiness, like a person he can't stand any type of physical discomfort. If he can't stand any type of physical discomfort, then again, everything is bothersome. It's too hot. I can't look at this food. I can't eat this. I can't eat that. Everything is a problem. So again, a person like that is perpetually uncomfortable, and therefore life is bad. On the other hand, the Tov Leib Mishneh Tamid Zeh Shedaito Yafa. It will say such an incredible Gemara. What does it mean, Daito Yafa? You know what Daito Yafa means? It will say, Daito Yafa means? It's a person who knows how to roll with it. You don't need everything exact. Right? And there are people like this. Everything has to be, we call them yakas, right? Everything has to be like this, right? Everything has to be, sorry. Right? But it's true. Everything has to be done, right? Different ways. So we'll say, again, when you're like that, you're like very angry. You're very disgruntled. Everything, because in life, nothing is always exactly as it should be. So they're disgruntled. So people are disgruntled. On the other hand, the person who just goes through life accepting a heightened level of imperfection. In general, you like everything, you go with it. You go with it, and you're absolutely fine. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, good. Rabbi Yochanan says, Zerach money. This is how we'll say. What does it mean, pauper are bad? What does that refer to? Zerach money. We'll say this refers to someone who is very compassionate. We'll say, sometimes, there's a double-edged sword to being a feeling and compassionate person. On one hand, to be a feeling and compassionate person allows you to connect with all kinds of people and allows you to experience life on a different level. On the other hand, being a feeling and compassionate person, sometimes you are overwhelmed by just the enormity of the pain, the sadness, and the heartbreak that surrounds you on any given day. Like you look around the world, you look around the group of people, and again, especially when you know what's going on in people's lives, the amount of heartbreak that generally fills any given room is overwhelming. So the Gemara says, on one hand, as powerful as it is to be a compassionate, empathic, and feeling person, life is heavy. Life is heavy. So the call you make money, right? What does it mean? All the days of the pauper. That's an empathic, compassionate person who feels the pain of others. He himself or she herself is always in a constant state of pain. As the Gemara says, "V'tov leiv mishtatamid ze'achzari." It's fascinating. But as the Tov leiv mishtatamid, that good, right, good, happy is the one, right? Or Tov leiv mishtatamid, that it is good for the one whose heart is always rejoicing. What is that? That's an achzar. I will say, the word achzar is a very strong word. Achzar usually means what? Someone who's cruel and indifferent. Now, obviously, you can't be praising someone who's cruel and indifferent. What it's saying is someone who knows how to almost like disassociate a little bit, right? Or someone who could flip the switch a little bit and maybe not feel the pain in the same way. Ultimately, again, that's the whole thing. I will say, I want to point out here, I don't think that Chazal are extolling the second approach. I think that Chazal are just making a factual statement. That you go through life, and there are people like this in life, that are totally emotionally detached from anything and everything happening around them. And what's their general emotional state of being? Happy. I think life is good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Why? Because they're really emotionally disassociated from the family, from themselves, from the room, from probably from themselves. Right? And again, life is fine. On the other hand, being a feeling, compassionate, empathic person, those that give you a both of you, that's what we're supposed to strive for, to open up the neshama, to feel the neshama. And yes, it comes with a tremendous amount of emotional baggage. Because suddenly there are moments where I feel overwhelmed and maybe even paralyzed by the individual and collective pain of my people. But that's what it means to be a Jew. Sometimes what it means to be a Jew is I give up the life of Tov Rei Mishtatamid to ultimately again live the life of Yimei and Kol Yimei Aminim Royal. But that's worth it to be able to feel the beating heart of God. So incredible. I'm Rabbi Shua, maybe Omer, Kol Yimei Ani, right? What does it mean all the days of the wicked are bad? Half of Kofar, 101. Zeh Shadaito Kitzara. Tov Rei Mishtatamid, Zeh Shadaito Kitzara. Okay, so it's interesting. Rashi understands so much of Rashi, is this seems to be saying the same thing as before. That ultimately, again, Daito Kitzara, or I should say, Daito Kitzara, ultimately, again, Rashi says, Mason Libo called Daigus Chavero.
You want memes? Go to a meme server, dog. That's not what I do.
Daito Kitzara means someone who worries about everything, right? And Daito Rachava is someone who worries about nothing. Nothing. The other part of Rashi that refers to anger.
We've already talked. I've already been through it. You said that you didn't pay attention. If you want to learn about me, go to the About Me part. I've already talked to you.
There is no shortage of things to get angry about. Like, no shortage of things. That kind of person who just
Did you said it?
Triggered. So the mice, again, this dark place in all of your days ultimately again
I'm not here to play
like
games, my friend.
And someone who's a little bit calmer. Right? It doesn't get upset about everything. That's totally Mishtatamid. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon Levi, call me Ani Rav, Havaika Shabbos Yom Tov. Was it Rabbi Shimon Levi? Just zero on the pasuk. Shlomo brother, how can you say all the days of the Ani are bad? What about Shabbos and Yom Tov? Kiddush Shmuel, Domer Shmuel, Shinu Ivesas Tefillah Ayim. But even Shabbos and Yom Tov is difficult for the Ani. Why? Because when a person is an Ani, that means in general he's living throughout the week with very little. When it comes to Shabbos now, he has more food, more drink. That change is actually difficult for him. I was saying, what's the takeaway? Change is difficult. Change is difficult, and change is often a shock to the system. Shinui Besses. That's calling the eye.
100%.
A change in your normal right. Go ahead and
my ID's online, my man.
Incredible. So as also from Shirashi, he makes it a song. So he's not learning. He's not learning into a song. Corey Pasuk, the base person goes ahead and leads a pasuk, right? Leads a pasuk, but it just means like in a place of celebration, in a party, not in the right time. Right. And Rashi says, "Will be the mace of Al Yino." Osad, So, Shechi Kusav, B'divrei Torah, V'kor Etzchok, V'kori Psukim B'Koram, V'sachek B'Aminei HaMishna. So this is talking about someone who's just using Torah, just almost like, like a frivolous way. I'm drinking wine with my friends, and start singing Psukim, not in the context of learning, not in the context of just quoting Psukim ultimately for entertainment purposes. So what happens? Maybe Ra'al Yolam brings evil to the world. Torah itself
whatever.
Comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Oh, yeah. At whatever.
Your children have made me into like an instrument for entertainment purposes.
You like it?
They've relegated me into a mode of entertainment. Their the Rothschild responds, PT, shows him the nice in the world. So the Rothschild says, my daughter, Torah, eating and drinking. What else? In other words, isn't this good? When they're doing things, so again, they have to be doing something to entertain themselves. So isn't it beautiful that they're entertaining themselves with Torah? So the Gemara says, Yasku b'Mishnah about Lachos v'Agados, Yasku b'Hilchos Pesach, b'Pesach, Hilchos Atzeres b'Atzeres, Hilchos Chag b'Chag. Says no, I'm not for entertainment. Let them learn. Let them become Mishnah, Gemara, Halach, something constructive. So it's in Baruch Hu and Torah, even with the offended and hurt. That if she feels like Klal Yisrael just made her into a more like an instrument that is played just for purposes. Rothschild says, well, isn't it good? Right? Isn't it kind of good? They're eating, at least they're themselves with Torah. To which Torah comes along and says, no. When they're eating, they can learn Torah as well. Maybe totally all of whoever reads a pasuk in its time. Listen, now what does this mean, a pasuk in its time? At the end of the day, talking about Torah, it's appropriate, right? Either literally discuss Torah in the time which is relevant, by learning it's not simply entertainment, but actual Talmud Torah, ultimately brings us to the world. Something in time, something ultimately again is comparable to location. So remember again, the next thing the Mishnah said is who doesn't have someone who recites some type of incantation over a wound. Here's what I'll say. I'm going to see this in a little bit. The problem that Chazal had as any of these incantations. That seems to be we'll discuss in just a moment. The issue is apparently what you would do is you would recite this and then you would spit. Could be because of the curative effect of sound I've spoken about. So the issue is spitting, right? The issue is spitting. You can't say the name of Hashem while you're spitting. Okay. If my Rabbi so Rav says, again, I will say, it refers to psukim, even if the psukim don't have the name of Hashem. Like, for example, Negatzaras. Right? Ultimately, again, or Bayik, you still can't do these incantations because the act of spitting, together with reciting, is disrespectful to the Pasuk. So you can go ahead and start to rub oil. The mash machine is like to massage the area. This is about like a person who's having stomach issues. So what you would do is you would rub oil and massage the affected area. You're allowed to do this on Shabbos. What's the issue? What would be the issue? On Shabbos, you're not allowed to engage in refuah. Forms of medicinal healing. The Gemara now says how after medicinal healing, this is mutter on Shabbos. Mutter on Shabbos. The Gemara says, furthermore, you can whisper the different spells or incantations to keep snakes and scorpions away on Shabbos.
You're good, big dog.
So I take a cold utensil, put it over the eye, and still not relieve the pressure or relieve the pain. You can do that on Shabbos as well. Rabbi Shmuel says, when is that so? That's only with the utensil that is allowed to be carried on Shabbos. But if the utensil is muktzah, you can't do it on Shabbos.
Visitors from where? What are you talking about?
You cannot consult shadim on Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi says, by the way, you also can't consult shadim Sunday through Friday as well. Good. So Buddha says, halacha Rabbi Yossi. Buddha says, halacha Rabbi Yossi, and really one should not consult shadim. And listen, why is that? Rabbi Yossi, interesting, I will say, there's no halachic problem with consulting shadim. What's the problem? It's a sakana, it's a dangerous issue. It's a dangerous issue. Right? Consulting with shadim is a dangerous situation. Why would happen? Rabbi Yossi, the evil of ours, one time Rabbi Yossi was consulting with shadim. And what happened? Apparently, it did not go well. It did not go well. It was swallowed up into a cedar tree. The tree swallowed him up. But a miracle happened. The cedar tree opened, and ultimately again he was able to get out. The idea of here is interesting. So apparently, again, whenever we come to shadim, all of these discussions exactly what it is that's going on over here, right? But Lamaisa, the Muslims indicate that there's nothing wrong with consulting with shadim. It's just the issue is that consulting with shadim is a dangerous business. And ultimately, people don't understand that. Tarabanon. Sucking of a mashnishin the name of Shabbos. You're allowed to take oil, you're allowed to smear it, right, and massage the area on Shabbos. Well, the actually, yes, it actually also but you have to do it with the shinui. What does it mean with shinui? Say, hey, how should you do it? Become a bachanina or south be after kakim mashnishin. Put the oil on and then massage afterwards. No, just the opposite. Not the opposite. Ultimately, put the oil on and massage at the same time. Shari shemen, shari dates, shari dates, and with the so apparently, there are certain shades that were associated with oil and certain shades associated with eggs, right? Might explain the price of eggs, by the way. Right. But the mice says shadim associated with oil, shadim associated with eggs. You are allowed to consult these shadim. Yimar says, but rather the reason we don't do it, why don't we do it? Because apparently they lie. Even with very interesting. Apparently, talking with shadim is not sorcery. Allowed to do it, but just understand the Gemara says unreliable. So often they lie. Again, you can take oil from a utensil and use it like for
you cut out there for a second.
Name of the city in Israel. But you cannot use oil that was held in the hand. So you'll see about this that again is subject to shading. Therefore, you can go ahead and you can use oil that was held in a hand, but not oil that was held in a cleat. Rothschild went to a particular inn. They brought him oil that was in a utensil. Shaf, he smeared some on his face. He broke out with boils. He went out to the marketplace. So there was a particular woman who saw her, and this woman apparently was versed in shadim. Amra zekan chamas kachazina. I see the shade chamas. The shade chamas that's all over you. Okay. Of the milsa, they see some type of spell, something, and he was healed. So sometimes you see these stuff about shading. All this stuff. So it's always important to understand as follows. There is much to this world that we don't understand. There are many forces in this world that we don't understand. What's this whole story with Shadim? No idea. What's the takeaway with Shadim, with any Gemara with Shadim? The takeaway is there's more to this world and there's more to this world than meets the eye. So whenever you see these Gemaras, never be disparaging, never be dismissive. Because when you take a disparaging and dismissive approach, what presupposes that you know how the world works and you know what's going on. At the end of the day, again, the Muslim Hospital is there's so much more than meets the eye with everything in this world. There's much universe. And one thing is for sure, there are many things that defy our comprehension. The Gemara goes right there. This is a beautiful Gemara. On one hand, the pasuk says, pasuk says, all the sickness that I visited upon Egypt, I will not visit upon you, because I am Hashem your healer. And the Gemara says the pasuk is inherently contradictory. If Hashem is not going to visit the sickness upon us, then why do I need him to be my healer? To which the Gemara says, Hashem says as follows. Hashem says like this. Here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. But if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. Even though all that happens, ultimately I'll heal you. So you hear this? This is absolutely incredible thing. Such Baruch like this. Here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. If you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if I do visit sickness upon you, I will heal. That's how much of this Baruch loves us. That even if we transgress, and therefore again, you have to go through sickness, that Yibon Shalom always gives us the refuah. So incredible. I'm going to say this is a ridiculous story. The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, they will say, this is Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild. If we had another 2.5 hours, and it was like, the story of Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild, I think these are my story. I'm going to try to do it. And you have to really to appreciate this story. You must understand Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild's background, which we don't have time for right now. Just keep it, whatever, we'll come back to it. Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild became ill. Students came into this, generally, whenever the Gemara talks about that somebody's becoming ill, and the students come to visit them, usually it means deathbed ill. So what happens? Students come to visit him. There is an intense fever that is burning in the world. What that means is, Rashi says over here, saying like this: if I am this sick, then must be very. I mean, Eliezer ben Rothschild understood his illness to be a manifestation of divine wrath. This is happening to me because I did something wrong. Hashem is disappointed. So this is looking both. So ultimately, again, all the Rabbanim who came in, and again, I want to say, it doesn't say who came in. It just says Talmidah. So the students began by Rabbi Akiva Masachi. Oh, can you look at Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva is laughing. So everyone is crying. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. I'm going to go. Lama Masachi. He said, Akiva, what's the matter with you? Like, why are you laughing? I'm going to laugh. Very reminiscent of the Gemara at the end of Makkah.
Why did they ban you from all these servers?
He says, why are you crying? Amrlo, after Sefer Torah Shari B'Sar, our Rabbi Eliezer.
No, I want to know why. I'm curious.
And it was, look how they refer to their Rebbe. They refer to their Rabbi Eliezer as a Sefer Torah. Isn't that incredible? Like, the Sefer Torah is in Sar, and we shouldn't cry.
Okay, what did you do? What did you do?
As I'm laughing, Kozman Shani Roa Rebbe, Shineno Machmes, Bishano Loka, Bishano Mavish, Bishano Magdish. So, you know, as Akiva says, I was always bound to myself. Rabbi Eliezer ben Rothschild had a really good life. Everything was going well for him, right? And he was referring to actions. His wine never went sour, right? His flax never went bad. His oil never spoiled. His honey never spoiled. In other words, he had everything in all of Mazah. Amarti shemachas v'sholem kiba Rebbe olamo. That was consistent to this. You know, Rabbi Kiva says all of my days are some Rebbe Eliezer. Again, just so you know, the lesson was the Talmud Mufak of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Not just the Shalshalas. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Eliezer ben Horkinus, Rabbi Akiva. So he said, all the days, Rebbe had such a good life. And I wondered to myself, maybe Rebbe has received all of his reward in this world. Now that I see Rebbe suffering in this world, it's good. It's good, I'm happy. I'm happy because what that means is, now, listen to what Rabbi Kiva was saying. What it means is that my Rebbe has done Averos, Hashem is extracting punishment for those Aviras.
What up,
They're
sir?
all in one. So that my Rabbi Elazar should have a beautiful Olam Haba. Incredible. Also, so Allah Akiva. Klum chasarti min haTorah kula. So let's say Rabbi Elazar is over taking back. He says, Rabbi Akiva, tell me what Aviras did I do? Tell me what I did. What right? Did I leave anything out of the Torah? Did I not do anything? Tell me what you think I didn't do. Amrlo. So Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi, I can't tell you what you did wrong. I can tell you one thing. The Maratam Rabbeinu, the Adam ain't tzaddik ba'aretz asher ya'aseh tov lo ya'aseh. Rabbi, you taught us. You taught us. The Maratam Rabbeinu.
Jesus doesn't need to be
that there is no person in this world who is completely righteous, who only does good and doesn't.
The only thing that determines
what happens if you're a human being, that means what? You committed Averas. You committed Averas. And if you committed Averas, that means there needs to be retribution for the Averas. And Baruch Hashem, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that retribution is coming in this world.
Okay, well, we've got some other people here, so it's been
a beautiful world to come.
interesting conversation.
Absolutely incredible.
Zuh, how you living, Pim?
She's telling about another story about Rabbi Elazar.
All right, Zuh, are you ready to lose?
It could be the same story, same illness, different illness.
All right.
I will say, by the way, I just want to point out.
So very cool. Well,
this story
all right, well, you guys can believe that, and that's cool. You should know, to my man, you're always welcome here. So feel free to come in whenever you want and just chill. There's a lot of people in here who do that. And I hope you don't get banned in any other servers. Sound good?
I always wondered to myself, when will I have the opportunity to
So
again, this is Rabbi Akiva has this overwhelming understanding of the role of suffering, the positive role of suffering in this world. Incredible. So much more saying. Let's go by the Torah. Kishachol Rabbi Eliezer, Michnis to Arbaz and Kilo Bakro. And Eliezer was 4 elders came in to be Mabaki Chol. Rabbi Tarfon, Yeshua, Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah, Rabbi Akiva. Okay.
Just a moment. Hey, Zuh, you have an invitation.
Extolling the virtues of the Rabbi. It really is very obvious. And Rabbi Tarfon says, Rabbi,
please enlighten me
on who
you just mentioned.
Rabbi helps us in this world. But Rabbi, you help us in this world and the world to come. Now Rabbi Yeshua Amar, Rabbi Yeshua says, Rabbi, you are better for us than the sun. Sun is good in this world. Right, but Rabbi, you are good for us in this world and the next world. Now Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, but Amar, Tova Tali Yisrael. Yosem Av Va'im. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says, Rabbi, you are better for us than a father and a mother. Why? Sha'ava in Ba'ol Mazeh. A father and a mother are helpful in this world. The Rabbi, Ba'ol Mazeh, Ba'ol Mazeh. Right, mother, they're good for me in this world. Rabbi, good for me in this world and in the world to come. So I'll say this is pretty wild. He comes along and he says, Rabbi Eliezer, what does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva does not extol the virtues of his Rebbe. So Rabbi Akiva says suffering is good. Suffering is good. Samar Lahem, Rabbi Akiva. So listen to this. Now this whole time Rabbi Akiva is like laying down. He's doing all the praise. And everyone's like, again, it's nice. Right? What does the praise do? Fine. Rabbi is not going to let it go to his head. So what does it do? Akiva says suffering is good. Rabbi Eliezer says, help me sit up. I want to hear exactly what it is that Akiva is saying. So the Gemara says, Samchuni, literally, help me sit up. So Rabbi Eliezer says, Akiva, where do you know this from? Where do you know suffering is? Amar, Mikra Ani Doresh. He says,
Rabbi, well, like, isn't it arguable that like Muhammad's more famous?
King Menashe. King Menashe was reigning. What was the longest serving monarch? He served for 55 years.
Okay.
So what happened? He was right? He was 12 years into his reign, right? And ultimately, again, he was doing the most terrible things. Menashe was a tremendous sinner. Amadeus. גם אלה משלך שלושה חזקיה מלך יהודה. וכי חזקיה מלך יהודה כל העולם כולו לימי תורה. ולמנשה אינו לא לימי תורה. So just get ready for this, by the way. Get ready for this. Who was Menashe's father? Who's Menashe's father? Chizkiyahu, right? Chizkiyahu. Remember again. Remember Chizkiyahu? Well, what do we learn about this guy? Two things about this guy. Number one, what do we learn about him? He came to Mashiach. Number two, what do we learn about him? There was no other time in the Mashiach there was so much Jewish scholarship. Every man, woman, and child knew the halachos of Tumah and Tara. Everyone knew everything. So Chizkiah taught Torah to his own kids. He didn't. Right? Mashiach. He has a son like Menashe, who again was a tremendous Rasha, only that was the Zara. So the Gemara says he taught Torah to Kol Twice, he puts the Torah to his kid. Emma, we call Torah Shetarach, but we call Amashah, Lo Ayalul, Lamutav Eli Yisur. But I was saying, no, it's not the Torah that turned around Menashe. Because Menashe became about Tshuva, as we see in just a moment. It wasn't Torah that turned him around. Rather, what was it? Suffering. Suffering turned Menashe around, not Torah. Where is he? Shneimar. Listen to this. Vaydaber Shalom Menashe. Be'alamo. V'lo Shiva. Hashem gave Menashe a message through the Navi.
He's not talking to you. He's not talking to you. He's talking to me.
Menashe didn't listen. Vayabe Hashem Alev as Sari Atzar Shalom Melech Ashur. So Assyria, Ashur, marches on Yerushalayim. Vayilku as Menashe Bachuchim. I'm going
to ask a really dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. So why does Mr. Beast have more views than Muhammad or JC or somebody?
While change in Babel becomes about Tshuva. It becomes about Tshuva. And what caused Menashe to become about Tshuva? When he was incarcerated, mistreated, abused in captivity. That's when he found God. Menashe found God in jail. He found God in jail. So what is he here? Right now, by the way, the Tashlis, right? Menashe was going to go. Probably had covers with his father. Could have been the Mashiach.
Sure. I just have a question for you. What in the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you playing this game?
So this is all you're gonna remember. So just understand the whole story of this, right? Everybody's turning into your knowledge.
All right, cool story, dog.
Everybody's explaining the virtues of the Rabbi. They get to Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said, "Rabbi."
Dude, you're not. That's the thing, though. You're not.
Rabbi says, "Where'd you get that from?" So Rabbi Akiva says, "I got it from Rashi. I got it from Rashi. Incredible." Turn on, Baron. So by the way, like I said, just keep on explaining.
Incorrect, dog. Incorrect. Right? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do about it, baby? When Discord sends out their annual wrap up, I'm not in the top 10. I'm not in the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.1%. I'm the biggest Discord user on earth.
There are three people who ultimately came that Ba'alila mentioned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with an irrefutable claim.
I think that's what you're saying.
Ba'alila has like a negative cunningness associated with them. But in fact, what it means is they came with this claim that HaKadosh Baruch Hu couldn't would to people. Kayin Esav Umenashe.
Yeah, baby.
After Kayin kills Hevel, he says, "My sin is too great to bear." What does this mean?
Dude, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Kayin says, "Tell me, is my sin worse than the sin of the golden calf? Right? Is my sin worse than the Chet
All right, is that what you want to do?
You will forgive Klal for the Egel. If you forgive him for the Egel,
I mean, I beat you the last time we played. I beat baby. No, you don't. And I beat you the last time we played.
You're saying good. You're not correct. You're right. And if HaKadosh forgives Kayin, Esav Dichsiv Habracha Achas Hilacha Avi. So Esav says, "Tell me, Yaakov Yitzchak, you gave the birthright to my brother. You don't have one bracha left for me. Bracha."
Dude, you suck absolute donkey. You're maybe one of the worst players in the history of
so let's remember again, we didn't read the whole thing, but Menashe essentially says to the Ribono Shel Olam, I'm crying out to you. And if you don't answer me now, then you're really no better than the other gods I've been praying to my entire life.
Dude, that was a terrible, terrible shot. Of all the shots in the history of the human
thing to say, but at
people,
the same time,
your shot will be remembered as one of the worst, if not the worst shots ever.
Remember again, same thing. People don't have a chil to Olam Haba. So Abishal said,
Zoot, you're up.
articulates the name of Hashem by literally again.
Zoot, you're up, and everybody's waiting on you. Dog, are you gonna go? Zoot, it's your turn.
Ended by saying there are 3 kings and 4 commoners who don't have a chil.
Zoot, go.
So one of them was Rabbi ben Nevat. I remember again, Rabbi ben Nevat
Zoot.
was the first king over the split kingdom.
Oh, what an amazing shot. You scratched, but you made it.
Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over Malchus Yisrael. All right, let's have a bit for today.
I know.
Again, the adventure continues. Well, the adventure continues again until it's like good. I just want to point out we are.
Maybe I'm still good.
Not so far off. So I was like, what are we? I just want to point out.
Incorrect, dog.
These Gemara's justice. There's so much more that is here. We'll find the time hopefully to come back to it. But I would say, Shamishkaya. Good Shabbos.
Why is that guy going into Rothschild?
All right, everyone, Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
Not my job. I don't know, dog. I just listen.
What's your name? Rothschild? Is that what you want us to call it?
No. Rabbi.
One day we'll figure it out. Just stop it. Yeah. I say everything that my the first 8 times you said it, I was waiting for the.
Oh, Zoot, what a shot. Zoot, what a shot. Zoot, 140-point shot, son. Zoot, what did you think of that shot? Zoot. We're playing pool. Zoot.
All right, now it's like good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking
Zoot.
our sponsors for this morning here to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Rothschild.
What? Zoot, you know it's one of the best shots you've ever seen, son.
And there's, of course, Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar.
Because I'm sexy.
And Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan. C. Hirsch, and the
Zoot, you're done. Zoot, you are done, son. It's over for you. Do you see this lead I've amassed? Zoot, do you see? Oh, what a shot. Zoot, that was amazing.
All of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful.
Zoot, you're done. You're done.
Today's daf is 100, and we are beginning on Sunday test on the days 90.
Zoot.
And we left off really incredible Gemara. We left off 4 lines down from the top.
Because I'm gonna get rid of all the balls, so you can't. Like, there's a very low possibility of you beating me. It's a very good strategy.
And again, two special welcomes. First of all, special welcome to Rabbi Tobias, who is one of our online listeners, Baruch Hashem from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem. He didn't drive in this morning for the daf, but Baruch Hashem came in last night. Rabbi, welcome, and a Baruch Haba to Rabbi Yosef Horshen.
No way. Zoot.
Avoiding eye contact with me. Okay, go ahead. Listen to that. Let us begin.
Zoot, that was amazing.
I'm going to This is beautiful.
Are you sure? No, dog.
Man was created to work. I just want to point out, you see this thing over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake you make in life is that life is supposed to be comfortable.
I know what I have to do.
Now, of course, there are periods when life is easy and there are periods when life is comfortable. But that is not the default state of the human condition. A person was put in this world to accomplish.
Dude.
Accomplishment only comes.
Dude, is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Go.
Sometimes we encounter resistance and we think, oh, that must mean we're doing something wrong. It's just the opposite.
Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no?
The greater difficulty, the greater challenge, then
Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Both of them.
Was created to work. So I'm sorry. About any odea or any odea.
That.
Was created to work. So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day,
No way.
or was he created ultimately?
Maybe haircut Obama sound like Canino.
When the pasuk says ultimately again that literally I saddled to his mouth, the Gemara says, that shows me that man was ultimately again created for verbal toil. Now, of course, what does verbal toil represent? It represents Torah. That a person was put in this world ultimately to any odea. So the Gemara says, but still, any odea, I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sicha. So again, I know that there's verbal toil. Does verbal toil mean schmoozing, or does verbal toil mean Torah?
Hit the shot. Dude, hit the shot.
Ultimately, again, when
that's a miss.
Will never leave your mouth. It teaches me that
verbal
toil that you do is verbal toil in Torah. And this is what Rabbi says. So ultimately, again, the entire body was.
Did you like that shot?
However,
yo, JC, if you're not talking to us, mute yourself, please.
So everybody has to work. Everybody has to work. Everybody has to put in effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be extended towards Torah.
Yo, JC, can you not hear me? Dog, I'm gonna mute you if you don't.
It's about putting in the effort, the willingness to work hard. But what it also tells us is Torah itself cannot be acquired in comfort. I remember that in Yeshiva, one of the most that I ever heard was Shkiach had gotten up. And he said, firebrand title personality.
Zoot, you know you're gonna lose. Zoot, you know you're gonna lose, son.
If you think that you are going to Torah with your Gemara in one hand, your coat in the other hand, and your
JC,
on your couch,
are you talking to us?
That sounds great. I'll take it.
Yeah, dog. If you're not talking with us, please mute yourself. You're more than welcome to be here, though. All right, well, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't know what the fuck that conversation was. I have no idea. All I know is that I'm about to beat Zoo, and everybody knows it.
The concept of, because that's the mechanism. It's not just that Torah is acquired through like learning. Okay, that you could acquire anything through learning. What makes Torah discipline?
That was garbage.
If I have to push myself, if it sounds uncomfortable, or it's a little bit, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara.
Dude, look at this shot.
Again, the pasuk says,
oh,
adultery.
that's your bitch.
Now, first of all, just in general,
dude, what'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son? Because it was sexy. Dog, what'd you think of that last shot? That shot, dog, you know that was amazing, don't you? You know that was amazing, don't you? Zoo, you know that was an... And I won by 10. Yo, everybody's waiting. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
He's missing his heart. He's missing his thought.
Oh, yes, you are, son.
He doesn't understand that those things that are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he wants. In fact, at the end of the day, it's just
my turn.
And
I'm about to have the greatest. Then it doesn't count.
Someone who learns Torah episodically. Not today I learn, tomorrow I don't learn. Next day I learn a little more, next a little less.
No.
He says that is like a manic. What is that about? So Rashi points out there something very interesting. Look at Rashi over here.
Baby, there's no way. Are you ready for this? Big dog. Ain't nothing difficult in this world.
So what happens? So the Gemara says that's so sometimes
Incorrect.
In their learning. The person is not consistent in their learning is like this. Sometimes
That's not a trick shot.
Just the fact that I'm learning every day.
That sucks. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. One of the worst shots in the history of humankind. Dog. Look at this move. No one knows, and no one cares. I'm ready for it, and everybody's gonna laugh at you because your shot sucks. Oh, dude, that was a sick scratch, dog. One of the sickest scratches in the history of humankind. Big dog. Yeah, baby.
So what Menashe used to do is he would put these psukim in the Torah, and these psukim at first glance seems totally irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lot?
Are you gonna go?
And Timnah was the concubine to Eliphaz.
Dog, do you know how much time you're taking? But just guard, you're wasting people's time with those kind of shots. Dog, that was one of the worst shots. Oh, what a shot, dog.
Oh, what a shot, dog.
Did you see that, son?
Did you see that, son?
Maybe he was hypnotized to do all that shit. Yeah, dog, you heard me.
So it says the Pascal came out and said you don't know what you're talking about. You're rebelling against your sister, as we're going to see in just a moment. Every pound meaning. You must have furthermore about a person like that.
Yeah. Why are you laughing, son? I've seen it with my own eyes. It's freaky shit. Maybe.
And the ropes of the wagon, what is it? Reins. And the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, Moshe, if you notice the pasuk, they're very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Aron Bechevle Hashav, holds sin with ropes of nothingness, right?
Just absolute
and then it begins to speak about
disgustingness.
Reins are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says,
what are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, everybody wants to know, what are you going to do?
The way it works with sin is that in the beginning, sin only holds on to me by like a spider's web.
Zoot, I'm going to be honest with you, that was one of the shots we've ever seen.
What a profound, like sometimes in the beginning.
Baby, did you know that was one of the sickest shots in the history of humankind? Dog,
I could easily break free.
Dog,
But after a while,
everybody's waiting on you.
making a conscious choice not to break free.
Incorrect.
Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there.
Yo, dog. Have you ever seen Pinky? Zoot, have you ever seen Pinky in the Brain?
Why does the Torah tell me about Timnah the daughter of Lotan.
Yeah, dog. Well, you're fucking pinky, and I'm the brain.
And once I get ready for this game, this is ridiculous. So the Gemara says,
Yeah, let's see your fucking shots. Pinky's the. Oh, fuck you, Zoot. That was amazing. Zoot, that was amazing. The ladder. Dog, that was amazing. Make this. Make this. Make this. Make this. Dude, that was fucking phenomenal. That was fucking phenomenal. What a way to fucking end it. That was fucking phenomenal, dog. That was fucking phenomenal. Absolutely fucking amazing. Dude, that was absolutely fucking amazing. Dog, one of the greatest endings to any game we've ever seen. Dude, do you hear me clapping? Do you hear me clapping? Do you recognize how fucking good that was? Zoot, do you recognize how fucking good that was? What's that, baby? What's that? I like how you say that you have more wins than I do, and I have 34 wins and you have 17 wins.
What a crazy story. So Timna wanted to go ahead and convert.
Dude, we play Go.
She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the
Like Go one.
just thinking, like, what is this? Which you might as well say is incredible.
And what happened? Are you ready to play Go, son?
Should have this thing, sir. I will say, the Chaim Shmulevitz has a Sifos Musa, a very beautiful piece about this.
Are you ready to play Go?
What is going on over here? So the Chaim Shmulevitz says something beautiful.
All right, big dog. As you wish.
They were right in not converting. It's possible that maybe they saw something. Obviously,
Dog, no one knows.
Let's look at, if she becomes the mother of Amalek, there's something broken there. It's clearly something broken there. So the others might have had a very legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone,
Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to quit sitting on your thumb and play? Or are you going to suck your own dick?
We have to do things to people that could be hurtful and difficult. If there's a way to do it to minimize the personalistic pain. And apparently what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding the others liable for how they dealt with it.
Dog, you're up. Dog, you're up.
For telling you no, not converting.
One of the worst shots, one of the worst things you've ever seen.
Incredible, you will say that. Sometimes, again, what has to happen is going to be difficult to people. But the way you deal with people in difficult situations, and the way you make them feel, and the way they walk away from the interaction, for that is what Kosh Baruch Hu judges us. Incredible. It's incredible. So now we'll say, so now why is it? So now the story of Reuben. Why is that something that Reuben was collecting flowers? Like what's the shot over there? So very simple. Where was Reuben collecting flowers from? Where was he collecting flowers from? From the field, from Hefker. So what's the whole point of the story? What's the point of the story? Then what's it? You're walking by someone's yard. You see a flower over there. Okay, it's just a flower. I just picked it. Reuben was makbid that if he was going to bring home flowers for his mother, where was it going to come from? Hefker. Why? Because tzaddikim are careful with the property of other people. He found flowers in the field. Okay, the type of flower. Maybe Amar Sigli, Rabbi Yonasan Amar Sigi, okay, different types of flowers. So we'll say, so it turns out that again, even the psukim that we say to ourselves, like, there's no deeper meaning in that, there's deeper meaning in everything. So the story of Timna, because again, she was rejected by the others, becomes the mother of Amalek. And here we see, sometimes you have to reject people, sometimes you have to say no, but how you do it, the manner which you interact is of key importance. Reuben, why is there something left in dime? Because what makes tzaddikim tzaddikim? It's not just not the Torah. It's not just the amount of Torah that they've earned. What makes tzaddikim is their interpersonal interactions as well. A tzaddik is careful not to hurt and not to harm the other.
Oh, I know whose turn it is, baby.
This is crazy.
You're up, dude.
Let's say a person learns Torah Lishma. What does he do? He makes shalom between the celestial sphere and the earthly sphere. They want to say, what's Torah Lishma? What's Torah Lishma? Torah Lishma, learning Torah at this time of the morning is Torah Lishma. Right, how do you
So,
know
did
that?
you watch
Because you're
the
too tired to have
Olympic
any
opening
other intentions
games?
for anything else. Right? It's not,
Opening
listen,
ceremonies?
Torah just means Torah for the sake of Torah. It's not Torah for covet. It's not Torah for money. It's not Torah for self-aggrandizement. It's not Torah for familiarity.
Dude, you're getting dominated, son.
Learning Torah is beautiful, and learning Torah offers me an avenue of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Dude, did you know you're getting dominated? I mean, is that my fault? Was it my job on this earth to teach you how to play Go?
Torah is the bridge. You ever wonder why?
No, that's incorrect.
You learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility. It's interesting. I personally feel a level of tranquility by Torah that I can't feel by anything.
Because I'm dominant.
Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from Shamayim, but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to me. So, which seems inherently contradictory, but that's the beauty of it. Torah bridges these two worlds. So a person learns Torah Lishma, literally they create the harmony between heaven and earth. And
Dude, you know I'm dominating you.
You feel that tranquility.
This is a dominant performance, son. This is a dominant performance, son.
When you learn Torah, it's as if you're building a palace of the Rebbe Shalom. And the Palestine that makes Mikra Shalom. Shinei Mar, La'asim Divrei Ifal B'Sayadi Kisisicha, Rita Shalom V'Yisod Aretz. Amrei Shlakish, Af Magin Al Kol Olam Kulo. When you learn Torah, you protect the entire world. Torah Mikra Umat.
Zoo.
The ability to protect.
This is a dominant performance.
Some level of protection for the world as a whole. Shinei Mar. Levi says, wow. When you learn Torah, you're bringing Geula just a little bit closer. Well, so we all want to know what we can do to bring Mashiach a little bit closer. We're learning all these Mashiach sugyas. All I want more than anything in life is Geula's Mashiach. So what could I do? So I learn. Every time I learn, every Mashiach is about it. It's not just learning. It's any spiritual activity. By definition, this is the Geula. Shnei Amar, the Lomar, Ritzion, Amiyat, Amr Shlakish. It's beautiful. If you teach the
Dude,
son
are you gonna
of
go?
your friend Torah, it's counted as if you've created him. You've created him. Shenei Amar, ve'es hanefesh asher asu b'charan by Avlavinu. Torah says,
dude, are you gonna go?
Made neshamas in Chara. How did you start the Torah? When you teach Torah, you are giving credit almost as if you birthed
Go.
an individual, which makes perfect sense. Because when I teach someone Torah, by definition, I'm giving them life. Torah's everything. So when I go ahead,
Dude, are you there?
Give them Torah. It's as if I birthed
Dude,
them.
go.
This is beautiful. Rabbi Elazar says that when
Dude, you're jerking yourself off live on a Discord call. All I want you to do is go.
Now, at first glance, that seems a little bit strange and even a little bit intense. Then what does that mean? I've created.
Go.
So let's say what Gemara is telling us. Sorry, Rashi says, "Ki'ilu asar lo osa divar mitzvah." Let's say in general, when a person engages in the act of
Go,
spirituality, what's important to understand is, I'm creating something new.
Fucking finally, dog.
So what I'm doing is, there's a spiritual energy that is being created that wasn't here before in this world. I do a mitzvah, I'm creating something new. I do a chesed, I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddishkeit, the beauty of Torah, chesed, everything.
Dude, this is an absolute ass kicking.
New spiritual energy in this world that did not exist beforehand. Has somebody been learning Sanhedrin, Sadik Decimal Base? Sure, but it wasn't me. Now that I'm doing it, I'm creating new spiritual.
Dude, did you know that I won?
When I create something, I'm creating it. It didn't exist before, and I'm creating it.
Are you ready to get your ass kicked again?
Rabbi says,
Dude.
This is beautiful. When you learn Torah,
Zoo.
okay,
why don't you read the rules?
Creating himself.
Why don't you read the rules? And read them aloud. I want to hear you read the rules aloud.
What's I think for many of us, right? If you had one wish in the world, what would it be? One wish. One wish. No, whatever. Think about this.
Zoo.
Right? One wish.
Read the rules. It says board. Go is a two-player game, usually played. Okay, did you see that where it says that, dog?
Not for a do-over, with all the knowledge that I have now, all the incredible mistakes that I made.
Doug, what are you doing?
Just a do-over. Wouldn't that be the? Can you imagine that? Army with all of the knowledge you have, the ability to start over again.
Sucking semen through a straw right now. Dog, come on.
Every single time I learn the Gemara says, I am really doing myself very
Opposing pieces. Now go to gameplay, son.
to remake myself. So that thing that we want more than anything.
It can be black. It's very kind of places. One place is done is not pieces that capture and remove the shine. Example of what's a stone around when it is not
Right?
very good direction to empty intersections. Any intersection adjacent to
but to go ahead and do something. And that's right. If you force someone and back them into a corner, to do something else, not allowed. Credit, so right? Like the force that person to do something, he gets credit for the society. Everything is all about making people feel comfortable. Like actually, no, that's changing.
No.
Everyone should feel comfortable. Who says that making people feel comfortable?
Keep going.
Of course, it's supposed to make people feel comfortable.
You don't know how to play shit. You don't know how to play shit.
Uncomfortable, so that themselves
Finish reading.
Accomplished, but they just feel so comfortable that they don't want to move. Right? So nice that the says it's okay. It's okay. This is a very important piece of parenting. It's okay to make your kids uncomfortable. As long as you get discomfort. By definition,
showing the second diagram flat next to
and if you do that, the force gets credit as if you did evolutionary life.
the clone of my catch all flat next to the shoulder of black catchers. The way it's on all the military grade catchers
That you most
singing
of
by
the emotional
word of my
Go to endgame, son.
Since Moshe told Aaron to do it, and Aaron did it because of the forcing of Moshe, therefore Moshe gets credit as if he did it. Incredible. Because also the works that remember again, these people don't have
Zoot,
these people. So the work must not be because and that is someone the man and using this will be great. Like to diminish the honor of the Chacham. And Rabbi Yochanan, someone who embarrasses his friends. This is never really ever thought about colors. Colors is always much more theological. Here, the describing it as
position of the board
friend very interesting. I that's called embarrassing the Talmud. I don't know about from the Torah keeper. This is saying that embarrassing the Talmud himself. That's not the Torah. Again, expounding the Torah in an inappropriate way. We're not sure if this that's what we're not sure if this is. We're not sure if this is saying. That's why it's only these nonsense like moving went to get to Dubai. Like Kim became the wife of Ali Christ.
Other rules. Go.
Others explain this differently. What's the Torah?
the comes around to
say what's good on the rabbis. What exactly do the rabbis do? Right? What do you do all day? Right? What is it exactly that you do for us? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. They don't themselves. They interpret all these things are just for themselves. General population. Only that guys, that's also inappropriate interpretation or expounding on the Torah. Doesn't quote the teaching in the name of his Rabbi.
Yo, how about you finish reading?
To begin to start again, you have to punish this person who does not exhibit the appropriate behavior towards his Rabbi. Possible character behavior from one's Rabbi. So first of all, understand as a non-Rabbi perspective, the word who was in the chain of thoughts about that. Like the company today, I could learn.
Are you ready to lose? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Zoo. Zoo read that like a fucking pro, baby. Yeah, because I fucking ensured that you read all the rules. But we're gonna play not on a big board, still small board. 100,000%. No one does, Zoo.
What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us.
All they know is that it's your fucking turn. How about you fucking go, dog? You know why it's called go? Because it's your fucking turn to go.
Come on, it's not like rabbis are figuring out.
Yeah, because you got the Comey, bitch.
They're just regurgitating information that you already.
You got 6.5 points to start off because I went first. How about you fucking go, dog?
When they would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to Rabbi.
Yeah, it was the worst move in the history of humankind. Next question.
When you find a reason to permit the treifa, I'm permitting for you a raven. In other words, so Rabbi was saying, it's not so clear that this animal is kosher, right? So that the sheep is kosher.
You're up, big dog.
I'm permitting for you a raven. Or when there would be a reason for an isser, look, I'm prohibiting to you a Yonah. So Rabbi said a little tongue in cheek. I will say, what's amazing about this story?
Big dog, it's your turn.
They disparaged the Rabbanim. But yeah, what? When they needed them, they showed up. I'll say it's such a profound, it's always easy. It's easy in leadership. This in general, this is very society. For whatever reason, you have an overwhelming relation with knocking people off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again, especially when it comes to, so it's easy to not, everybody can be knocked off a pedestal because everybody's a human being and everybody has their faults and deficiencies. Incredible. So
Oh yeah, do you?
They're speaking trash about the Rabbanim. But yeah, again, when they need Rabbi, when they have Shaiva, suddenly again they need it. Incredible. Mother's Biter. You understand?
Dude, you're doing terribly.
What's an example of an apikoris? Apikoris is an example of a person that says, those rabbis. Those rabbis. In other words, again, if you notice, by the way, the theme over here is that apikoris is someone who speaks disparagingly about Rabbanim, about the Chachamim. That Papa Ishtali, Ba'amar Kidon Hani Rabbanim. The Papa bunch of engagement, and he forgot for a moment, like the proper way to refer to the Rabbanim, and he said, those rabbis. And after he said it, he said, he fasted. He fasted because he felt what he did was
Maybe.
so
What do you want me to do about it?
Incredible. Maybe have a Kamataki Mapekos Sife de la Yuda. We're changing like
the thing is, you haven't scored yet.
In the yeshiva or in the house of Rabbi Yehuda. When they got to Megillas Esther, they said, "Hi, Megillas Esther lo by mitachas." Megillas Esther doesn't need a cover. Doesn't need a cover. Amalu, he had gotten nami nexi capicos like this without. The appearance of apicarsis, incredible. What's apicarsis? Holding your Rebbe by his name. That's apicarsis.
Dog, you just read the fucking instructions for like 10 hours, dog. Are you gonna go?
So therefore, I need to do so as apicarsis. That's Rabbi Yirmiyah, Kamid Rabbi Zerah, Yosef and Ka'amar. Kadosh Baruch Hu is beautiful. This is beautiful. Kadosh Baruch Hu lahotzi nachal nibshim. In the future,
look, you got a huge lead.
A river or a stream from the Kodesh Shakadoshim.
How the fuck did you get?
On the sides of the stream, all types of delicacies are going. Dude,
F this. Dog, F this, man.
From this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees.
Son, look at that fucking lead of yours. Gone. Because I'm sexy.
Because again, the waters emanate from the mikdash. Its fruit will be for consumption. And ultimately, its leaves will be for
again, because I'm sexy. Hey, scoreboard, big dog. Scoreboard, big dog.
In the future, a stream will come out from the Beis Hamikdash. He quoted this pasuk. There was an older gentleman who was sitting there as this was being said, and he said, "Shkoyach, Yashar." He said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, "Yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful."
How do you score?
By putting points on the board. How else do you think you score, son?
This appears like apicarsis. How is that? It's like the definition over here. So
Thanks for the free points.
But apparently, again, when a shkoyach is given to the gadol, it has the I guess
big dog.
The shkoyach for what you're giving the shkoyach for. But if Rabbi Yirmiyah says something and just some guy says shkoyach,
you're up, big man.
Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the shkoyach, right? That's not shkoyach.
Yeah, dog. Protest on being funny because you've been doing that your whole career. That is a fucking zinger, dog. Okay, well, that's kind of controversial, but I mean, do whatever makes you happy, baby.
What does water represent? In general, what does water represent? Water represents
Dude, you're not going to do that. What, are you going to go up there and just be like, hey, as opposed to trying to be funny, I'm going to come to the realization that you've all come to and not be funny?
But really, what water represents is this notion of how. Why does water represent how?
Dude,
They go into the water, they become tough.
Yeah, it's called.
Beautiful.
I was eating out my grandmother, and then I tasted horse cum. I figured that's how she died.
Sounds so great. The primordial substance of creation. One more time, the primordial substance of creation. So you're throwing the hand motions. You look very purposeful. So the mindset why? Rachel came as Shem's house, but ours I saw Savavo. Originally, all the earth was. So beautiful. When you immerse yourself in water, you are surrounding yourself.
So you know you haven't scored yet.
Substance of creation. So I go in tummy and I come out.
Yes, you did.
Only water that can affect Tara, because water is the initial. Water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself.
Dude, you're losing.
What is it?
Because you're just getting your ass handed to you.
What do you think about? What do you think about? Kodesh HaKadoshim is like top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, it's top of the mountain, top of paradise, right? That's like the peak of Kedusha.
That I am still winning.
So when you go past the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's nowhere, at least not in this world, but there is. There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha. Even if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's a stream that comes. What does a stream represent? Stream is Torah, stream is water. Stream is creation. Stream is recreation. Stream is building.
You think you're gonna munch a box?
Itself, there's places to go. There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing when it comes to.
Do you think there's any chance of it?
Even after you make it for the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So the Gemara is like that. Let's see a servant apikarsis.
There you go, big dog.
Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era.
Dude, come with your fucking black cat.
In the future, the Moshe is going to bring precious stones. There are 30 amos by 30 amos.
Dude, are you going to go?
What happens? The Moshe is going to go ahead. And he's going to.
Dude, look at the scoreboard, son.
Entrance ways of 10 amos by 12 amos by 10 amos, right? What happens? And these are going to be.
Dude, look at the scoreboard.
Is Santi. So
it doesn't usually work that way.
He chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous.
Because opening doesn't like pay that well.
So I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds or small eggs of birds.
Yeah, but people would rather make money. I mean, like a headliner might make, I don't know, $10,000 a night, and openers over there make like $500 a night. It's just not worth it. If people like you, they're eventually going to want you to do your own shows. I can tell you this, dude. Dude, how about I just tell you what's up? All right, so there's a guy named Tom Papa, and he's kind of made a career out of opening for Jerry Seinfeld. But he's also done his own shit.
Says the Malach and said, "Oh, these are the stones that Kodesh Baruch Hu is creating for the entrance into Yerushalayim." Which also is such a beautiful motif over and
all right.
over.
Are you trying to get in on that?
Let's be honest. How long would it take?
Word, dog. Dude, did you know that you lost again? All right. Well, it was fun whooping your ass, and I look forward to doing it in about 2 hours. Sound good? Excellent. You're like Olivia Dean? I mean, are you asking what I eat at box? This bitch better be hot as fuck, dog. Don't bring her into my world if she ain't hot.
So what happens? The kid comes back.
Oh, that's a bad sign. You're asking me would I eat this British singer's box? Yeah, she could get it so long as she's 18.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, then consider her box on the list of boxes that I'm gonna munch.
I'm a Loreka. So Yochanan says to him, tell me your empty one.
Peace, baby.
And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. I'll give it where one of discharges the words of Chazal. Yohev be'enev ba'asa gal shalatzamos. And Yochanan set his eyes upon him and he became a pile of bones. So we'll say, so again, first time we see the part, in general, when one talks about becoming a pile of bones, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just the person unfortunate who are going to find out their holiness? Just think about the stuff here. But let's see what if I'm Gemara. The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not belief. If you can see it, then it's not belief. The most beautiful, the hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately the most beautiful thing about Yiddishkeit is the ability to believe in things that you cannot see. But to believe that no less than the things you can actually see. So when he said, Yochanan says, there's no good place in believing that the Malachim are prepared for Mashiach if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Avodas Hashem. The entirety of Avodas Hashem is to believe all with my heart in the things that I cannot see, and to believe in them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. It's like the most all of us don't call this. So again, what's a lot of us remember, according to the take what you realize, and let the entry for the time of going to be 20 hours by 10 hours. Then when we pass the boy, because it was a really affected, all that. Now, silent amount is going to come for our ground. The exposition to Israel will be 200 on the side. That's the height of Abraham, according to the Mama Chazal, that Abraham was 100 amount high, 100 hours tall. So it's a lot of different ways. What do you do with that? I don't know the 100 amount tall. Also, so not happening on the side. I'm not sure what literally that guy's height. So I mean, look at all the height you know before it is. I could have a height on it. I didn't put it back. And also, when they started to realize that I've been tiny and figure anyway, I've done put on done with all of that potential. Anyway, but in the future, what does it mean? That the ancient countries have been twice the height. It's beautiful. What does it mean? That in the future, the ancient countries will be twice the height of Adam Rishon. It means that again, in the future, the potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So you might say that we go over. Kof Amat Neged the coast of $100. Shrei Marsha Baninu Kinetim Bigalu Bigorem. So I'll say, so which one is it? So I'm making a contradiction. We just said before that the entranceway is 20 amas by 10 amas. Now we're saying it's 200 amas. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no, keep coming. The cover the Zika. The Yochanan was talking about the windows. But I was going to say, in the entranceways, because you're going to be so tall, you want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amas. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller. So my Valeo the Trufa, going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, the person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like a fertility treatment. Same idea. The trufa mamish. So Rabbi Yochanan says mamish for medicinal purposes. Not a trufa. What does this mean? That ultimately, again, it will make the Talmidei Chachamim even more handsome, even more beautiful. That's incredible. Whoever blackens his face over words of Torah in this Torah, what does this mean, blacken my face? What it means is that these are statements of deprivation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so their complexion becomes like a little bit ashy. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, deprives himself a little bit more, in order to put his focus on Torah. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu matik zivav li'olam haba. Rothschild gives him a radiant countenance in the world to come. So literally again, a person literally translated who starves himself to Torah. What does that mean? That means that literally again, my whole focus is Torah to the point that I neglect or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says, so in other words, if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, Baruch Baruch will satiate me in the world to come. So let's say again, what's the theme over here? What we said before, to grow spiritually requires sacrifice. It does. We have to give up certain things, whatever those things may be. A lot of times, it's things in the material. And I will say, destroy every aspect of our Yiddishkeit. I will say, can you imagine? By the way, imagine for a moment if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Imagine, just imagine if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Just imagine for your lifestyle what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We'd be happy back here in a yacht, right, or something like that. Right? Imagine, right? Imagine what it would look like. Listen, and again, it's not just true for tuition. There's a lot of things in our Yiddishkeit that really cause us to sacrifice. What the Gemara is telling us is just understand, whatever sacrifice you make for your Yiddishkeit in this world, the Rebbeinu Shalom will give it back to you in the next. Just understand, right? So in other words, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I want to say, sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Rebbeinu Shalom in this world, He will give you back multifold in the world to come. It's incredible. The Gemara was writing. In the future, by us, in future, Baruch will give us bracha, a handful of bracha from Him. Shneimar, Baruch Hashem, Yom Yom, Ya'amos Lanu, Hakel Yeshua Seinu Salam, Rabbi, Kefer Shalom Akein, Baruch for Kisis, Baruch Vanemar, Mi Madad B'Shalom Mayim, Mayim B'Shamayim B'Zeres Tavim. So the Gemara says, Baruch Hu gives us a handful. The Rosh Hashem's handful is massive. So how could it be that the Rosh Hashem is going to give me a handful? I can't contain his handful. My Tamar Shchichas Bagarata. Talking about, right, why did you not show up for Shir? In Shir, we're learning about Agarata. We said it's some Shmei Rabba. In the future, the Rosh Hashem will give every single tzaddik 310 worlds. Shneimar, Lahanchil Arbe Yesh. Votes were saying Amalei. Yesh Bigimatria plus Me'abasar Habits. We'll say whatever this means. Shmuel will give us 310 worlds. Once again, what it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of deprivation. I will say, by the way, all of us are tzaddikim. And we all know that to grow in Torah, to grow to be Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice. And we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya Rabbi over Rabbi says, the midah sha'ata moded in low. The way in which you act, who acts towards you. Midah kineged midah. Sa'ah b'shalachat treidana. Good. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, b'chi'ev shalom akein. Is that possible? But the Gemara says, Adam not sing lo omso lo ani ba'olam hazeh. Not sing lo omso lo olam haba. So let's say, could it be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world to come back? See it? Shemayim is our talking. The handful of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. So in other words, if you say Mida Keneged Mida, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give only a handful in this world, I get back so much more from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Ezu Mida Meruba, Mida Tova Mida, Ezu Mida Meruba, Mida Tova Meruba, or Mida Paranos. So as I say again, remember, even though we say Mida Keneged Mida, right, that there's reciprocity. At the end of the day, for what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad? Amud Beis, you will say, Amud Beis, having a flying. Having Omer, Mida Tova Meruba Midas Paranos. So let's say we know the answer to this. That Mida Tova always eclipses Midas Paranos. In other words, there's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity for bad, in other words, if I do bad, if it's whatever, you're going to visit bad upon me. That's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I do good things, the reciprocity for that is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "L'midas tova ksiv v'yitzav shchakim imal v'daltei shamayim pesach v'yamtir aleim man lechol u'b'midah from Bnei Parsu Omer We have promised to say the bigger is of time. So the Gemara says, you see over here that the Midah Tova is even greater than Midah Ra. Speaking, the Gemara says, promised to say, we'll figure out Nashma Poshim. He both told Asam Lo Samos, the Asham Lo Sifda. Vayu Diron, Lechol Basar. I am Rosavalo, Atsamos, and he's talking about over here in Los Mashiach. We're ultimately again after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see, and there's going to be a valley of corpses where all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog will be part of it. The person sticks his finger in fire in this world, he's burned immediately. This is beautiful. In the same way that the Ribono Shel Olam gives the koach for a shayim to receive their punishment, He gives koach to the tzaddikim to receive their reward. But I will say that the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the system of midah kineged midah, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for bad. In other words, there's going to be a punishment for those averos. So I'll say that's the way it works. So whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong is going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I can erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for tova, for good, I will say, there's not just simple, like, direct reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Rothschild gives me schad, gives me a reward, and the reward I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far out the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. Let's go ahead. Rabbi Kiva Omer, I've regarded the Sram Echisonim. So Rabbi Kiva says, even someone who reads Sram Echisonim is called Sram Echisonim. Tana the Sifri, Tana the Sifri Tzadikim. It refers to the books of Tzadikim. Remember again, who are the Tzadikim? Tzadikim were people who do not believe in Torah about that. Rabbi Yosef Amar Sefer Ben Sira Nami Asur Mikre. And Rabbi Yosef says it applies also to the book of Ben Sira. As we're going to see, the book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sira. So the Gemara suggests something that's also called. So the Gemara, I'm going to buy my timer. Now, what's the reason about the book of Ben Sira? Right? What is it that it has in there that's so bad? So maybe it means, because it says, do not skin a fish, right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, Rashi on the right hand side, don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Let's stop over for today. I'm going to do a little bit of a fancy cliffhanger. I will say, by the way, we did excellent. Shkoyach. So we did a block. We did a long block. Right? But we did. Let's say that's Hashem, but incredible. Shkoyach, everyone. We'll continue to pick up and see you tomorrow night. All right, everyone, you have a great day, everyone. But Jerry, you're that stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadosh, and that's Hashem. It's all right, everyone, say good morning. Let us begin. Our sponsors for this morning.
Bunny time, son.
Bunny time, son. For the year of Tafshin. Hey. He tells the Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael.
Is it?
This year. And the Zuchus from Sarah sponsors for the month of Adar. Haba Alinu Latova. Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan. Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, from the Bracha. We hope they have the merit. Our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamas Hadar Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah shnev and to Kol Cholei Yisrael. We want to bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Well, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, but I really like a lot to do today. Baruch is 100, and we are beginning on the days 99, and we left off. We left off 4 lines down from the top. 4 lines down from the top. But let's instead look at it as 81 lines up from the bottom. You know, that's so let's be positive. Let's be positive about this. We got this. It says the Gemara as follows. It's a beautiful Gemara. And again, welcome to special welcome to Rabbi Tobias. who is one of our online listeners, Baruch Hashem from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem. He didn't drive in this morning, but Baruch Hashem, he was friend. About welcome, Yosef Portrait. Just so you'll see a second ago. Yosef in the back. Not turning around, avoiding eye contact with me. Welcome to Yosef Portrait. It's supposed to have you in this show. So with that, let us begin. So Amar Rabbi says as follows. Five examples. This is beautiful. Man was created, all of man was created to work. Man was created to work. I'm trying to point out, you see this theme over and over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake you make in life is expectation that life is supposed to be comfortable and easy. Now, of course, when life is easy and everything life is comfortable, but that's not the default state of the human condition. A person accomplishment only comes when there is resistance, when there is work. Sometimes we encounter resistance and we think, oh, that must mean we're doing something wrong. Okay, it's just the opposite. Sometimes the greater the resistance, the greater the difficulty, the greater the challenge, that means that I'm usually on the cusp of something great. I'm only one. So then let's create it to work. You need that so? So sorry. About any Odea or any Odea. In Lamo Nivra, in Lamo Nivra. So this is very interesting. But again, okay, so man is created to work. So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day, he was created to schmooze. How about that? There's schmooze. Or was he created ultimately again to work? Gemara says. Yeshua Omer, the Akaf, I love you. When the Pasuk says ultimately again, that literally I sat on his mouth, the Gemara says, Omer, La'amal Penivra. That shows me that man was ultimately against created for verbal trial. Now, of course, what does verbal trial represent? It represents Torah. It represents Torah. That a person was put in this world ultimately to toil in Torah. But I died in the Odea. But still, in the Odea, I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sifa. So again, I know that this verbal toil, does verbal toil mean schmoozing, or does verbal toil mean Torah? Omer, Lo Yomosh Sikha Torah Zematicha, and the Omer La Amel Torah Yivra. Ultimately, again, when it says this say the Torah will never leave your mouth, it teaches me that the verbal toil that I'm obligated to do is verbal toil in Torah. And the Amar Rava, and this is what Rabbi says, Draftaki, or Draftaki. So ultimately, again, the entire body was committed to toil. However, told the Gizofi, the Havi, Draftaki, the Araisa. Praiseworthy is the person whose toil ultimately is the work. Everybody has to work. Effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be expended. And then there's certain lessons to be gleaned over here. So of course, again, there's a lesson that life is about it's about the effort. It's about putting in the effort. So even if it's work hard, it is very important. Torah itself, I remember that in Yeshiva, one of the most most reason that I ever heard is Rabbi got up, and he said that it was a piece of fire brand and he said if you think that you're going to if you think you find greatness in Torah with your Gemara in one hand, your other hand, and your feet up on the couch. Like, that sounds great. That sounds great. I'll take that. He says, if you think you're going to find greatness in Torah, you are wrong. You are dead wrong. He says, you can acquire knowledge that way. It's acquire knowledge, comfortable, soda, and you feet up. Of course, you can acquire knowledge. You can't acquire Torah. Torah is acquired. Torah is acquired through struggle. Torah is acquired through effort. Torah is even acquired through a little bit of discomfort. That's what it means to work. I have to push myself. That concept of, because that's the mechanism. It's not just that Torah is acquired through like learning. Okay, you could acquire anything through learning, through any other discipline. It's the struggle piece. If I have to push myself to get it, if I have to push myself because I'm uncomfortable, or it's a little bit difficult, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. So literally, again, the pasuk says, "A man who commits adultery, v'noyet isha, is missing heart." Now, first of all, just in general, the book is pretty overwhelming. That here is Shora the Mishnah, which is immoral conduct. That's the problem. So listen, we often think person commits adultery, a person goes and engages in any immorality. So what is that? It's about taiva. It's about taiva. Obviously, a person can't keep their desires of taiva. It's chasar lev. It's chasar lev. I'm missing passion. I'm missing commitment. Everyone, we all have inside of ourselves, and we go through it trying to fill it. The shadow is what. So it's easy to fill it with things that make you feel good. So someone who engages in immorality, it's not just desires and lust. It's really, he's missing his heart, he's missing his thoughts, his emotions. He doesn't understand that those things that he's feeling are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he. It's just going to make him feel more empty. You know, what does this refer to? It's incredible. This refers to someone who learns Torah episodically. Tomorrow I don't learn, the next day I'll learn a little more, next a little bit less. Distant from your Torah study, the Rothschild says that is like a man who commits adultery. So Rashi points out something very interesting. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, let me throw the plug in. So a person, what happens? Sometimes he's with this woman, sometimes he's with that woman, sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. So that's sometimes a person who goes ahead as assistant in their learning. So a person is not consistent like this guy. Sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with yours. It's not the fact that I'm learning every day. I'm learning every day. Who would expound, he would teach just nonsensical drushes in time. Amar, if he Moshe lifted out of the Achas Lotam Timna, the Timna, Isa, Pilagesh, we make Eating, Ayinsa, Vidra, and Basada. So, as Rashi used to do, he would put these psukim in the Torah. And these psuk first glance seem really irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lotan was Timna, and Timna was the concubine to Eliphaz? Eliphaz was, who cares? Who cares? Like, what does it matter to us? Or that Reuben went out into the field and let it keep going? Who cares? So Menashe would say it's clear that the Torah either is not authentic, the Torah maybe not is all, maybe it's not all from God, because after all you have all of these psukim in there that don't seem to make any type of logical sense, and don't really seem to matter all that. So the Gemara says as follows: Not Sabas Chava Amalo. Sabas Chava said, Tasha Bahiva Tidaber. Even as he's the Harashki, Thomas Rios Aya Kamocha, Ba'echa, Alama first with Kabbalah, high marks of it. So it's like the pastor came out and said, you don't know what you're talking about. You're rebelling against your brother, rebelling against your sister, as we're going to see in just a moment. Every pastor in Torah has found me. Remember, furthermore, Allah the first Kabbalah about the first expression of this year said, so this is actually very profound. Woe to those who pull sin with the ropes of nothingness, and like literally again rope. Yeah, Avos also use like ropes. Yeah, like and ropes of the wagon. What is it? Reins. And the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, if you notice the pasuk, very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Adam Bechevli Hashem. Pulls sin with ropes of nothingness. Like a feather was like a rope. And then it begins to speak about rains. Rains are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? Wow. So listen to this. You know the way it works with sin? Is that in the beginning, sin only goes on spider's web. Like just like a rope of spider, a thin rope of a spider's web. But at the end, it goes on to me with the rope, with the reins of a web. So I say, what a profound Gemara. Like something again, when in the beginning, when there's Yitzhahara has a very, and its hold is only like a spider's web. I can easily break free. I was choosing not to break free. I'm making a conscious choice not to sin holds onto me with the thickest of rays. Incredible. So the Gemara goes by there. I said, the Gemara is rebuking Menashe ben Chizkiah. But Lamaisa, what is the purpose of these psukim? Right? In other words, why does the Torah tell me about Timnah, the daughter of Lotan, becomes the concubine of Eliphaz? Like, who cares? And I was like, yes, who cares? So the Timnah was a princess. She was a princess. It said Aluf Lotan, Aluf Timnah. Aluf Mafus Sabalotaka. The word Aluf means essentially a king without a crown. In other words, a kingdom, like a little, like not quite. It's also monarchy. So Timnah was monarchy. So what happened? She wanted to convert. Timnah wanted to convert. Bossa is Mitzvah Yaakov Avram Mitzvah Yaakov would not accept her as a Dioras. She became a Belegash of Eliphaz, the son of Esau. Amra, she said to herself, it is better to be a maidservant to Israel than it is to be a princess for another nation. Amalek decided to Israel. Who was her son? The most famous son. The most famous son of Timnah was Amalek. Amalek is the grandson of Esau, the son of Eliphaz and Timnah. So the Gemara says, Israel. Amalek again gives us problems to this very day. The Gemara says, by the way, my time is like, what is this? What a crazy story. So Timnah wanted to go ahead and convert. Avram Yaakov said essentially no. She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the fact that she produces like what is this?
Yo, what up? Trey's way. Long time no speak. What's good, son?
A very beautiful piece about this. And he highlights this idea like, what is going on?
Oh, slanging dick like it's going out of style. I have a question for you, though. A very serious question. Has your absence been due to the fact that you've gotten your ass kicked so badly in pool, or can you please provide an explanation?
Legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone, there's a way to say no to someone.
Okay, I'll take even. Are you ready to lose?
Sometimes we have to say things to people that they don't want to hear. We have to do things to people that could be hurtful and difficult. There's a way.
Oh, lay up. Okay. Like when?
Apparently, what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding me almost liable for how they felt.
Baby, I'm up all night. I'm gonna pull an all-nighter just to whoop your ass.
Incredible. Sometimes again, what has to happen is
7 hours? You need me to wait 7 hours to beat your ass when I could beat your ass good and ready right now?
That is incredible.
Doug, how about you just play right now? Plan your fucking life around playing pool, and you just do the needful right now.
Where was Ruben collecting flowers from?
Doug, 6:41. There's never been a better time in the entire world than 6:41 to be able to play pool.
You see a flower over there.
Barry, how have you been, girl?
Ruben was not going to bring home flowers for his mother. Where was it?
GM,
Why?
how are your doggies? Excellent. All right, back to my man. Excellent, as always, absolutely. Back to my man Traceway. So Traceway, how about you just lose right now? Get it out of the way, and then you can recover for the next 4 months or whatever the fuck it's been since I've last whooped your ass. Baby. Look, I'm just going to summarize this as best I can, all right? Concisely, efficiently. Let's play right now, not in 7 hours. How about that? Opportunity to get your ass kicked sooner rather than later. No, you need me to get out my calendar to play you. I'm ready to play right now, anytime, anywhere. You're over here like, hey, when the moon and the stars align. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. Come on. 7 hours, I could be asleep. I could be in the middle of beating somebody else's ass. Right now, I'd be to take you to the woodshed. And let's be honest, it's your time, 6:41. There's never been a better time in the entire world than right now to get your ass kicked. I mean, I'm positive of it. So, right now, you accept it, and then you get thrashed.
And learning Torah offers me an avenue. When I learn Torah, the Shema,
no one does. It's part of how the cookie crumbles. All right, next question. Are you ready, big dog?
You ever wonder why it is that when you learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility?
All right, what's your favorite sport and why?
Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from
Shamayim, winter sport,
but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to me. Which seems inherently contradictory.
Okay, those work. Why isn't there a spring and or a winter spring Olympics?
We feel that harmony. We feel that equilibrium.
Why isn't there a spring and or a fall Olympics? I'll wait. I think they should have one. I think we should start it. And the first sport that we could add to the lineup is pool. They play pool in the Summer Olympics. Okay. Oh, they used to. They should start that back up.
Torah has the ability to protect. Where I learned Torah,
that's a baller. Now we're going to have to learn all of the history of pool in the Olympics. So thank you, Barry.
Wow.
Pool, Olympics. Let's see. I bet it's going to give us swimming. No, we want billiards.
So what can I do? So I learn every time I learn, I bring Mashiach as well. It's not just learning; it's any spiritual mission. The Lomar, the Sion, Amiyat.
Okay, here we go.
It's beautiful. If you teach the son of your
has it ever been? They're saying
it's counted as if he's created him.
Has billiards ever been in the Olympics? They've had billiards on television. Billiards has not been included as a full medal sport in the Olympic Games. Cue sports, including pool, snooker, and carom billiards, are recognized by the International Olympic Committee as an international sport since 1998 through the World Confederation of Billiard Sports. They have not been added to the official Olympic program. I've seen it on TV. Oh, for sure. Absolutely, I'm sure. I mean, you remember it, and you were a child, so it definitely made an impact on your life.
Rashi says,
I can. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a sport. But I'm with you, Barry. I think that I don't know your personal opinions, but I think that billiards should be an Olympic sport. If you have ping pong,
I'm creating something new. I do a chesed. I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddish
is that a do you know what the most wild sport that has ever been a sport though in the Olympics was?
But it wasn't me. Now that I'm creating new spiritual
No,
energy
I'm talking about painting.
When I create something,
Painting
I'm creating
in the early
painting
days of the
since
Olympics
before,
was a
and I created
sport.
Incredible. So the Gemara says,
Painting.
We're
We're gonna learn all about it. Yo, dog, please tell me about painting as an Olympic.
When you learn Torah, get ready for this.
Back when art used to be an Olympic sport. So from 1912 to 1948, part of the Olympic art competitions that celebrated artistic expression inspired by the sport requirements, all paintings had to be original and directly inspired by athletic themes, such as depicting sports events, athletics in action, or the spirit of competition. Gold, silver, and bronze medals in each category, including painting alongside athletic events.
Right, what I wouldn't give like for a do-over.
I think that's bother. It was discontinued in 1948 due to concerns over amateurism and inconsistent judging. That would be a hard one. The International Olympic Committee cited a lack of objective criteria and declining artists. However, the spirit lives on through the Cultural Olympiad, a non-competitive exhibition program held during the Games, including the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I am recreating myself with the very
all right.
fabric of creation.
So that's a little bit of Olympics history. And we learned that Tradesway likes bobsledding and downhill skiing. Barry, what kind of sports do you like in the Winter Olympics?
When I learned, I literally had the ability and opportunity to remake myself.
Very
fresh start.
I've always
Available to us.
I was a kid that loved the figure skating.
Incredible.
That's big time. I like it too.
I'll take you also.
I always like
if you force your friend,
all right, I'm going to name a sport and you tell me if you like it or not. The biathlon. Go.
Right? There are plenty of ways to force people to do this. Don't feel bad about it.
Excellent question. I'm going to clarify. It's very interesting. It's where you cross-country ski, and then you get a gun, and you shoot a target.
And guess what? If you force someone and back them into a corner to do something, you get credit. The forcer.
Oh, I agree. But isn't it strange that they like have a sport where you get a gun and you shoot a target while skiing? It's like two random things that they put together.
Everything is all about making people feel comfortable.
Yeah, it was about like alpine snipers, essentially. All right, next question. What are your thoughts on? Is it called skeleton?
Is making people feel uncomfortable.
We'll look it up.
So that they're able
We'll
to
look
go
it up.
ahead and push themselves
Yo, dog, isn't there something called skeleton in the Winter
They
Olympics?
just feel so comfortable they don't want to move. Right? So nicely, the says it's okay.
It's something
It's
like
okay.
that.
You guys this is
Yes,
a very
skeleton
important
is
sort of
the
parenting
name of it.
also.
Yes,
It's
skeleton
okay
is a
to
high-speed
make kids
winter
uncomfortable.
Olympic sport where athletes race head first and face down on a small sled down an icy track. They can go. Okay. Excellent. Here's my perhaps my favorite is what I'm about to ask. What are your thoughts on speed skating? Oh, it's baller. It's absolutely baller. Yeah. Wait, and oh yeah, absolutely, Barry. I'm all focused on everything social media, so you got me pegged. Yeah, so like, which didn't really make sense to me why everyone didn't chase after her. They just let her go, and then she just was able to sit back and coach. Yeah, that's an interesting.
Someone embarrasses his friend or degrades his friend. I think this is fascinating. It's never going to be able to I think Rothschild is much more like theological. Someone who either
it really brings into like I did not think that air resistance would have that much of an impact, but it does. They have to like stay in the pack or whatever. Yeah, I did see that. My favorite Olympic event. Okay, so there used to be this guy called Apollo Anton Ono, who was like the big speed skater of like the early 2000s, and he was in a race versus like all these people from like cold places, and they all were in the biggest speed skating event, like the final gold medal match, and one of them slipped and took out everybody in front, and the winner ended up being from Australia, and it turned out to be Australia's first gold medal, maybe even any medal in any Olympics, and all the guy had to do was just not fall down, and he ended up becoming not just a gold medal, but he became like a reality television star in Australia. He's been on like like Australian Survivor and all kinds of other things, and literally all he had to do was just not fall, and all the people in front of him got taken out. I find that to be interesting. Oh, yes. Pardon me. You are 1,000% right. Absolutely. That's an excellent clarification. For those of you keeping track at home, Barry's absolutely correct on that one. Yes, in the Winter Olympics, I should have absolutely been clear. All right, so who do you think is going to win as a country? That's okay. So I think Norway has a good chance because they like always they're tough. Canada, United States, those are the big ones.
What do you do all day, right?
Can you name a single person, anybody, one person who's competing in the Winter Olympics?
Honestly,
I can't see that. Right.
But they learn for
I
themselves.
don't right now, just all the American athletes now. It's untraditional
I'm with you, Barry. It has not, like, even I, as someone who like talks about the Winter Olympics a lot, I still can't name one single person competing. And when I was younger, I feel like they would, like NBC and the Olympics and like USA Sports would always focus on maybe one or two different Olympians to be like, hey, be on the lookout for this person. Like in ice skating, there was like Tara Lipinski, and before then there was Christina Yamaguchi, and there was Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding, and there was Apollo Anton Ono. Like I could at least name some people like that. I forget what her name is as a downhill skier, but like there would be, or Shaun White in snowboarding. There is absolutely no one like that I can think of now, and I don't know if we're just not as good as we used to be, so they don't focus on something, or I don't know. But there is just, I can't name a single one. I have yet to meet somebody in here, and I've been talking about the Olympics for a little bit now. Who can name a single person? How about Traceway? Can you name a single person who has competed, who's about to compete in the Winter Olympics? All right, who's that?
Even without it, I could learn. It doesn't like the Rabbi was my link in the chain.
There you go. So at least.
You know what? I can't actually name them because I remember hearing about it. I just had to Google what Rothschild.
I can't actually name them because you must rather honey So what's the example about the Koreans? It's like the people of the house of the Yemen
just rolled off the tongue.
What do they do to the doctor? How do the rabbis benefit us? Like, right? What do they do that's actually beneficial? After all, top of cup, let's say 100. Grandma, go Charlotte or Vavalo Asrullah. It's not like they ever did anything special, right? What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us what we already know. It's not like the rabbis figured out a way to permit the raven or to prohibit the dove.
Okay.
In other words, what they were saying is like, come on, it's not like the rabbis are figuring out anything new or doing anything all that
something
different, right?
happened
They're
when
just
she was
regurgitating
happy.
information that we already know. So there was an incredible Rabbi, Kavamaisi tripped at the Binyamin. So when in the household of Binyamin was that when they would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to Rabbi. Listen to this. When he would find a reason to permit the treifa, look, I'm permitting for you a raven. In other words, so Rabbi was saying, it's not so clear that this animal is kosher, right? It's so clear that the sheep is kosher. So look, I'm permitting for you a raven. Or or when there would be a reason for an isser, look, I'm prohibiting to you a yoda.
Yeah. Wait.
The doctor's household,
Hold on. The one in David Tiger Woods.
When they needed them, they showed up. They showed up.
Yeah, this is a bunch.
It's always easy.
What is that girl's name? That's who I was thinking too. Yo, dog, who's that Olympic skier who dated Tiger Woods?
People off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again,
Lindsey Vonn.
So it's easy to everybody can be knocked off a pedestal. Everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies. But incredible also. Baby and say, they're speaking trash about the Rabbanim.
Is Lindsey Vonn competing in the 2026 Olympics?
Incredible.
I thought she was coming back.
The says as follows.
She is. A completely ruptured ACL in her left knee just a week before the games began. Oh, are you serious? That's like a career-ending injury. She confirmed her intention to race at a press conference on February 3rd, 2027, and successfully completed. Oh, I imagine so. She's 40. So that's old for an Olympian, big time.
Because he thought what he did was so.
But she's like the most famous female skier ever. I mean, I can't name many of them. There's Peekaboo Street and Summer Sanders. Summer Sanders, and I just knew her really because she did NBA and stuff. Aside from that, I can't really name any. You know, I didn't even think of American hockey players. And I can't even name that many people in the NHL that I could say like names if I hear their names, but I don't really follow the NHL that much. So
holding your Rabbi by his name.
Even, I don't know, like the NHL used to have bigger name people. They'd have like Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux, and I feel like they're just not, they don't have like a single really good guy. Like, oh yeah, that guy's fighting. So, yeah, trying to think of any other sport. I can't name a figure skater, either male or female. You know what sport I really love to watch? It might be my favorite sport is curling. I love. Yeah. I love curling. Surprisingly, it's on TV more often than you think. Did you know though that they're only like entire North America or maybe the world, like fewer than 1,000 curlers? Like, I bet you've never met someone who's curled.
All types of beautiful trees, fruit trees.
Same here. Like, it's like you have to. It's almost nepotistic. Like your parents are good at curling, and they get married, and then they have a child into curling. But it's like I've never met a curler in the United States. Grew up in like I don't know, like Seattle, like city, or someplace that's like really into winter sport, like LA. People play all kinds of sports. Curling is not really one of them. And I think though that it's if there's money involved and maybe being a professional curler doesn't pay that well, but I don't know. I find that sport to be amazing. It's just like how precise everybody gets, and
disappears like apicorsis.
I feel like I could do it. That's another thing too. I feel like I could be an okay.
I don't know.
It's almost like on ice. Like of any of the sports, curling, I feel like I could do. I could even be someone with the broom people. I feel like I could do that. I personally think that I could be a very good curler. So maybe someday, maybe I've got a professional chance at being a curler. Of any of the sports in the winter, which one do you think you could compete in, Barry?
What would be wrong with that?
Oh, but you could do curling, slide, and let go of a rock. All right, but I mean, you know, even a broken touch, you could maybe do something. I mean, have you ever bowled?
So again, I want to point out something amazing.
What is water?
Okay.
Water
All right.
represents Tara. Right?
All right, so you don't think you could do anything? Can you ice skate at all?
Right? Again, it represents Torah, represents light, it represents creation. The Torah represents is
Same.
Tara. Why does water represent Tara? Person's
I
Tara,
on the ground.
water.
Like,
Tara. Why does water
And
do that?
when I was a kid, they didn't like. They have these like walls now for people to learn how to skate. I've seen it like ice rink, but at ice rink. But when I was a kid, they did not have that, and so you just ended up on your butt. If you'd be all bruised up. Very easy to break a wrist. Can be pretty dangerous. All right, I'm trying to think of another I could do. You know the one that I think I would probably. I guess it's the one. Is it the loop? Not the loop. The one where. Let me look it up. Where the people are flying through the air. It is absolutely. Yo, what's the one sport where it's like skiing, but then you fly in the air, like, and it can. Yeah, it's something. Ski flying.
That's like the peak of Kiddusha. If somebody were to ask,
is that an Olympic
so where do you go past the Kodesh Kodashim?
Hold on.
There's nowhere, at least not in this world. But
is ski flying an Olympic sport?
There's no such thing as reaching of Kiddusha.
Ski flying is the sport you're describing. It's an extreme form of ski jumping. It is not an Olympic sport. Okay. Yo, what's the sport that's like ski flying, but it's in the Olympics?
There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to
I guess it's ski jumping.
Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So
that to me,
let's see a Serba apicorsis.
I think I would die doing it. I really do. Like, you're flying at like 85 miles an hour, and
in the future,
I don't know. I just don't think I would do very well at it. Yeah. All right.
In the future, Moshe is going to bring precious stones.
Traceway. I have several questions for you that have added up over the course of our time together. Right? Ready for the first question?
Going to go ahead, and he's going to move out these stones into entranceways of 10
Traceway, are you there? Are you
you
just studying Olympic wrestlers?
And these are going to be the entranceway to Yerushalayim.
Who wouldn't be? All right, first question. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? It's now 7:01 in the morning for you. That's plenty of time for you to be able to recover, to be able to work your thumb on, and frankly, to just get dominated. I'm ready to dominate. Traceway, in my soul, I'm just ready, willing, and able to dominate you. Are you ready?
30 amas by 30 amas. That's big stones on the side. It's very big stones. That's like 45 feet by 45 feet. Like what you can find stones that are that big? So you can't even find small stones like this. Okay.
All right. Well, can you at least give me a countdown until you're ready to play? Didn't you say I have to wait like 7 hours or something, which is just like outrageously long? Nobody plans that far ahead.
What happened?
I'm about to hear because I'm about being a champion today, not in 7 hours.
So who is this for? Who's this for? Says the Malachim said, "Oh, these are."
Oh, you're gonna sort me out? Is that what it's called?
For the entrance way to Yerushalayim. Which I will say, by the way, is such.
You know that I've been playing different versions of pool. And 9-ball, gotten pretty good at 9-ball, gotten pretty good at trick shots. So I mean, in the time that we've been together, I've just been able to just dominating computers, dominating opponents around the world, dominating people in private games. You should know that for as good as I was, I'm even better now. And I can't wait for you to see the improvement that I've made. Are you ready?
But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, Malachim are working to Yerushalayim.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I'm ready. You don't see me shaking, though. I'm very calm, cool.
So again, the Talmud comes back exactly this medrash.
Baby, I'm going to be asleep. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I'm going to be rested, and I'm going to be in the mood to dominate you, but in my sleep. All I know is that I'm ready to play right now. You're here. I don't know why you wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, I guess I can make an exception to get my ass kicked at 7:08 in the morning, Great Britain time.
Where one who disparages the words of Chazal.
Okay, do I have to sing it or can I just say it?
Set his eyes upon it and he became a pile of bones. So we'll say, so again, first of all, we've seen before.
Absolutely. Okay, there was once a person named Trey who sucked absolute donkey dick at pool. Hey, wait, you wanted a story? Wait, you wanted a story? So I'm giving you a story, baby. Trey had the dream of one day being able to beat Rabbi at pool, which everyone knows was laughable. Everyone. Barry knew it was laughable. Brandon knew it was laughable. Miss Aquarius knew it was laughable. Rabbi's other account knew it was laughable. Everybody. Jayski knew it was laughable. Everybody knew it was laughable. And Trey's Way had the idea that instead of playing pool at a normal time, that they would play it in 7 hours. No, you want me to play at 6 a.m., and that's just not going to happen, okay? I got better stuff to do at 6 a.m. Dog. I'm just going to be honest with you. This is prime time pool playing opportunity, okay? There's never been a better time in the history of humankind than to play pool like now. Dude, you know what? As I was talking about this, I was thinking, if pool was made into an Olympic sport, what makes it have to be a summer sport? Why couldn't it be a winter sport? Trace, I want your answer to that quandary.
What Adam could have done with all of that potential. But in the future, what does it mean that the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height? That's beautiful.
I don't know either. And why couldn't it be a fall sport or a spring sport?
The potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Kof Ama Kineged Heichal B'Kosla, 100 Amos.
All right, you go for it, baby. I like this one. I find it somewhat orgasmic. It's an amazing feeling.
20 Amos by 10 Amos. Now we're saying it's 200 Amos. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no. Kikam Rabbi Yochanan, the Kavod Beizeka. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. There was also in the entranceways, because they're going to be so tall, you want air circulation.
Did you sneeze?
The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height.
Oh, you're never going to be able to sneeze now.
But the gates themselves will actually be.
We sabotaged your sneeze.
All
right, so back to our story. So, as we were saying, Trey's Way had to sneeze, but was unable to for whatever unknown reason. And Rabbi was doing their best to motivate Trey's Way to play pool at 7:11 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, or whenever the fuck he follows. So, with that being said, everybody on Earth was like, "Hey, Rabbi, when are you going to play Trey's Way?" And Rabbi was like, "Anytime, anywhere, just not in 7 hours, like right now." And so then all of the people of the world asked Trey's Way, are you ready to play billiards? And Trey's Way said, "We don't call it billiards here, we call it snooker." And everybody laughed at that, not knowing that Trey's Way was serious, because no one would call it snooker because that name sucks. They'd call it pool because it's short and sweet and easy to spell. They might even call it billiards if they're being fancy. But no one, absolutely no one on this globe would call it snooker. So they asked Trey's Way snooker. And Trey's Way responded, "That's the sport that Rabbi always kicks my ass at." And everybody was like, "Oh, we know what you're talking about. That's cool." And Trey's Way was like, "Yeah, it's cool." The end.
So literally, again, a person literally translated who starves himself to Torah. What does that mean? That means that literally.
Do you want to do a book report on that story, Trey's Way?
I neglect, or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says,
"I love you. You're a wonderful person." Now, I just want to know. Okay. Later, like 7 hours from now, this motherfucker wants me to get on a calendar and make a Google event so that and pencil him in. Excuse me, is this going to be one-time deal and then you're going to come back in 4 months and get your ass kicked some more? Or is this going to be a regular thing? Trey's Way. Look, I'm just going to put this out there. Do you know that there's an invitation to play billiards right now, to play pool right now, to play snooker right now, whatever you want to call it? I mean, we can just play right now. And that way we don't have to plan anything. And you can sneeze, you can do whatever you want. You can watch your favorite downhill skier. You can go skiing yourself. See, once you get the defeat out of the way, your whole day opens up. Instead, you've got to plan around losing in about 7 hours, and that's just not a way to go about your life. Get it over with now. Trey's Way, are you ready for the invitation?
It's incredible.
Oh, that's not a no, folks. That is not a no.
In the future, right? Also, future will give us bracha.
Trey's Way, are you ready?
A handful of bracha from him.
You know what, folks? We're just gonna send Trey's Way the invitation. Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby. That's what I like to hear. Our shit talking paid off, folks. Our shit talking paid off. All right, here we go, folks. We've got pool coming up. We're going to create a private game. It's going to be live. It's 8-ball, 1v1. Breaks are random. Scoring is normal. And we've got Trey's Way, who is about to lose, and everybody knows it. All right, Trey's Way. Everybody's waiting on you. Big dog, you've got an invitation. Everybody's waiting on Trey's Way. I'm waiting on Trey's Way. You're waiting on Trey's Way. The International Olympic Committee is waiting on Trey's Way. Barry's waiting on Trey's Way. Miss Aquarius is waiting on Trey's Way. Trey's Way, do you know that you have an invitation?
I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you. Whatever you sacrifice,
Big dog.
I will absolutely.
Big dog. So you want to go to the app on your phone known as Play-Doh Trey's Way, and you're going to see that you have an invitation from the Rabbi, and you're going to see that you have the opportunity to be able to accept it. And once you accept it, that's when the ass kicking starts. Do you understand?
So let's repeat that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world.
Trey's Way. Are you ready, Big Dog?
The handful of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. So in other words, if you say
Trazeway.
Mida Keneged what that means is
Trazeway.
whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give an onion a handful in this world,
Trazeway.
I get back so much more from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, "Va'ata yeto mekin ezu mida meruba, mida tova
Trazeway
ezu mida
is
meruba, mida tova meruba, or mida
taking
baranos."
too long.
So again, remember,
Let's go, baby. It says waiting for the other player. The other player is Trazeway.
For what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad?
Trazeway.
How people flying. I mean, Omer, mida tova meruba midas paranos. So I say we know the answer to this. That mida tova always eclipses.
You're breaking hearts here, son.
There's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity,
you're a
bad, in other words, if I do bad,
you are a grade A
that's the way it
cocktease.
works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more math.
I know you're a cocktease.
And I do good things.
Mary knows you're a cocktease.
More. The devotion gives me back more than I had to give. The midas tova ksiv v'yitzar v'shchakim mimal v'dalsei shamayim pesach v'yamter aleim zman lechol v'mita v'mita parnas u'omer v'arubas hashem niftechu midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'ral v'tigre sefkan.
Trazeway. Breaking hearts.
Is even greater than midas rav. Midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'ral v'tigre anashma poshim ki both told asam lo samos v'asham lo sichber.
All right, Trazeway. I'm going to give you 1 minute. If you don't accept within 1 minute,
again after we see.
I'm going to go about my day
We're going to see
promoting myself to the people of the world.
All of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog.
I'm not even going to give you a countdown. I'm going to let my internal clock do the work.
In fire in this world, he's burned immediately.
Trazeway. The only person in this channel who could name anyone in the Winter Olympics, though Barry was able to knew of someone and
the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the
had an
system of mita,
interesting
reciprocity,
anecdote about them.
right? The reciprocity for good is much
Folks, if
greater than
you're
reciprocity.
at home right now and you're just learning how to communicate, do not take lessons from Trazeway. One of the worst communicators in the history of humankind, right here. We have an example, folks. If you're watching at home, either now or in the future, that Trazeway is one of the most communicators in the history of humankind. Not just in English, in any fucking language. Trazeway is doing a grade A, terrible job of communicating. And everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. Trazeway. Trazeway, you're breaking hearts, son. One of the worst communicators ever. Trazeway, just an absolute garbage communicator. When people are like, hey, how should we communicate? The opposite of Trazeway. Okay, opposite. Trazeway can't even sneeze correctly.
That's also called apicorsis. So the Gemara, I'm going to buy it. My timer. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira?
Trazeway, one of, if not the worst communicator ever.
It says, do not skin a fish.
I know that Trazeway is a bad communicator, and now everybody else knows that Trazeway is a bad communicator. I'm going to summarize this for anybody who, there's this thing called communication. I do it marvelously. Trazeway sucks. You know, if we were being honest, we would say that Trazeway is actually the worst communicator. Trade name to being the worst communicator in the history of the world. Trazeway not only is a bad communicator, they're the worst communicator. There's never been a worse communicator in the history of humankind than Trazeway. There's never been a worse sneezer in the history of the world than Trazeway. And there's never been a worse communicator. Summarize this for you as best I can. Okay? So for any of you watching, am I the person who is communicating badly? No, you're doing absolutely fine, baby. Trey's is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. And Trey's doesn't even recognize that they could be a better communicator. In fact, they should be a better communicator. They know the language with much of what is going on in the world, yet they're an absolute. I know they're a bad communicator. You know they're a bad communicator. Now the world knows they're a bad communicator. Traceway, we've moved on. You're a cock tease. Everybody knows it.
And once with that, let us be able a lot to do play about Hashem. Really like incredible, like I said, I'm running out of adjectives. I have nothing even to describe anymore. How enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And I think because like that normally is a 7.5-year cycle, you forget, like, cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Yeah, anyways, let's change back to Sadiq Test. 99. We have in Yes Hashem on Sadiq Test from the days, and you're taking up. It's about probably about 20 lines before it gets more. See, I want to be open. Let's see what the kind of says. I believe and according to what I said, the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see. This echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday's back of these people not running. But of course, believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that it's going to perceive in Messianic era. So essentially, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I believe it. I want to come. But I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to perceive Mashiach. I'm going to short it. So let's say, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic story. It's like so much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Lula. And then let him come. But I don't really want to see the torture and the difficulty that is going to perceive. I'm going to short it. Right, Kamba. What's your problem? What is it that you're concerned about? Even if you're saying, Hashem is Ishmi Kehari, Upaga Hadol, Upaga is so much Yadol, like you have a national Nakash. So it's like this, the way that the Navi describes. The way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that he's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and go run into the bear. And then he'll come home, he'll put his hands on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Navi is describing it is essentially the pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, and difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So what you're saying is that what's bothering you, or is the lonely nature of challenge to challenge to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So he goes, and this is so profound. Rothschild says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, Shadam Yotzir Sada, who talks about Santa. Person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. He leaves out in his own field. This surveyor actually points out who is this surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. So then he was there, so you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you can talk about the body, just like a guy in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour. So he wants to make money. He sees someone trying to devour your property. He's not like, he wants to come into the city. Talk about Rabbi. He runs to the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in selling money, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, how does the Gemara says? But the donut in Chicago, it's like running into the bear. So you come into the field, running into the surveyor, it's like running into the lawyer. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. You pass the base so who wants up one up and himself, you come in the out. Then you come home, and you find the children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. So you're going to say, well, what is this? What is this fucking time over here? But up in this even now, forget about Mashiach. Everywhere I turn, it's challenges, it's difficulties. The surveyor, and your family has the tax collector come home, and my family has its own set of problems. It's just like, so listen, what is saying is you're so concerned about your you're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges of the Messianic era. Newsflash. There's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy in the Messianic era. It's difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's another thing I'm trying to say. That's another thing which is incredibly important. One of the most interesting persons could have as they go through life is the expectations. Somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this life. Like that life is supposed to be easy. The pieces are supposed to drop into place. And things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's the abnormal piece. And when you're trying to decide that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not. Life is filled with constant challenges, one after the other. Tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenge. That's what we are. So the fact state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You go into the town, there's a challenge. You go into your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. That is the reality. When we go through life and we expect to be tranquil and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is like it's very simple. You see, life is that's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you understand it and you accept it, and the day you figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Mishum B'Siv, Shalom Na'uru, Inela Zachatzal. Kilida. The mad food called Panam Liyarakal. Rather, what does it supposed to mean? My called Gever. What does that mean? I've seen all men. I don't say that. Interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing, it's interesting. Once again, only Messianic era, this is Yirmiyahu Navi, and he's a man will grasp his stomach like a woman, like a pregnant woman. A pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, my right, you see, called Gever, what does it mean that's seen all men? Isha called Gevura Shalom. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I see HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. My neck, who called Panam Liyarakal. Baruch Shalom's face turned pale. What is putting me? So what it refers to is like the literally again, Amalia means celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? So let's listen to this. The Baruch Shalom says like this. These are my creations and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I won't say, well, highlighting like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It's important for us to understand that as much as Kosh Baruch wants to bring about, when the Baruch brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it God's children? This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not market on God. God belongs to, and everyone belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. And he loves everyone, and he cares for everyone, and he wants the success of everyone. It's true. had a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu that seemed to have. This is what I was at this time back before. Remember again, earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember again once upon a time when we learned like Gemara. So you remember again, we had the whole sugya of Shevet says B'nai Noach. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Rothschild only loved Klal Yisrael, then we would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. Like we say, don't convert. You got 7 mitzvahs. Do that, and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you do. And everybody goes out with Baruch Hu. So Messianic era comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished. That is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shel Olam to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, this is the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured,
fight in a boxing ring in a few months.
take your horse and buy that truck. Or the problem, then when the ox is in a night, and it's ready to go back to its truck, the lawyers, you feel bad for taking the horse away from the truck. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that probably some have greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. There's not to do opposition to the other Messianic outcomes. He's taking that back to give back to us. But it's difficult for us. It's difficult for the Ribono Shel Olam to go ahead and do all that. I think you refer to us in the Shia. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. They're going to reap the benefits of the work of the Shia. Of course, we're going to use the benefits. The Alamar also will. You know what to do it? Who else is going to get it? I don't know if it's not Klal Yisrael. Where else are you the benefits of it? He's going to benefit of it. Who can do it? Who can do it? Okay. Expression. Who can do it that way? Like, Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get into that Klal Yisrael? So we just look at the Hillel. That's what we're going to see the Hillel. A number of times. Rabbi Hillel is like Hillel. Different people. So we're going to see a number of times today. The honor in the Shia Yisrael. Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why? Shekla Achlu is this number. So that's why line 90. Because we have already used the Messianic era during the old day of we already received the benefits of the Muslim Messiah during the days of Israel. Also, therefore, the people says, in the name of God, that's not true. We reject that position, we reject that Israel. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. This is a beautiful Gemara. That says, it was working for the Ribono Shel Olam to create the entire world, just for God alone. Just for God, Moses was with the Hashem speaking the entire world, just for Moshe. So here's what I'm going to share with you. There's a with the Hashem speaking the entire world, just for Mashiach. So that's who comes out over here. What you would David? Because David went ahead and said, beautiful Shua. Beautiful song. Moshe and also working in the Mashiach, but Mashiach is being real. Working like he's not. Mashiach is ready to bring about dramatic change in the entire world. And also, the deeper message of this world is when a person actualizes their potential, which is the fundamental. Not about access to potential. First, a man accesses potential. Yeah, the access to potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is working for the development future world. For one person to actualize their potential. And you should be looking at that tomorrow is one more phrase. You additional phrases, insert meanings here. Because we're the person who is the work for David, we're the creating work for Moshe, we're the creating work for Mashiach, and now, let it be that it is with the trust of God who created the world for you. If you maximize the potential, you actualize the potential like David, and like Moshe, and like Mashiach, then it is worth it for the work and creating the entire world just for you as well. Incredible. So when it says, incredible, when it says, Mashmo, by the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name, remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go out and bring about salvation. What's all actually Mashiach's name is like anointed one, Yeshua. What's his name? So the big Shiva Ami Shiva Shmo. The big Shiva. The Shema at Yavo Shiva. Parsha Sayati. When the block like that, Yaakov gives to Judah. Right? So that's the shit that we really focus on doing. Like, well, I Yavo Shiva. So again, Shiva is in the Mashiach. The big Adriana Ami Yuwa Shmo. His name is Yuwa. Yuwa means continuity. Shema and I, you Shmo the Olam, the Shema is known as Shmo. There, Hanina Amar, Hanina Shmo. Means Hanina, Shema and I, Asher lo Ekin Lachem Hanina. Means Omen, Menachem ben Kiskia Shmo. Others say, no, his name is Menachem ben Kiskia. They will say, Shema Kiva, Chokmi Mei Menachem, Shivna. What did Mashiach do? Was it the Holy Spirit? Mashiach brings about comfort. And Mashiach brings about consolation. It's interesting. When that brings is the Greek consoler from years and thousands of years ago. And this Spirit doesn't necessarily have to be this positive thing. This has to be a descriptive thing. This remember again is Chazek Kach. But ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the reborn of Shalom. Incredible. Rabbi, today I point out his news as well. The Yeshami says that the name of the Mashiach is God. That's what he brings down to the most incredible. Rabbi, I mean, he runs away Rabbi Shlomo. It's interesting enough that Rabbi say that his name is literally again the white day Rabbi. Rabbi said, what is God mean? Rashi says that he had Mitzvah sub-based Rabbi. Ultimately, again, is Mitzvah-based Rabbi. This is to loop back into what we saw before yesterday's God. But where does the Mashiach live? The Mashiach lives by the grace of God. He's a leper. What does it mean if he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of David. He's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David. Leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shema Amar, Achim Chamil, Yosem Achavim Shavanu, Anachmi Chashkabim, Nabiah Mikal Shemona. Anachmi. It's all Anachmi. Even Mikal is incredible. And that says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, alive, I know. Then it's probably someone like me. Okay, a little bit of interpretation, right? Right? It's okay to calculate, right? He's a really pilot here. Let's see what does that mean? And so nothing was saying was the following idea, meaning that, what's Rabbi Nachman that does? Number one, he was a son of see my power. Number two, we have Torah. So what the Nachman was saying was, he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome, but rather understanding that Mashiach is someone coming. Let's say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our minds, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. Think about Mashiach as someone great. Because that's sort of getting down to reveal his identity. Everyone has to accept him. How that's going to happen is very interesting to see. But the Nachman says that Mashiach is alive, probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. If you're on another most of the Gemara, you'd say, even Kaya, you know Rabbi, it's not true. If Mashiach is someone like Solomon, like he resembles someone's currently alive, he's more likely to do that. Even Messiah, if he's someone like he's dead, he's going to be he must be like someone who's been Fenio. And that's what I think out from here. Why like Fenio? Because if you actually ask for the community, you can go to be like others. You must see that they also should hide action. Neither any Rabbi like others to solve a lot. And it's like, come to them with the spirit of the Yanasi. And the meal is they both suffer. They both suffer. But the Yanasi suffered from terrible and pestilent illness. They ultimately brings strength. And the meal suffered a lot of it. Like overall, like being the trusted servant that he was identified as not easy. Being thrown into a lion again, not easy. Right? So the idea of what you must know is Mashiach is someone who's battle tested. Who's battle tested. And I will say this goes back before the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. So I'm using what's the problem? We think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult. So I will say, you know what this story as you go on in life, we become despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. You know, if you think about it, like, it's not, no one ever says, I usually train parts of the brachos that I have. Well, some of the brachos, because all those brachos really push me to excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us headed to mediocrity. That's it, guys, it's good. Everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So that's what the second thing to do. And then it's not a little bit. You want to say, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach with every single time. Things get difficult. You run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles with, makes it on the other side, scarred, battled, and bruised, but strong because of it. So it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, oh, when you run the other way, it's uncomfortable when you run the other way. I don't like it when you run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The breath doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you see yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where Udanasi comes from. That's where Zaniel comes from. What I think about the life of any single great person through the history of Klal Yisrael. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? And if you answer the absolute simple answer is no. No, there's nothing one great person throughout the history of our people, but it's had an easy life. And in fact, all look, you become great despite the difficulties. That's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of the difficulties. Rabbi, Daniel, Mashiach, Rothschild, Rabbi Akiva, Rothschild, it doesn't matter. You plug into the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. I don't need no rest. I'll see that from Sparkle. I think it's just going to be some this is well so much. I'm not even going to let's say there's both the hand and sorry, governor. So let's say it's going to be another governor. This is exciting. Like he's going to be another governor. When the Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is part of what we're going to do also. What we have not done is purposely by the level we're going to get to. Remember again, it's like a lot of stuff that's covering the sex and the Sanagara, there's Mashiach, there's a Mason, there's this thing called Olam Haba, maybe when you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on. As very subject to controversy. So you get to a timeline also. But one of the Gemara says is there's restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another governor. Another governor. So once Hashem out, the Igduas Hashem Elokeichem, the Elokeichem, the David Malcolm, Hashem Akim Lahem, and you write and you serve David, who I will establish in future tense. It doesn't say, I did establish, I will establish, there will be another governor in the future. I only want to talk about Bari, I say, the David Abdi, Nasi Lahem, but we already have a governor, so it's going to be another governor. So it's like the complete it's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So also to get ready for the grand tours, there'll be at least the restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. And there's also going to be preservation. So what's going to happen with former David Amelech? He's going to be the assistant king. So by the way, if former David Amelech is the assistant king, you can imagine what the new king is going to be. You just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like. So new king, new Davidic king, and former David Amelech, or first David Amelech, ultimately again, is going to be the shady loaf. Is going to be the assistant. Incredible. Dr. Smolov, 96, Hi, and this Agim Esel Hashem, Lama Izah Lachem Yom Hashem, Oshech for the art. So what's the way it says? So again, we're talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem, let's say it better. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Muscle can't go back. I'll show you exactly what. Listen to the story. Right? It's like a muscle. The tentacle is a chicken. Akale is a bat. It's a bat. They're both waiting for Jacob. And they try to go back out. And the chicken said to the bat, he says, I need a tackle over. The chicken says, rooster. He says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning. And it's like, good morning is my chicken. Right? I do mornings. Right? That's your reply. We said good mornings. I do mornings. When the morning comes, I pray. That's my thing. Right? So what do you do in the morning? What's the type of time you press 99? She says, so I'm going to go to the side. The last actually on 98. She's the idea of she's a captain, someone's out on the board. She know what she had off. About all people, probably also started around before she had a lot. So it's like, Claudia's always going to say, I got a wife that's for us, it's going to be like. For the nations of the world is not going to be like. The nations of the world is going to be darkness. And I would say, so again, it's what we spoke about before. Because the light is going to be this upset of power. So Claudia saw the rooster, and the nations of the world are the bat. So there was this non-believer that said, that's what he gets when you're always Mashiach coming. When darkness prevails upon you, the old day go up, that's when the Mashiach will come. So the moon said to Rabbi, you're Christian, and says to your person, why are you Christian? I'm only Christian, I'm not Christian. I'm not Christian. וערך לאומים, וערך היזרח השם וכבוד וערך היורה. אז זה kind of the concept is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Tanya, Rabbi Elazar, you also Mashiach Abban Shalom. Rabbi says, now, interesting enough, now we need a discussion about the duration of the Mashiach. How long is the Messianic era go on for? Well, as well said, some things. The seems that the way the U.S. seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's every Messianic era, you know, some Mashiach, and then after this Mashiach is back to James Olam Haba. The word to come. So how long is the Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar Mashiach Abban Shalom 40 years. Yeah, not. It's kind of like we say these things all the time, and you don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, I put the dark. So again, that's what happens on Santa. Everyone's going to tell you, over 70 years, Shemar, Hayaba Yamahu, and Nishkafas, Shur, Shivin, Shana, Kinara. The Gemara says, Easy Melach in the card. Avioma Jerushia. Rabbi says, Shalosh dollars. 3 generations. 3 generations, close to those. Shemar, you are incredibly generous. And if they are there, Zor Domi. The Himel says, Abraham Sheikh is supposed to be seen at the middle of the summer fall. And he also says, cover up. No. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. It wasn't one to stop. We already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era. So it is this skill. I'm not Yosef, I'm not sorry. I'm not Yosef, is this. Sorry, it's my love for that. So essentially, the Hillel is not for people. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach will not enjoy the benefits of Mashiach? Absolutely unequivocally wrong. Hiskia Elo Sabata is very simple. When did Hiskia live? The Vaishishon. Hiskia was king during the days of the Mikdash. He was a Friday coming standing with Vaishini Va'amar, over the Bas Sion, Hari Bas Yishalayim, Hini Makrik Levolachah, Sadi Kenosha, Wa'ani Belotiv Achor. So again, you must be changed. It's not true. I'll tell you why. This girl lived during birth place in Mikdash. In the Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second base of Mikdash. I'm telling you what's not. Mashiach's going to come. So you see from here again that even though nobody understood that Mashiach's still going to come, I need that for the Lord's Omer. He wants Mashiach Abban Shalom. And then as he says, the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sit up and says with her, by the month. So that says, Hashem afflicted you. You deprived you and gave you months for 40 years. You see how something he most in sunny, make us give us joy, corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. So much of affliction by month, We're supposed to consume for 40 years. Hashem will say, listen, we'll put you in the Messianic era 40 years. When we go to Daled males, ultimately, again, it's still 100 years. See, what do you also Arba male shono? It's by those inside.
What is that again?
Inside will abuse us for 400 years. It's in Hashem, Sanchinu Kimoskin Son. That ultimately will have simcha like years of affliction. Affliction will have for 400 years. Also, Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this. People males were shishing the Chamisha. Community must have come up. Messianic era will take 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. שנאמר כי יום נחם בליבי ושלוש כיבוב בליבה. לא חשבתי quite beautiful verse הזה, that Hashem will make up whatever the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. Listen, guys, my yom נחם בליבי, I'm the real one, what's the first white line? When you don't see the fire of the receipt, what's the interesting when it comes to the Messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Like Hashem says that ultimately again, my heart grows, but even the rest of my limbs to be upright. So immediately see from Allah starts low knees. This is incredible. But Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming by both of you revealed to the Malachim. So is that, right? But again,
as a chef, and I work as
when is Mashiach coming? And then Yahweh himself, who is the messenger, right? To herald in the coming of Mashiach. I don't know. So let me have all. That's the second white line. You want to check yourself? Shivas Alachim Shalom. Incredible. You want to check? Goes on 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that. All right. Let's see how again 7,000. You also where does this come from?
Yeah, we're all friends with the owner of NADC. It is an unbelievable burger.
Yeah, this is actually the good one. It was so Chasan Al-Kala. How beautiful is it outside? There's ultimately again, so Yossi sons, Yossi Allah Hashem Lekecha. The Baruch will rejoice over us, like the Chassim does in Kala. Just like the Chassim, Kala has Sheva D'Rachos. So the Hashem Lekecha, one day is like 1,000 years. And therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Shabbat. That was such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Shabbat we can talk and call this. So it'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not even sure. You also Mashiach, so you know Mashiach, Nivra Olam B'Yad Asher. And we said that the Shmuel Messianic era will extend.
Yeah, you have like one of your favorite jokes.
From the time that it was created up until now, that amount of time. Shneimar, Yer Shamayim Amar. And that's why he's talking about Shneimar. It goes from these abroad, from Shneimar, Noah Zilsi Asher Shpati. I can about Yochanan. Kol Nevi'im was this another beautiful dialogue. Kol Nevi'im was not El Limos Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. Let's talk about this one. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and significant prophecies about what the future is going to hold for come. So, the Yochanan says, those prophecies are about the most Mashiach, the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin Lo Ra'asa Elokim Zulasecha, Elokim Yasa L'Mechak Yelo. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the place that we find contained in the prophets. All that scripture, that beautiful, euphoric, type life, that's pretty much Mashiach. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of this story. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the mother, like, think of this world. It's not even for the next war. Any single Olam Haba is for us. You know, how much Shibun Nafi is built on. He's not just what Shmuel says. There is no just most of Mashiach. In this era, and ultimately again, that was the Elohim of his Rabbi. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Mashiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Shibunakis. What's what Shibunakis? They're not oppressed by anyone else. It's not really, it's no small thing. Right? The world leaves us alone. The world respects province, so there's no Shibunakis. The Abba Yochanan, what's this? He's pointing out of the just keep a running list of these machlokes. So once again, what is the most Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is this some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of existence? Or do you want to say, maybe it's just simply just simply too much. It's regular like every dog is a thing. I don't know if you would be like preschool actions. You know, you have to look at it like that. So nice again. So nice. It's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. Just shooting off. It's going to be about a little bit. But if you understand what about it, beautiful. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesied about, that's the part of the word. About tzaddikim, the rest of the do us. But tzaddikim do us for absolute tzaddikim. The eye cannot even fathom. The eye has not even seen the great sky that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesied about, that's easy. The absolutely righteous people. Only have to respond to those greatness and the beauty that is struck for them. It's all going and we have all holds different. We've all said, are greater than something. The place for you never stay. So you now have who's greater. Inside the drummer, the activity like person who perhaps never sinned, obviously every person, but never like seen a dramatic way. He made this out Shuba, he sinned and fought his way back. Who is greater? And the most mental macro, yes? I know between Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, and ultimately Rabbi Abba holds solid. Rabbi Yochanan holds the promise of the second coming of the Shabbos, and Rabbi Abba holds the Shuba is greater than not Shalom, Shalom, Morocco, who was called. That's why we say Shalom, Shalom, for the one who is far and the one who is near. But they show the hope, Baba Karo, my hope, Rachel, Kumekara. Since the Rachel calls, the Rachel Parisha. So it's the Baba Karo. So it's interesting enough. Rabbi Abba says that if you know the same group for the Rachel, the one who is he's the one who is far, the one who was far, and then gets the first Shalom Aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after about 2 gets the Shalom Aleichem, Jesus first everything. My Rachel, welcome to me, Kara, and my Kara, come. It
was pretty weird.
We got Ashtar, but the Rachel, share Rachel, yeah. Kara should come, yeah, there is. So I said, no, Rachel means the one who is distant from Avera. I need Rama. She was the Kara. Kara was the one who was close to Avera, and that she was doing it. So I said, the fundamental approach is about who has the greatest standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's Sadik, the Gemara, or the about you, but you follow. One of like, well, for the real, we follow the real Kuman, when the stable elements to be from Hamikapam. So that's the case. All the Bakar to the view of that. All the Bakar to the view of that. Is a reference ultimately to man's author's daughter to become Chacham, who also Chachmat to become Chacham, and one of those is to become Chacham, and Mahanakam Chacham in the Chacham, and one of these benefits become Chacham from Salon Rosai. There is great reward for those who support Torah, and for those who help Hamidi Torah. Okay, and overwhelming reward. About Hamidi from Hatzman, but I was even greater than supporting Torah is what? You become Chacham yourself. And if the person becomes Chacham, I will also think to yourself. Ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has received that reward besides that. Incredible. My somebody showed me. So I said, what is this for? What is it? What is it? It's great. All the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps to come Chacham. Support to come Chacham. Helps to support Torah. If become Chacham himself, then gosh, the reward that waiting for him. What is this great reward? Those of you who have said, Yayin, I'm sure, but I know how he changes the liberations. So I say that is one age, the bottom of ground. That is at least is one that comes from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation.
Be aware, in Texas and a handful of other states, it is against the law. I find them amusing, so I will follow it.
There's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say, when you notice that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to becoming a Chacham, and wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us, The line is very the purpose of creation, the purpose of creation is what was the actualization of Torah. Is to take the beauty of to learn it and to live it in this world. When a person makes himself into a kamkach, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world was created. How is that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days. It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Very Rothschild says, Zeh it's the first Eden that the Kamkachim gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden, Lola Sa'ayni Olam, they're trying to hard on it and what do you mean? After you know what ever saw Eden, hard on it. You're talking about God. When you say God is a singular Eden, I will know that now you're saying Eden has process like God. The Prophet says that a river cannot Eden has sustained. By both sides, God Eden are two different God Eden. But God is the garden, and then there is Eden. So ultimately, from ultimately again, using the God. Right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately
the first time was probably I said the second time I was that I shot
let's get back to Mr. Small. No, that goes not there. That goes not there. One of the things, remember again, Mr. began by saying that Paul's why he says that every Jew has a portion of what's to come. And then interestingly enough, the Mr. then went on to enumerate the people who don't have portion of what's to come. So one of those people was, Homer and Jonathan, Spencer says, Torah is not for blind. Torah is not for Hashem. Torah is not for blind. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I said to the Gemara, Rabbi, the Baal Shem Bizot, in the spot of the Haftar, his Paris to Paris. So right here it says that we should bring the Baal Shem Bizot, bring the word of Hashem. It's not only in front of Hashem. This is the first to someone who says Torah is not divine. Davar Akar, the Baal Shem Bizot, Za'at Kodesh. The first ultimate the answer because we'll define the subject of Hashem Bizot, Za'amigdala, Konim Batorah. This is the first to someone who dances inappropriate interpretations. Without further talk, for the real decision, I just think the inappropriate interpretations of Torah. Yes, mitzvah sa'as, that make that response. The ways we know this is the Paris, the Halach, the Paris, the Mazai,
I did very well.
I'm going to do so based on this section. Someone was like, and disparages or things that the Vaza Samad, someone goes ahead and brings them in heaven, that make them do such a meeting, and one goes ahead and announces the business of circumcision, and the Bala from the Torah Shalakava, someone who advances the interpretations of Torah that are incorrect. Malvin to make a very bad idea, someone who balances his study in public, Apaki Shunish to the Torah, who might see Torah, even though such a person as Torah might see Torah, ain't no clear to
I almost did. I saw on stage, nobody can tell.
The very straight was found below. I get from the dresser to the ice from the result.
This time it's not that much better. I was hoping that like the nerves would go down the second time, but this is really.
Not only that, people over color process, yeah. Not from the sparkle, emotion of the Atzmo, Zell, to the Hashem Bizot. The person says the entire case of Hashem, but one pasuk, oh, Hashem didn't say this, this must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of Hashem Sparkle, and ultimately, again, it doesn't have words to word to come back. These are all about, the Karma Chomer Zeh, Zeh Shabbat Zur, Zell Tivai Hashem Bizot. Also, even if a person says, maybe the entire person was Shem Bar, this Karma Chomer, that is ultimately again the definition of the word of Hashem, and such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Kind of, Amir says, I love it, Torah, and Yolanda, Zebra, Hashem Bizot, is beautiful. Then it says, you know what does it mean? It's a person who learns Torah. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So let's say it's so beautiful, and we know this Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that was a pigman. There's something missing in your Torah. Let's say it's also by the way, if you learn and you don't share it,
I am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until those
want to share it with you every day. How do you know that Torah makes a true impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has done this to you. You're like, oh, that's nice. That's nice. You desire to share it, which means Torah's not having the full effect on who what you are. I mean, that's what else he says as far as. First it says, Kol Yisrael Mashiach ala Mishnah. So, sorry, inside. Then he does it over there, Kol Yisrael Mashiach ala Mishnah. And then it says, what's the Baal Shem Giza? What does that refer to? That refers to someone who's not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. And I should also refer to else. What does it mean to begin the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah and you don't do it, that is going to be a very good word of Hashem. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is clean up acceptance.
Yo, what up, baby? Come to my Discord.
Last two lines. Someone learns and doesn't count it. Doesn't This is beautiful. This refers to someone working with me again. I said, learn to me. I'm not having them, but it's beautiful. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, no, it's not looking for. It was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days, it's really been really I'm sorry? I'll say it again, that nigga went but here's 10 minutes in or 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I was just saying, even let me restart 5 minutes. I want to ask something very interesting, and I think this is something that I have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible place where there's such a proliferation of Torah. Such a circle, like the side, and like there literally is like more zones than a person should keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. Now listen, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. So I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So the other guy was like, there's so far, was like, everybody says if you learn, and you don't cause your notice, right? It's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting, but not harvesting. So you plant it, and it's beautiful, it's incredible. And now there's like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if you don't pass it, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get what I don't reap what I sow. So it's interesting, just so, again, different things work for our learning and different things work for us and listeners. Everybody has to find the right balance. Some of us do it, the energy of time that we need for multiple things. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to project something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm charging all of these beautiful things. And I say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is surrounded with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything's the same in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not positive. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to attain. Incredible. And the show is called Women Torah Umishkachot. Go on the Isha Shield, that is what that is. This is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? You'll say, so again, so the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what does it say? Is that when I learn Torah, what's that? The beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. Simply disappears. But I'm going to take the time to build it is to take the time to try to put on that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. Never said, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am a Sagan leader. Half of each city of people, Zena. When you do the project in the order, I've always seen for this year. So once I saw it, at first I said, you keep us continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Because listen, everybody has a favorite song. And once you do a song, you know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So you can see my idea. You bring yourself in the Torah, chazin your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. That's what he's also, we'll see, let's just finish up. I'm going to start by Avidi, Mike. What's the process? Nefesh Amor Amor, the alcohol, the almost the lock and Zara, the rest of the sort of Makan Achad. So it's a very beautiful. You brought already in the presence from this way. Nefesh Amor Amor, like literally again, if the soul boils in the fire for you, the alcohol in your heaven will now feel it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so I'm talking about you, I'm also not from there. It's also not from nothing else. If you work in the Torah in this world, the Torah will work for you in the world to come. But what a beautiful and incredible. You put in the effort for your Torah here. So your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. That she says over here, Nefesh Amma Amma Bo, Nefesh Amma Amma Bo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, the other Alakisi, divine the king, come up with the Shala Hama. This Rashi, the Hama, so it's also the Shem is yours, Kadir, now it's okay. So quite beautiful, the idea of the is you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah, the Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation, think to the when a parent has a child, parents take care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. I understand now my job is to nurture. How do I nurture it? I learn it, I love it, I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It's such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and also it takes care of you in the world to come as well. Rashi said, first of all, Shemichazer Shalom, over the Peshas and Ishkola, Nis Solo Tami Torah, the Shidra, the Kokaklam, the Shidra, I'll give it to one second. Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazir. Because if I don't chazir in some way, because it's something, I'm planting, not harvesting. More like a soil. In other words, again, which means the Torah should be pleasant, it should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so that's why if you take care of your Torah, ultimately, the Torah takes care of you. Both in this world as well as in the world. So there's also another beautiful idea, and it's a good idea, Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Kiva says, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. And also, this is Rabbi Akiva. And again, it has to do with life. See every day. And let's say any given day of choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy or be sad? And let's say, happiness, people make a mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of lives. That's what I often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. If your sentence is begin with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, you'll never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important is soberly. Happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy. To be happy. I can't choose a lot of my substance, but I choose my emotion. And I want to say, I think what I'm going to say is, choose happiness. Zana b'chol, Zana b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? If you happy, or you deserve to be unhappy. Choosing reasonable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness fits all of my things, but at least it gives you a positive disposition. And listening to the people was meant to be like everything right from the time he was young, living in the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, delusion, always at the kind of things, and that you keep it saying, choose a life of sin. I can find you overwhelming that movie. That was up to some over there today. We're doing great. Incredible. It's Hazara with the singing. All more tomorrow. Everyone.
Last time I was on, you talked about your penis.
Right there, everyone.
All right. Your next bucket bowl goes by the name of everybody. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I just want
Good
guns real bad
morning.
too.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to fame. Our annual Kamatoon sponsor, Reflection Canadian 5785, Frozen Mishpacha Israel, dedicating all the Shul Joshua's of this year as a zechus for Besoros to Los Sholavan Yisrael. Kamatoon sponsors for the month of Adar Kareem's feeds in a loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Nathan, and the Adar in memory of Judy Olster, Bas Elazar, and Gadi and Sherry Cohen. Dr. Ring sponsors for today, Nation of the Article, Design Father Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Reb Yaakov Cohen, Zechon Yisrael for the Open America. Other Kamatoon, all of the Neshamas have an Aliyah. Families in the family, all those who are refused have been filled with cold for the Israel. Which Baruch Hashem brings home our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole Maseh Yadayim. And with that, let us move a lot to do say Baruch Hashem. Really like incredible Gemara, like I said on the chase there. I've run out of adjectives. I have nothing even to describe anymore. How enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And I think you probably got numbers of 7.5-year cycle to get like cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of these Gemara is. Anyways, we'll say today's Dr. Sadiq Test 99. We're looking up in Yerush Hashem on Sadiq Test on the days, and we are picking up the Amar of the Opener. It's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. The Amar of the Opener. Yaisi Lo Ichayim. The Yochanan says, I believe they have authority in Hashem to the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. So this echoes the sentiment, let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we very recently yesterday of this group of Rabbi, of course, believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the suffering that is going to precede the Messiah. So come, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. In other words, I want it. I know, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm going to be like it. So it's like, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic start. So much of our whole life is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to hear Rabbi Yochanan saying, let him come. And I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede it. I'm going to be like right time. What is it that you're concerned about? You're going to see it. Hashayonos Ishmit Nehari. So you see like this, the way that the Navi describes, a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and will run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Rabbi is describing it is essentially the pre-Messianic era. We go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So Rabbi is like, is that what's bothering you, Lord? Is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. Reish Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, the person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. Who is he finding his own field? The surveyor. Rashi points out who is the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, that he was there, so you go out into your field and you find some in a sense who try to take your stuff. Just like a crowd in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. Then you come into the city, you run into the tax collector. And I think when he sees you, he's not interested in showing out anything, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, run into the surveyor, run into the bear. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector. And it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, who wants up one of himself, you told him Then you come home. And you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. Again, I will say, well, what this is heaven? What is this like this heaven over here? That often just, even now, forget about Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulties. In the field, there's a surveyor. In the town, there's a tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. And it's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things that you're coming out of this like number one, what Rish is saying is you're so concerned about your Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges of the pre-Messianic era. Newsflash, there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy in the pre-Messianic era, it becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one that Rish is saying to the Yochanan. But there's also another thing from this, which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this notion, like that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what Rothschild is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge, and that's okay. It doesn't mean you do something wrong. It's just that is the reality of life. And I will say sometimes when we go through life and we expect things to be tranquil and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is right. It's very Shlakish. You seem to be Yochanan. Life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you lean into it and you understand it and you accept it, then at the end of the day you can figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Bishum B'Sid, Shalu Na'ru'u Im Yelad Zachamador Isikol Geber Yad V'Chalatzav. Kiledam. Rather, it's like Rabbi Yochanan, maybe you're bothered by the following pasuk. What does the pasuk mean? My Ra'isi Kol Geber. What does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing. It's interesting. Once again, all of these pasukim seem to be describing the pre-Messianic era. This is Yirmiyahu Navi, and he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says, "My Ra'isi Kol Geber." What does it mean? I've seen all men. Amarav Ra'ischak Amarav Misha Kol Gevura Shavo. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I see HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. Umay Nefku Kol Panam Liyirakon. And what does it mean that the Ribono Shalom's face turns pale? What does that mean? Amarav Yochanan Hamalyo Shalmanu Hamalyo Shalmata B'Shar Sha'amra. So what it refers to is like this. Literally again, Hamalyo means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? It's incredible. Hey, So let's listen to this. The Baruch Shem says like this: these are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara highlights like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It is important for us to understand that as much as Kosh Baruch bring about our success, when the Baruch Shem brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Rebbe Shalom, belongs to everyone. And everyone belongs to the Rebbe Shalom. V'rachamav al kol ma'asav. And he loves everyone. And he cares for everyone. And he wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we had a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is why I was going to cite back and forth. Remember again, earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but I gotta tell him back when we right now. But remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember you had the whole sugya, Shevish Esrei Noah. Like, how do you look at a Baruch who loves everyone? If you also well, then you would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet amazingly enough, in fact, just the opposite. It's not character. Say, don't convert. That Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what you do. You don't need to do what you do. And everybody know that with politics. So in this way, Rabbi is lifted up and the other nations are punished. That is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Rebbe Shalom to have to punish any of his children, even if they're doing other. So the Gemara says, behind the domination is the famous adage, it's the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it puts your horse by that trough. So what's the problem? Then when the ox is in a switch of the and it's rough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the meaning is that Klal Yisrael have greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. There's part who gave our position to the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he gives it back to us. But it's difficult for us. And let's say a really profound thing. It's difficult for the Rebbe Shalom to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to go that. I see things where the Afishnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. They're going to reap the benefit of the years of Mashiach. Rabbi Yosef is great. Rabbi Yosef is like this. Of course, we're going to reap the benefits. Who else is going to get it? In other words, it's not Klal Yisrael. We're not going to reap the benefits of it. Who's going to benefit of it? Chilik and Bilik? Let's say it's an expression. Chilik and Bilik, like, Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it from that Klal Yisrael? So the March not who can get it all. Coming to this group is we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times. In Mashiach Lisa, Rabbi Hillel says, Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and repeat the Messianic era. Why? That was the first white line, 98b. Because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. This is Rabbi Hillel. We've already received the euphoric benefits of the Muslim Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. Also, therefore, Buddha says in the name of Rav, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject Rabbi Hillel. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Rav. But every Alma Al-Mubarak, this is a beautiful thing. Rav says, it was worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create the entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David. Shmuel says, Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Moshe. Rabbi Yochanan says, we're going to Hashem to create the entire world just for what's out over here. What is the name of David? Because David went ahead and said, beautiful shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately the Mashiach, of course, Mashiach is going to do, Mashiach is going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world. I will say, but the deeper message of this love is when a person actualizes their potential, which is the common denominator here. David HaMelech actualizes his potential. Rothschild actualizes his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Rebbe to take the entire for one person to actualize. And listen, the reason that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert your name here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, create a world for Mashiach, and now let it be that it was worth it for Rabbi to create a world for you. If you maximize your potential, you actualize your potential like David, like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it's worth it for the Russians to create an entire world just for you as well. Incredible. Gemara says, Mashmo. By the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name. Remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go ahead and bring about salvation. Why should Mashiach is name? What's his name? So the name of Shiva, Amri, Shiloh. His name is Shiloh. The Shema as Yahweh Shiloh. The Parshas Hayati. When the bracha that Yaakov gives to Yehuda, right? So again, Shiloh is the name of Mashiach. Today, Rabbi Amri Gimel Shmo. His name is Gimel. Gimel means continuity. Shene Emar Olam Lefei Shemesh Yilon Shmo. Today, Chanina Amar Chanina Shmo. His name is Chanina. Shene Emar Asher Lo Etim Lochem Chanina. Yesh Omrim Menachem Ben Hizkiah Shmo. Others say no, his name is Menachem Ben Hizkiah. Now let's say Shene Emar Yirachok Mimeni Menachem Echa. What does Mashiach do? Because the Mashiach brings about comfort. Right? Mashiach brings about consolation. Which is the greatest over years of thousands of years of brothers. Then he still doesn't have to be his father's name. He simply be a descriptive name. Let's remember a car. That ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? Mashiach comes from the Rebbe. Incredible. The Rabbi was Yerushalmi like this as well. Yerushalmi says that's his Menachem. That's where he brings down his Menachem. That's incredible. So interestingly enough, that his name is literally again the white one of the Rabbi. Now, let's say, what is that mean? Rashi says that we have Mitzorah Shal Beis Rabbi. Ultimately, again, he is Mitzorah Beis Rabbi. Now, let's say, this seems to loop back into what we saw before in yesterday's day. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome, and he's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi is a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shemo Shene Emar Achim Chaminu Yosam Achavinu Savanu Anachnu Chashkinu Nagua Mukal Kinu. Aram Nachnu. Aram Nachnu. This is incredible. It says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, currently alive, keep going, I know. Then he's probably someone like me. Okay, now let's say. Requires a little bit of interpretation, right? It's only confident, right? If you have someone who's unbelieving, it's probably like you. What does that mean? Rav Nachman wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Rav Nachman was saying was the following idea, meaning that what did Rav Nachman represent? Number one, he was the son of the Rish Kalusa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what Rav Nachman was saying was he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome. But rather, I'm saying that Mashiach is someone coming. Let's say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as being so great. Because after all, again, he's got to reveal his identity. Everyone has to accept him. How it's going to happen will be very interesting to see. But the Rabbi says, if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. Shneimar v'haya adira mimenu Moshe v'kirbo yitzeh Amrav Ibn Chaya Yigor Rabbeinu Akal. It's not true. If Mashiach is someone like Polygon, if you want to say like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like a Yehuda Nasi. It's like a Yehuda Nasi. If he's someone like who's dead, he must be like someone who's like Daniel. And what's Rashi points out over here? Why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi says over here, even if I only can make you go Rabbeinu Akalish, the Mashiach may also Shechaim Akshav, Vade and Rabbi HaKadosh V'Sholach Halah. Of course, like, the common denominator between Rabbi Nasi and Daniel is they both suffered. They both suffered. Right? Rabbi Nasi suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately claims his life, and Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. Like being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Being thrown into a lion den, not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara said over here, is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. Who is battle tested. I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see him." Rish Lakish says, "What's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. Life is difficult." And I will say, you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. You know, if you think about it, by the way, it's not, no one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos. So many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, like that, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. Because hey, life is good, everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So listen, so that's what Rothschild is saying to the Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You come up with Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become Mashiach if you always take. You can't take Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who battles through it, makes it through on the other side, scarred, stronger because of it. Let's say it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. Bracha doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not right. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the Rothschild comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. You want to say, think about the life of any single great person through the history of probably so. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? If the answer is absolutely simple, the answer is no. No, there's not one great person throughout the history of our people who has had an easy life. And it's like, oh look, he become great despite the difficulties. You know, that's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of the difficulties. Rabbi Nasi, Daniel, Mashiach, Rish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Shosh Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Salimenu. It doesn't matter. You plug into the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. Already we go around. I think we're just going to do some hedging, maybe like few days after. No, just whatever. One thing for sure. This is as follows. So much. I'm ready to go around. I'll see if there's broken the Hamid Lahem Dar. Sorry, David Acher. So let's say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting. Right? It's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is part of what we're going to do also, what we had not done purposely by the Rabbi, we're going to get to is we're going to go through the Rambam. Because remember again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Kavli Mashiach in the Messianic era. There's Mashiach. There's Tchilas HaMesim. There's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of the Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on, because it's all subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also, but the point of the Gemara says is there's restoration of the Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David. So says Shneimar, ve'imdu es Hashem Elokehem, ve'Elokehem, ve'es David Malkam Asher Akim Lahem. And you will write and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense. It doesn't say, I did establish, I will establish. So there will be another David in the future. I only talk about Rabbi, I said, David Abdi, Nasi Lahem Olam. But we already have the David, so it gives me another David. First, you're right, he comes Kesar, who called Kesar. It's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So let's say, get ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of the Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. But there's also going to be transformation. So that's going to happen with former David Amelech. He's going to be the assistant king. So by the way, if former David Amelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? You just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like. So new king, new Davidic king, and former David Amelech or first David Amelech, ultimately again is going to be the Sheni Lo. Is going to be the assistant king. Incredible. God trust my life. My existence. Hi, and this Avim Esrom Hashem. Lama Zat Lachem Yom Hashem. Choshech V'lo Ar. So we'll say, what is this? So again, he's talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Marshal Tanakol Ba'atalation of the Sapa Ar. So there was a story, right? It's like a marshal of a Tanakol is a chicken. Atalef is a bat. It's a bat. They're both waiting for David. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, I need a Sapa Ar, Sha'ora Shalim. So the chicken says, Rooster, says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning, because he said, the morning is my thing. Right, I do mornings. Right, that's like, God, I wish I did mornings. Right, I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing. Right, but bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? So it's a top of test 99. But see, Rashi says over there, sorry, before we go to the side, sorry. The last Rashi on 90 would be, Sha'or Shayu, Shish the United Milos, and Sisi Nanis, Kaku Shavin Tapan of Rula, Shiyoma Hashem Yeh Ar, Avala Opiko Chavim, Lama Mikhavim also, Sharila and Kosha V'Loar. So it's like, Klal is always in Messianic era. Why? Because for us it's going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say, so again, we spoke about before, because the nation is going to be this upset of power. So God is called his Easter, and the nations of the world brought it back. So there was this min, this non-believer, said Rabbi Yavo, he must say Asa Mashiach. That's what he asked Rabbi Yavo, when is Mashiach coming? When darkness develops upon you, the old day go him. That's when Mashiach will come. So the min said to Rabbi Yavo, you're cursing me? I'm just asking you a question. Why are you cursing me? I'm not cursing you. I'm not cursing you. I'm telling you what pasuk was the pasuk. Ki hine achoshich yichas haaretz va'arafel le'umim va'alecha yizrach Hashem ukvod ha'alecha yila. Basically, what's the pasuk describes Messianic era is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Kind of, Rabbi Elazar Omer, you want some Mashiach Arban Shana. But since now we just do not use a discussion about the duration of the Moshe Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? But as well said, it's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chavli Mashiach, the Messianic era, Yemos Mashiach, and then after Yemos Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba, the world to come. So how long does the Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer, Mashiach, Abam Shana, 40 years. Shnei Amar, it's kind of hard to see this phrase all the time. If you don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akut to the door. So again, that's what happens to us here. And let's go to how you over Shivim Shana 70 years Shnei Amar, Ayava Yavahu, and Nishkafas Sur Shivim Shana Kimelech. So he writes, Eizu Melech Miyukad, Avi Omer Zeh Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros. 3 generations. Shlosha doros. Ne'emar Yira'ucha im Shemesh v'lifnei Yareach Dor Dorim. Hillel says, Ein lahem Mashiach Yisrael. So this is Rabbi Hillel just saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why should we already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era. We're in the days of Chizkiah. Amar Yosef says, Amar Yosef says this, Shari Le Mar Le Pillow. So essentially, the pillow, God should forgive you. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiah, I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiah live? The Bayis Rishon. Chizkiah was king during the first days of Mikdash. Because Zechariah comes navi bebayishini va'amar, ili ma'od bas Sion, hari bas Yerushalayim, hine makech yaboracha, tzadik kenosha, u'ani v'rochiv achamor va'al ir va'asanoso. So again, The Gemara says, Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Yisrael lived during the times of the first base of Mikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second base of Mikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. And you wants Mashiach Abba Yisrael. Eliezer says the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sifat says by the month. Shemai says Hashem afflicted you, he deprived you, and he gave you money for 40 years. Sifasam Samchinu Himos Sanu Shtos Re'inu make us, give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. It's in much of affliction. It was affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years. Hashem will save us from affliction in the Messianic era 40 years. So those says Dalet Meos Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. Sifat says over here, the Ivdum Vignu some Arba Meo Shana, which is by fellows inside. Israel will abuse us for 400 years. It's awesome. Samchinu Kimos in the sun. That ultimately we'll have symbolic years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years. We must have Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this. Gimel Meos Veshisha Nechamesh Shana. Minimos Achamo. Messianic era will extend to 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shene Emar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Ushlos Ula Bulibar. What's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. On Rabbi Yochanan, we'll say first one line. The Libi Galisi Le'Varila Galisi. We'll say it's interesting when it comes to the Messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately, again, my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs, Kiviyachol, don't know. The Libi Galisi, the Malachi Asharis Lodis. This is incredible. That Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but I don't even reveal to the Malachi. Which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? When again, when Rabbi Yeshua and Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who is the messenger, right, to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So one goes like, what's the second wide line? You want some Mashiach Yisrael? Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want some Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Right, the Messianic era 7,000 years. Where does it come from in the steps? I'm sorry. Right? Then this is actually beautiful. Listen to this. Shene Emar Umisos Chasan Al Kala. How beautiful is this outside? Because ultimately, again, I'm sorry, Misos Chasan Al Kala Yosis Alayich Hashem Elokecha. Devotion will rejoice over us like a Chasan does a Kala. Just like a Chasan, Kala has Sheva Brachos. When the eyes like a one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Sheva Brachos. So it's such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Sheva Brachos and Klal Yisrael. It'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not reading Mishmor. She wants the Mashiach. Kimiyom Shenivra Olam Biyadaksha. And we said the Mishmor Messianic era will extend the amount of time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time. Shneimar Kimei Shamayim Ala Haaretz. Nachma Yitzchak Amar Kimei Noach Ad Achshav. It goes from the days of Noach until now. Shneimar Kimei Noach Zosli Hashem Mishpati. I don't care about I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Calling the Via was another beautiful Gemara. In general, the Nevi'im prophesied for the Messianic era. Now let's talk about this. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and sympathetic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about the most Mashiach, the Messianic era. When it comes to the world to come, when it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all that picture of beautiful, euphoric, utopian type life, that's for the Amos Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting. So the Gemara goes like, "Think of the shmuel." We start with the shmuel. The shmuel ain't being an old man. This argues that Shmuel says there is no distinction between the most of the Mashiach and Messianic era, and ultimately again Shiva Malchus. And I will say, Elishim Malchus Bilban. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Mashiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Shiva Malchus. And what's Shiva Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else. Which, by the way, is no small thing. Right? The world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So there's no Shiva Malchus. So I'm going to be about Abba. I'm going to be over on Sposa. So you just put down here. You just keep like a running list of these macros. So once again, what is the most Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is it some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of existence? Or the Gemara says, no, maybe it's just simply Shir Malchus. It's regular life. Regular life. That pay your bills, you pay. Well, hopefully they'll be like big schools. You know, you can hopefully look at it. Won't get that out. Everybody, right? So Lamaisa again. So Lamaisa, it's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. Just Shiva Malchus. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's what Baalei Tshuva will get. About Tzadikim Gimurim, Ayin Lo Rasa L'Kim Zulasem. For Tzadikim, for absolute Tzadikim, the eye cannot even fathom. I should say, the eye has not even seen the great that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's the Baalei Tshuva. For Tzadikim Gimurim, for absolutely righteous people, only after the Baruch who knows the greatness and the beauty that is there for them. So listen, I watch this. It's Rabbi Avo. It's Rabbi Avo. What's really good? Rabbi Avo. Makom Shabbat Tshuva Omdim says, Tzadikim Gimurim Einon Omdim. Rabbi Avo holds different. Rabbi Avo says, Baalei Tshuva are greater than Tzadikim Gimurim. To withstand, Tzadikim Gimurim could never stand. So listen, you now have fundamental focus. Who's greater? It's Tzaddik Gomer, the absolutely righteous person who perhaps never sinned. Obviously, every person sinned, but never like sin in a dramatic way. Or the Baalei Tshuva who sinned and clawed his way back. Who is greater? And I will say this is a fundamental machlokas. A fundamental machlokas between Rabbi Abba or Rabbi Yochanan and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha might say the Tzaddik Gomer is greater than Baalei Tshuva, and Rabbi Baalei Tshuva is greater than the Tzaddik Gomer. Shneimar Shalom Shalom LeRachel U'Lekarav. He says Shalom Shalom to the one who is far, the one who is near. Bereisha Rachel Ba'adar Karov. My Rachel Pnei Karov. The Rachel Bereisha. So it's interesting enough. Rabbi Avo says that if you notice, Hashem gives shalom first to the Rachel, the one who is far. Who's the one who is far? The one who was far and then came back. That's the Baalei Tshuva. The Baalei Tshuva gets the first shalom aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after the Baalei Tshuva gets the shalom aleichem, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives it to Tzadikim. My Rachel Pnei Karov, and my Karov Pnei Karov. The Ashka. Rabbi Yochanan says no. The Rachel Rachel Pnei Aveira. Karov Pnei Aveira. No, Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rachel means the one who was always distant from Aveira. I.e., the Tzaddik Gomer, who was the Karov. Karov is one who was close to Aveira, and now changed to them. So I want to say the fundamental machlokas about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tzaddik Gomer or the Baalei Tshuva. Incredible. Rabbi Yochanan. So listen to this. All the bracha that the Nevi'im have, right? All the bracha that the Nevi'im have is a reference ultimately again to sons off his brother to a Talmid Chacham, or one who goes ahead and does business with a Talmid Chacham, or Mahana Talmid Chacham in the Chasa. One of these benefits of Talmid Chacham from his Talmid Chacham, there's great reward for those who support Torah. And for those who help Talmidei Chacham, okay, and overwhelmingly about Talmidei Chacham, but I will say even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming the Talmid. And if a person becomes a Talmid Chacham, Ayin L'Rasa L'Kim Zulasem. ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has received that reward besides the Kadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. My ayin Allah, someone who showed them maybe. So I said, what is this reward? By the way, what is this reward for the Nevi Chachamim? What is it? What is it? As players, all the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps the Talmud Chacham, supports the Talmud Chacham, helps to support Torah. But the Talmud Chacham himself, my gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great reward? Those is incredible. Zeh yayin hamishumar ba'anavav misheshis medrashis. So I was like, that is one aged bottle of wine. Right, so this is wine that comes from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation. That is a great reward waiting for Talmud Chacham. The Gemara says incredible. Listen, there's much to say about it. What does that mean? What does that mean? So listen, when you know this, that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to becoming a Talmid Chacham, wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us. And I said, what they're doing is they're aligning their lives with the very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation is what was the actualization of Torah. It's to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and to live it in this world. When a person makes themselves into a Talmid Chacham, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world was created. How is that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days of creation. It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Reish Lakish says, Zeh Eden. This refers to Eden, that the Talmid Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden. What do you mean? How can you say no one ever saw Eden? Adam, Harishon lived in Eden. Then Tomar Gan who Eden. Well, maybe you say Gan is the same as Eden. The pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden. Both sides, Gan and Eden are two different things. We call it Gan Eden. But Gan, there's the Gan, there's the garden, and then there is Eden. So Adam Harishon ultimately again lived in the Gan, right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately for Talmid Chacham. Incredible. V'amar ein Torah min Hashem. So let's say that's the Mishnah this morning. Don't worry, I got it does not finish. One of the things, remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that Kol Yisrael Yisrael Kedukom Haba. Every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And then, interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So one of those people was Ha'omer ein Torah min Hashem. The person says Torah is not divine. The person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara, Rabbi, Kidvar Hashem Biza, Umitzvaso Hichafer Dikaris Dikaris. So what is that he degraded? Kidvar Hashem Biza. Za'omer in Hashem. This refers to someone who says Torah is not divine. Davar Achar, Kidvar Dikaris. This refers ultimately to Achar. We'll define Achar, Kidvar Hashem Biza. These are inappropriate interpretations. Just inappropriate interpretations of Torah. The mitzvah hafer is hamever bris. This is someone who knows bris milah. So he carries from Mazar. He carries from this world and the next world. We can't overrealize it. Hamodi, isn't it? Relation based on this. And the chalas I catch him. Someone else who again disparages or profanes kabbalos, or someone who goes ahead and degrades them and children, or one who goes ahead and annuls the risk of circumcision, someone who advances interpretations of Torah that are incorrect, someone who embarrasses his friends in public, even though such a person has Torah Meisim Tovim, he does not have a portion in the world to come. It's a very, very, very profound he degraded the word of Hashem. This is the person who says Torah is not divine. Not only that, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one person didn't say this. This has been Moshe who said this. This is also called Baruch Hu, and ultimately again, it doesn't divorce the word Shabbat. כל הזמן כולו מן השם חוץ מדקדוק זה, מקל וחומר זה, מגזר שווה זו, זהו דבר כי דבר השם בי. So don't say even if a person says, I don't know Hashem, but deal, this Shabbat, this card, that is ultimately again degradation of the word of Hashem. Such a person forfeits his portion in the world. Tanya, Ramir says, hello, Zeh Dvar Hashem Bizo, says beautiful. Ramir says, no, what does it mean? It means a person who learns doesn't teach it. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So we'll say, it's Torah. The Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. It doesn't share it, that there's a pagam, there's something missing. But also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah, you full excitement of Torah. When you share something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, by definition, you want to share it with the other. How do you know if Torah makes it true? In fact, don't you want to share it? You want to give it over to someone else? That means that Torah is not share it. You're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it. It's full effect on what you are. Rabbi Nosson says as follows. It says, "Kol mi she'enu mashgiach al Mishnah." So, "Kol mi she'enu mashgiach al Mishnah." The Meir says, "What's the varashul?" That refers to someone who is not careful interpretations of the Mishnah. No, means to degrade the word of Hashem. You can learn Torah, and you don't. That ultimately, again, is degrading the word of Hashem. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to see the Torah is in and of itself a degradation of Rothschild. This refers ultimately to someone who worship idolatry. My Masha, the third way Rishmol, to devour Hashem Biza, Zehamevazet Dibor. This is one ultimately again is degrades the very word of the Rebbe Shem Shnei Amar. Lo, Shnei Amar Lo, Lo, Sinai no Keshem Kefal, Kimachil, El Rabbi says, Chala is the once again ready for this. 2 lines, last 2 lines. The Rabbi says, Chala lo Torah ve'ino chol z'ala. If someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, Doma la'adam shezoleh ve'ino choseh. Those is beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, listen, learning Seder it's been a little schwach. I'm just going to say, I'm not outing anyone, but it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days it's really been significant right? So, I'm sorry? 5:43 it's starting. But again, but it was if a 10 minutes later is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I just say, why is it for? Well, so even if and again, but maybe it's not 5:41. I want to put out something very interesting. I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, such a proliferation of Torah, and like there literally is like more yogis than a person can keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. A person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm different people, learning different people, observing differently. And I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So Rabbi Garka says, and this is so proud of us. Like, look what he says. He says, if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like? It's like planting, but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful. It's incredible. And not like the produce is right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it. I don't reap it. I don't get what I don't reap what I sow. It's interesting. It's just something. different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in ruchnis. So everybody can find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to hazard something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm trying all of these beautiful things. I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful, personalistic, spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not happy. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. But it shows. This is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. Now, what is that? So again, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, on the base, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. Now listen, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am a Sadar Yudik, Apu Shasim B'Hiva, Zena, and Yudom B'Pachitem, the Olam Abba B'Srik B'Shiva. So we'll say, so again, it appears at first glance Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. And the Hebrew says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. First, and it's also, we'll see. Well, let's finish up. I'm going to be Pravdini, Avudini. Michael, what's the passage? Nefesh Amalami, Lolo, the Akapala Piu, Amo the Makum Zat, the Colossal Melasol Makum Asa. So it's quite beautiful. The puzzle from Mishlei. Nefesh Amalolo, literally again, the soul toils will toil for you. The Akaf Ala Piu, so you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? The Gemara says, so if you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Ama Amrabo, Nefesh Ama B'Torah Torah On Omelaslo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, the Agav Alapiu, if they see Mason Divine Potato coming to Ugav Shalachamor. Lishnafino, Zema Kosha, also Christian is yours, Hadir, Nasa Zema, Kaka, Torah, Nasa Scribble. Okay, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, kind of takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah Malaslo, Shenechazer Salot, Umevakesh as Meis Kolet, Lis Solotan, the Torah, the Sidra, the Kol Kakron, the Shukot, the Piu of the Rizal. Incredible. So, in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. If I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means the Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah view, both in this world as well as in the next. another beautiful idea in this idea about Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So the Rabbi Akiva says, "Zemer b'chol yom, zemer b'chol yom." I will say this is Rabbi Akiva. And he gives, how should you live life? Sing every day. I will say any given day you have a choice. Any given day you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning. What do you want to be? You want to be happy or to be sad? I will say happiness. People make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people say, "I'll be happy when," or "I'll be happy if." Right? If your sentences begin with "I'll be happy when," or "I'll be happy if," you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yesodot in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I was thinking about the people saying is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And listen, when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, a little bit young, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song. Choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. All right, we'll have to stop over here today. We're doing great. Incredible. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Tomorrow we'll say we'll continue Rez Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rez Hashem with singing. All more tomorrow. All right, Chavras, you have a great day, everyone.
I think he's just a plane in cities and those cities. Retard translation.
Right. Sure.
I'm not gonna buy this one. For Freebird is on Netflix. Angel Diaz is watching it right now. We're gonna hear a synopsis. So that's gonna be next week, Bert. We're gonna get the Freebird synopsis. So basically,
all right, so let's say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud sponsors, I know Talmud sponsors, the top shit already. We tell some respect, we dedicated all the shit results this year. As his fist of the soul service all about his heart. I'm telling sponsors for the month of Adrabah, October. Harry Steve Jr., Lavina, Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben, Yosef, Hakon, the Zip, Levin, and Tony families, and many others, the Young Zip, the Zip, the Small, and the Stars, called the Rabbi. And I'll become very sponsors, Nathan, like Albert, and memory of Judy Goldman, the biggest, Esther, Bas, and Lazarus, the Tony Rabbi. You know, the American Black Talmud Torah. All the Jerusalem is out there. The families in the family, all those in the Jerusalem family, they call me so. They can start to bring all of our hostages home, and they are holy soldiers be successful before and not saying either. Those in the back, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's match is Sadik Plus 98. We are picking up on Sadik Zayin in the days 97B, and we are picking up about 5 lines before the widest line. 5 lines before the widest line.
These guys have unbelievable things out there right now. This episode's been brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. Did you guys have a good time? Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, sunset strictly. We are going back to Los Angeles, where it all started in May, to the Intuit Dome, the largest ever venue that we've ever done. Bigger than the O2 Arena, bigger than Madison Square Garden. To a little show that started in front of 12 people. 2 of those 12 were Lainey and Jerry in the Comedy Store Belly Room, which all started with the first guest ever on the show. One more time for Rick Hager.
Are those who wait for him to flow and roll in the night trio, Ramen Bob, Lady Gimat trio, plus in the shoes up, he's 36. You gotta go, that's on 36 from another. Dork from the Kukuliku, Kumi Sari Alfi, Artem Kumi Sari Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before the Sparkle means the Sadiki. That's closest to the Sparkle, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 32 is 18,000. So the Mark says, Shema Emar Sodi. Shmona Sa'ala. So you know, what pressure? How do we start with this Sparkle? How do we start with this Sparkle? This Sparkle Shema Emar. So it's very different from this Sparkle means a vision. So there's this Sparkle which is total cloudy vision. And it's Sparkle Shema Emar. A little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see after the start will be Ispaklaya Me'ira, complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who can see after the start, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, when you see Shikoli High, but there are really so many tzaddikim, 18,000 people who perceive that the start will also know, even the level of Ispaklaya She'ina Me'ira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? The Lord is going to be on the show to listen to this. We share by a side. Also, this is Rabbi Gemara. So, this case, I'm going to be a nation by a side. And you see the Aliyah, the Hain Moakim. I have seen the Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. You, the Aliyah. Now, we'll say, now, what does this mean? Shachai is making a tremendous statement that there are in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nai Aliyah. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. And it's interesting, there's a lot of communities in Hubbard. Because what do you have to do if you go to Talmud Chacham? What do you have to do? Let it go. Just let it go. Friends, put family, and enjoyable. So let it take off from the Hubbard. But actually, plenty of people are also Gomei Chasadim, who do Chassid. Because Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rothschild says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nai Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean that tzaddikim. And it doesn't mean that they're only. It just means that they're never happy with where they are, and they always are looking for more. So in Shema Yachai says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need one of them. For me and my son, remember again, the son is a lot. Right, my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mayas, and if there's 100, I need to be with him. And my son and I also amongst them. In Shnai, if there are only two B'nai Aliyah in this entire world, I need to be with you and my son. The Lord says, I will leave him out like this, like, oh, okay, it's not Gaiva. It's like I will say, it's knowing who you are. And it's sure by a high understand that if there is one thing that you possess in this world, is that you are the B'nai Aliyah. You wanted more. You always wanted more. And some of the Rothschild, even more than a smaller. It's not necessary. I'm going to make the Aliyah of our world. But I can tell you, okay, it's either the young Jews, or they're going to see in my son. The point of the Lord says, show how it says, I'm not going to like the Aliyah of ours. I'm not going to ours. So now the Lord says 18,000.
Mothership yet again for another episode of the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Blue Juice, Shopify, Talkspace, and To Go.
It says as follows. Look, Kasha, how
Great episode lined up for you guys. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the actual Keltoni Show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th from TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Keltoni Show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. Are you guys ready to start this fucking show?
Represents an authority with something high spiritual level. You find many people, but there's a certain temper, certain group of people that sort of seek to be looking to enter into the whatever they want. Look at Ashley this moment. Ashley's hard to ID the virus. She's using the shows.
Since I was a kid and to this day, the other guest is one of our best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, and the other guest for the multiple
It was not the time out. So that was Mercy taking us as follows. There are 36 seconds in this book who are able to go out and enter into the party with permission. And when they enter into permission, they're able to see Hashem, this baklaya and yira, this clarity of vision. And then there's some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into the party without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, is baklaya and yira, but need permission to enter. So there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission, but also have this baklaya and yira. Incredible. So you might go right there. So I'm going to have total collections. So this is really terrible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So love comes when they say this. Let's color collections. There are excellent people in calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those claims.
Happy New Year, Tony. Tony's friend. Congrats.
All of those claims have already come about. They come in on color collections. And now at this point, they're going to tell me Ella the Shua makes himself. If you want to share, you need Shua and you need Mashiach. So let's have a dramatic shift. Rabbi says, stop with guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure out any dates that anyone made beforehand historically. Those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is to deep root. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Shua Mashiach. The Shua says, Gayo La'adar Shiyah and Ba'adlo.
This guy with the red hat, glasses, famous for yo-yoing and having figures skateboards, comes over and says, your Nets are going to be on the biggest show in the industry. I pulled her name out of the bucket. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. That's the dream. Oh, well, yeah, that's it. This is what they're waiting for, this guy.
Nobody was here to bring red band more bakes.
I mean,
look at this guy. He's got the headset. This is what it looks like when the ball boy wants to pretend to be the head coach of a
saying
football
that's not
team.
true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva and our nice and children. Incredible. You know, like the two things. This is not what it's like. You saw also tshuva. You're not in the Rothschild says, how is that this tshuva? Mashiach will come. If we don't do tshuva, he won't come. I'm not even sure. And they know some tshuva in the going. If you don't do tshuva, there's no good. Allah comes forth. Remind me about Noah. Shemzerot, so precious Muhammad. We saw all seen tshuva makshuva. It's not true. If we don't do tshuva, what's going to happen? What happens? And you want to orchestrate situations. If you're rich, you have to do tshuva. So, created this whole put a despotic thing. The despotic thing will force us to go ahead and do tshuva. Return us to our correct ways. The Ezra Omer is also in tshuva. The Lord says, if you do tshuva, you do tshuva. Yes, the Rothschild says he was sold for nothing, and you're not being abused. What does that mean? You were sold into that spell. You were sold into Goddess because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you sold it. Whatever gets it to the other, you will not be redeemed with money. You will be tshuva or mice and children. Not even through tshuva and mice and children will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not tshuva, mice and children that bring Mashiach. Rather, their time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will be Hashem come. He says, I bet the pasuk says, return to me and I return to you. Which sounds like a thing for tshuva.
Are you here by yourself? And I told them, no, I don't have family here. Also, anyone is like, sorry.
Which sounds like it's a fucking talking to being you. I'm going to be a yes, if I look right now,
I think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can see them again.
Back at each other.
I'm here to get away from them.
Different messianic rules.
Hello, America.
The Shua, but not us this year. I'm going to be sure of the rest of the time. Come on, Shem. Go and sell. Look, go show these. That mission. You miss out. Go. The other motion. We're looking at the top of the test. We're looking at the coming 70 spots. I want to look right now. It was touching the soil in my Shem. We like us. I saw it's here. The Lord says, but the Pastor says, if I said, let's chuba. That's not what return to us. I'm going to be sure. Look right now. The Eshma as I eat the Misha Bagman Shem. Now, in the name of your and you're in the middle of the smaller Alasharai, but you should probably hide a little bit of more margin. The fact that the ball is not as yard and colors of a lot of color. The shot was at this point again. Rabbi was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, it's shifting back and forth. This fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer says we say that. So the Lord is saying that Malachah is a price of the Shua will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They look seeking back and forth at each other. The conclusion, no. The way the Gemara ends, the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's Shita. So it sounds like Rabbi here, that the Shita of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that the Mashiach comes when HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So again, that's in this conversation, just to understand. There are these two profound Messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva? When that comes forward, or does there's a some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed? The focus, incredible. No, I'm going to be out of this. I'm going to see that if you see this, like, oh, it's not good. Come on, how can this remain unresolved? We have to know these things. And let's say, no, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is also, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rebbeinu Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. That's why he wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's how I hold up. I've always been from the best version of ourselves. I've always been from the idea. I've always been the defense of the world. I've always to help others. When Mashiach comes because of our, if we become about Mashiach, when Mashiach becomes about things, whether our tshuva ultimately again, when Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of ending to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like you saw yesterday's that. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And we'll figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm going to be out there. Kate, in the heart, you can go in his life. That's all I can feel most of. So the other says, there is no more revealed date than this. That actually says over here. They won't know what's new. But the other says, if you want, this is in parallel, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? What's the always all the time? The truth is, I can reach it out into Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? That is close. Right? It's just like, I just want to know the price. That we're heading in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible delight. But the other says, any of the floodgates will be easy. If you want to know what's overt sign that Mashiach is coming, we'll say, what is it? Shnei V'atem, Halu Yisrael, Antichem Titenu, Drake Uchichem Tisu Yisrael Yisrael. So you really know how to sing. Cheskel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's Mashiach's time. And the Father's thought was not the land to saw the land was born. The Father said, the land comes back to life, and the more the land produces, the closer we are to the Rashi says over here. Rashi says, you wouldn't resist in the first short line. You should keep it and self Kiriyah Sa'ayin Yafa. The land to self produces fruit. Sa'ayin Yafa in good measure. Yikra Haketz, the Eimah Haketz Mekulu Yosef. The Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land down there. So that's how you know if we have another range of service, this is why. We live in a time Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, you remember the two wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. And also, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that Geula is close. So how can you want to drink wine that is anywhere from Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of what's literally what is also. It is the most. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Right? I remember what used to be the section of cultural life. What was it? But it was not a section like the square bottom bottle, right? And that was it. Or some malaga, right? Like the big thing with a little handle on top. You know that? That was it. Such a long time. I remember when I was a kid. It's not so long ago. But now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine. So you just get them right up. That's incredible. And it's not just something else. Sometimes it's a sign of Mashiach. So that, just as I said, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's so important to put in the screen as well. So important to put on money there as well. That's facilitating the Messiah God's work as well. Incredible. Some of those like that. And it also says, so Rabbi says there's another sign of impending Messianic arrival, which is that as Messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages, not be money to pay the wages of animals. So we don't say the level, it is shown on the outside to those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mario say the level is shown on the outside, what does that mean? Rabbi Hafkan Chachamim Shekasser Bahem Shalom. Even if I'm we are known for possessing tranquility. It says, Shalom Rab. We are a source in the inside, even when we get to come in. We are known for tranquility because engenders a sense of Shalom Rab. This is peace for those who have us and notice from our own lives. When you learn, and when you speak and learn, there's a certain calmness and tranquility that you have in life. Even coming by definition possess that tranquility and the thing that in the things leading up to Mashiach, because I'm trying to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, right, so you have Rabbi Abba saying the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. The land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, well, what does it mean? There's been such turbulence. So once again, he's keeping the narrative, right? Because the theme Messianic arrival is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it hidden by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? Don't say that mutually exclusive. It could see things, but Shmuel says, I true Kashar Shmuel says, the sign of Messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. The rest saying is a no. This could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as well. Okay? Every day, double buck. Actually, stop you studying the whole of the yourself. Mashiach only comes once I saw again. This is kind of suffering that you feel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering. This is financial suffering. The poverty. Yeah, literally, remember, from the perspective, the remedy for everything is,
That's the set that you went
try
with.
to meet undiluted wine. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you might come back to things, right? So the man says, follows. The man says, when Mashiach comes, the Mashiach is in such poverty that he can only meet or a sick person. Not only that, after meat, the next best thing that this person must be. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. The one you want to share, not as a shkim, more than our son, you show all the fixat, and you're like, Atsinia carry a basis, so I'm only coming by putting up. Even David Bob, I should take from my post as well. But the Rabbi Chaim says, the Japan comes when there's a total loss of autonomy to parties. So now, Marcus Hazara means even of our time. Right? So, as used by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. So the colors of the Zion as well. So that's why Rothschild ועכשיו צורת לא הסכמים שהקמות, ובמילים שהקמות, כל זה אומר כנראה, אין בין דבר actually who doesn't like himself. That's the wild about. When does the Shiach come? The Shiach comes ultimately again when there are no Dashiach. But arrogant people disappear from Christ. Look at what it means. But ultimately again, arrogance is a piece of Shiach away. So when there are no arrogant people, that's what ultimately again the Shiach away. What's that? That's because we're not 98 about four lines up on the 45th line. שלאמר כי אז עשו לקרבך הרחב הספות. שהשארתי בקרבך עם אני בדל, וחסו בשם השם. And so Allah is showing so much about this is going to start going on deep. That it's arrogance that keeps the Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps the Mashiach away. And that's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is you can remember again. That's in the side. So you have like that. I'm not smart, I'm just not about everything. In Ben David, actually, we consult in something in Israel. Mashiach when he comes, then the judges and enforcers no longer is just a child power. This is talking about corrupt judges. Corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for something. שנאמר, והשיבה יביאה לחות, ועצת סבות, והשיבה שפעת. אומר לי לא, wasn't beautiful. And you try and this Allah, it's not the first one line. Allah says that he shall only review with tzedakah. She never mishpat tzedakah. He shall have with tzedakah. And Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. He shall have with tzedakah and with prayer. And also, this is very important. So everyone is smart. It's not. What a beautiful word. That's a rock of a chesed. It's actually very uncomfortable. This is very beautiful. Not in the schema, but just in a general sense. He says, one of the most translated words in all of Jesus Christ is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says, what's that word tzedakah means? What's the source of tzedakah? Is it tzedakah? What does tzedakah mean? Justice. It's supposed to be like this.
So what are they like?
In life, there are people who have, there are people who don't. When it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way to the scientific programs the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. And this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our work activities, we look at our special activities, and like other times, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the more obligation that we have. So if you have more than you need, that can show you should always look at that. Then by definition, there is the more obligation. If you say that, if you say that, it's justice to do for the money. That's for the money. If it's your time, if it's your resources, if it's your abilities, there is a more obligation to give and to share with others. So what do you think about that? I think about that like this. So when you have this other good stuff up, so let's say interestingly enough, when does the Shiach say? The Shiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is said that it's justice. And suddenly again, I feel I have a more clarity and more obligation to have, of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to do that for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because I know that I think chesed and tzedakah. I said that represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that we're going to see our hearts. It's incredible. You have a obligation. So it's like this. With arrogant people who no longer exist, the Amagushis who no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Actually points out that they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea there is as long as they're arrogant Jews, they're going to be Persian sorcerers. Buckley Dining, Buckley Resistance. And if we start to exist, so to correct Gentile gods resistance with them. Otherwise, the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we're corrupt judges, then we bring about the Gentiles who have judges to be destroyed. And the Muslims like this. Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally what? Most probably things are getting worse. Right? That's generally the doctors work. So if things are bad, just know that most probably means the cosmos. Wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. You should give us first if you know. I think yesterday I was wondering I'm going to stop. Yes. I got one of those things. Like, this is there's always parts more also, like, with the news, I feel it's like to go crazy. The affluence is expensive. I'm really going to start to make that very small, right? So it's everything is just talking about. You know, about Prime Minister doing this, Minister doing this, the English leader doing this, and Minister dancing to these types of songs. Like, what is honor? What is this? It is like, it's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one was paying attention to them up, right? Clean them up, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? So the school teacher and the children are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyone know what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Clownsville. And acting like calling children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children, at least, at the core, are covetous in power. And one of these like, what is this? It's the whole thing. Right? Again, that's exactly right. It's the whole thing. And then you're like, okay, this is my answer face. Because sometimes like the worse it looks, cut your nose. Wait for it. Because your problems that works, and the worse it looks, it just means Rafa is even closer than ever before. Incredible you are. The man is like, oh, you're from a then got the bar, I left the door, and who was that? This was again, a reverse idea. You see how when it comes in a generation that is totally instant, something. You see how it comes when Christ lost everything. Listen, this again, just on the same thing, same one. You see how when it comes in something property. Something. You know what I'm saying? When it comes when Okay. Or everyone's really bad. Everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Anyone says, the rest goes back in the six, but I'm experienced that even knowing the show. There's a high six, by Yaki, each by showing to him that the six, then the only a six. That's what I say. So I'm going to go focus, but I'm going to share. I'm going to find you and show up and maybe run six. The Ita actually said, sorry, the Ita. The Pasuk says, the Ita, which means the Shia will come in at the point of time. It's so actually shut up. But then the Pasuk says, I will hasten around the Shia. Which one is it? The Ita means the Shia's coming in at the time. Actually shut up. I will hasten around the Shia. Which one is it? It's also actually shut up. No, it's also the Ita. If we are Zoka, right? If we are territorials, they open up these, I should not least, if we're not nice for this. At the end of the day, pizza. Here comes at the point of time. I'm not going to be showing you the right stage. But I'm another Schneider. Also, about English at top. It said, unbroken out. Zoku, I'm sorry. Zoku, I'm an Schneider. Zoku, unbroken out. So once again, I was saying this year, the cloud comes from the sky, or like a paparazzi on a donkey. So the clouds usually start very quickly. The papa on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does the Mashiach come quickly, or does the Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. I must say, so again, in this approach in the Gemara, which you begin to see, is the arrival of the Messianic redemption is fundamentally depends on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. However, Shabbat Malcolm Ishmael, this is terrible. So Shabbat Malcolm, Shapur, said to Shua, I'm reaching the Shia Hamla Austin. I won't say, by the way, this is the Pasha, the Pasha in this one of the earth. This is the Pasha that tells us that the Shia comes on down. So see Shapur, from the Pasha, the Shia comes on down to you. He says, Pasha, you see Barca, I'm giving my back door, seriously. I think Shia coming down to you. I'm making a donation to the Shia Fund. It's like I give my donate my best. I should tell the person to come on down to you. Like I'm going to give him my best voice. All right, ready. You just look my ears up. So to Shia said to Shia Fund, do you have a voice for the angry players? Yeah, what is it? So to Shia, he's back to Shia Fund. You should see the Shia. Right, that's how it goes. You think your voice is not going to donkey. I would think the donkey of your Shia over the nicest of your voices any day. Incredible. And the Shia is what they get together to tell us this. You can't do this. If you are, if you're back in the cover, so copper, you're not here. You're not here. You should ask them. You should tell them, I feel so sorry for you. My heart listens to you, that you were not able to get out of bed this morning to be part of something dramatically life-altering started to overwhelm. I'm sorry, really, we must be in the throes of something major. Thank you for Shalima. Thank you for Lava. Hashtag I got it, my colors. Thank you. We'll take our pickle feeling for you. I hope you'll be back later. This is something to miss in life. All right, 7.5 years, I'll be back to this. I'm Scott breaking the O. So I have a cognac stand that I'm going to be showing my hospital. So the show we're standing at the entrance way of the grave. I'm going to show us. I wasn't going to for those who are not the last Yakin Tower, but 2 Yakin Towers ago, we went to the entrance way of the grave of Rashi in Meron. There's a grave on top. There's a grave on top. There's nursing people. You can actually go below, right to the entrance way of the Ma'ara. So the Shabbat lady was standing right down the road, and there was the road by the entrance way of the Ma'ara to the show by your side. So I'm seeing the Amadasi. So the Shabbat lady says, am I going to Olam Haba? I'm going to Olam Haba. Am I going to the world to come? I'm going to Yitza Adon Haba. I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if I said what to Olam Haba, then go to Olam Haba. I'm sure lady, Shnai lady sees the Kolgim Shabati. So the Shnai lady says, I'm sending you a video. There's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, in the form of the term, whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah, right? She says, the Shekhinah Habata Hadai. The Shekhinah is right. So imagine this scene. So again, if you don't understand that the entrance way of the grave of Rabbi Shema Hadai, so now, whenever he passes by, he's talking to the other, and going to the come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then they will have voice, powerfully there as well. I'm a man, so much Hashem Mashiach. So now I'm telling you, so no, when is the Mashiach coming? Now, so reading into it, why is he saying it's going to be on you? And the fact is, we know nothing is going to come before, for an after hour of Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? I'm a man, he's still shining in the beginning. Go ask him, what's Mashiach is coming? Which will say, okay, where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? There's one thing. He's taught the Kasha. He's situated at the gates of Rome. Sits at the gates of Rome. And you know, it might seem like it. How would I know if I go to the gates of Rome? And how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? I don't think it's easy. So you know, so if you look by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, if you study the Kasha, you know the moment you look at Kasha, you have man is telling by Tuesday, so you make it called over the car. And then the only six sad shall by English, you make it Kasha and then the flat shot. Okay, Rashi posting his teacher, he says, that's actually the really entrance where the city, I mean, the entrance is not over. And also, the cat is not going to be everyone going to the mall. I will tell you what, that's actually what they use. The entrance is going to go. The Mashiach and the Mashiach resides at the entrance to Rome. So it's fine, it's going into the cow, go find him. But how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance to the city of Rome. So how do I know who he is? We might see money. Rothschild, James, and Louis Soviet Hawaii. What's the difference in this? Who is the entrance to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those who Saras. They're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach moves alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says something, Hawaii, he is going to the Nanimuga. So ultimately, Mashiach will live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. Also a leper. They say the Hula okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands around the lepers. So now, George, okay, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something so you can understand. Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing, and the person who normally faces all that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you see other directions. We go ahead and probably don't think we have the same chapters. We're like the people who get a little bit more alert, or the people maybe you try to avoid, or the people who marginalize, or the people just be pushed to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Yes, it is a tremendous thing. But sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't do the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the whole. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach, again, is a leper sitting by the entrance. So how can I figure out who is? I don't know who is. Imagine the student showed us who's a person, you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. The way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Right? You'll notice, by the way, who showed had the Asika. Mashiach only changes his bandages one. Now, why is that? Because what happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach has to be Mashiach's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all these bandages are off, he says, okay, go. It's going to be very great for that bandages. So instead, what he does is he only bandages one of unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never asked permission for us to wipe them out. It's tremendous. So that's a tremendous thing that you see on the Mashiach himself. He's literally ready to go. He's ready to go. All right, anything is done. There's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us work in our life with many different needs, and many different things that we have to know. There's these hard sometimes everything else. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I'll just put it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. It's that critical to heal your wounds. The first one is the wounds is your Decide what you want to feel. Decide what you want to feel. Like how you want to feel it. Feel that first. Once you feel one need, like your sweat, then you start. The time is just often when you're understanding the stuff you got to get and you're looking for stuff. You know, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in the state of this repaired, can become overwhelming, and that's when you despair starts to then give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, is slowly overcoming these to heal yourself. Incredible. Social reasons I promise you just imagine what that must have been like. So, but you know, even if he's not something like he's not coming up, like he doesn't reveal himself yet. He's not like he's sure that when you found found him. Amalei, Shalom Alaka Rabbi. So that's your day's gonna come. The day will come. And the chef will stand before us. And you two will look on this. I want to say Shalom Alaka Rabbi. Remember this. Yeah, comes and before he does anything, like if you think of anything, you say, I don't know how we're gonna know. I don't know. Somehow we're gonna know. So just be stand there and just be sitting there with Shalom Alaka Rabbi. And really truth balance with years to save those. Just be able to see the verse Mashiach before he does anything. Will be such a strong bomb for the collective soul of himself. There is a lady, show us what you know. I'm alert. Shalom Aleichem, Bali Bali. Shalom Aleichem to you. Bali Bali, telling you, Shalom Aleichem, Bali Bali. I'm alert. Leinos Asila. So if you really just specify this to you, like, let's get to it. Where are you coming? Where are you coming? Like, where are you coming? So I'm gonna lay and yo. If you're coming today, I'm coming today. So that's it. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. And then open up. He goes back. Apologies, but that's really unloving. I'll still be able to go. So the next thing is, where did this mean to actually know at the 18th year of how to do it last year, and then we're last year, or someone else we don't know. But again, we're like you, yo. I'm a man. My I'm gonna fuck. And you know, what's the shit? What happened? What happened? What did she tell you? I'm gonna tell my life about you, but it's first thing I'm saying, okay? So, hello to me, right? Thank you, Jesus. He said, tell my life about you, buddy. To which, you know, so I'm gonna I keep all the time because I was the auction. So first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father, unfortunately, was the code that keep you on Nabi. No time, in fact, the Shia. You make sure you go find his name. That's indicative of the fact that both you and yourself and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. Second, the Shimon is shown big heartbroken. Why? They couldn't come back. The Shia writes me. The Shia writes me. The Amar, you are seeing it also. The Shia is coming today and doing something. That's so very wrong. So there's so many feeling like the Shia is coming today and doing that come. Everyone is ignoring it. You do not like it. I know that it's half an hour and a half. I know in the corner of this today. But the Shia is telling you why I'm ready to come. I'm ready to come every single day. If you probably still if you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I know I'm ready to come today.
It's arguably the nicest building in New York.
The Shia wasn't born. The Shia is ready. Children and diamond is one of the things that to be ready to do. He's ready to come as long as we are ready to receive it. But to receive, we have to give us the same like incredible. What is it? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do, all of this controls the flow of Messiah. Every time you go to this one, there's a few types of this one, and what's that done double back? None of you flesh to the place. Yes, we should have, all right. Sorry, I used to have an actual, so you'll see, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. And you're going to ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer it, I don't know. Anyone watching me talk, they say, Rabbi, just answer your question. You will not ask for a sign from you. Okay? Actually, then double bar. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. But it's fine. I'll tell you what the chef is coming. The chef is going to done. Ultimately, when this work goes down, when it's good, and it falls down the first time when you double it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get through those, the chef is going to come. Just look at your action to this thing there. Yes, he says, I'm going to show you the covers enough. Not too so touch. Should be Roman. So this is a reference to Rome. So again, when you see the kids say what's going to happen, the gates of Rome will fall down, still rebuilded, but it will fall down again, still rebuilded, it will fall down a third time. Before you get to rebuild it a third, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign. That's the Mashiach. On the lower end, it's a level. Okay, that's true. I'm going to handle a top on my actually. A little top on my and me. It's going back 2 minutes. I told you, I need to because I know that. Just talking about it. Also, whatever happens is, you have to especially get people by your side. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the I really work. Like I said, I'll tell you about it when I can give you so I said, let me hold this for you. So I'm a little upper people. I got it. You told me something else to say, come on, this is society. I'm a little hand. In fact, you have to be in my Tanyas. You're down. You have to feel down. Listen, somebody else in the future said, it's the waters of the Tanyas. Raise the waters of the Tanyas. Turn to blood. So the Tanyas is the body of water that feeds the joint. Feeds the the blood, what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Tanya turns to blood. Incredible. The shot puts you also. At the time that Yoshi Kismo was dying, I'm going to be alone. Make sure to bury my coffin, bury the people in the ground. I'm going to do why? The angel of death of the devil for the mother, she was sick, so I can't see each other. So when I die, so you'll see that Kismo ceremonies are going to overrun the land. And Persian horses, every single country will have a Persian horse kind of thing. They even have all the others that are themselves, so you see Margai also both have it. And we're going to be overrun by the Persian, the Median, and guess what? We're going to use up our caskets, and use our caskets as food trucks. Regular horses. They're going to use the horses that even very deep in the earth, but they will use up my caskets. Things that is back from my horse on himself, this should have a then the Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over 5 dollars. Now, I want to point out, when you talk about Rome means ego. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is just derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Rabbi was oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. And I'm not feeding. You came out, it's your God, your God, you can have us, you should have been inside. Yes, but Lord, I tell you that. That's what is incredible. Now we come to a totally different monkey. We were sad, yes, I thank you so much. I hope so much that the Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. And what is it? What we are saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messiah. So, I hope I got into the Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. And I'm Rabbi, I see what I kind of know. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. The Yosef Har-Yosef says, I see the Asti, the Sigma Tulip, the Kufus, and the Kanya. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excellence of the Mashiach. Oh, what is that? Yosef says, what that means is like this. Yosef says, simply bring it. I know it's a big difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring the shit out of it. So just 2 totally different rabbinic takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering of the shit. Only a value my time, even in the shit, how much of a shit. So what is this? What is this going on? If it's about ultimately again, one of the things Rabbi was saying, let me show you, I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience it. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, the covenant from Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes us in Isaiah Ba'atanya, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of this world, right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? So I said, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Kriya Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from the suffering of Kriya Messianic. Now, hot Torah, from the Chesed. And open the Torah and say, never again. You might say, like, Rabbi, you have all this stuff, you have Torah, your Chesed, what is it about? What are these not going to worry about? They have time to have Chesed, they have to be really saved. You know, you've got to tell them to receive Messianic Torah. I'm a man, so you get nothing. I might have the requisite merits now, but I'm concerned. But maybe I'll submit that Torah. And once I sometimes one idea and work out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of human Messianic era. And maybe I'll sin, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of human Messianic era. And the United States is this. I know who's my favorite Rothschild today. He's got the promise, Yaakov, I got you back. I got you back. I will watch you and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, you see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I've got you, you have nothing to worry about, I have you back, you have absolutely nothing to worry about, then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, Shai Misarishim and Gromafrit. Ultimately, Yaakov was he was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, even if he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see, on Shabbos and Beverly, etc., he decided, which is just the profound soul, which is this part of Chazal's motif of coming ba'atzmecha ad yomos. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zechiros, how much merit I have except for the two that life for myself is incredible, I could listen. One bad decision can wipe out so much merit. So you see, people as good as they are, live with this thinking existential fear that I may wipe out all of my even acquired merit. As you might see, I got one of Hashem, Zubi and Shona. This is the first one, the first thing that is wrong with Yeshua. I got one of the Zubi. So this is the second comment that tells us right here. It refers to the second rivalry of Israel with Ezra. To be a Shona, Ella, and God of Hashem. That is also as soon as the Minister of Israel, with incredible miracles with Yeshua, incredible miracles with Ezra, and because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get back to our So let's go stop over here for today. We're going to continue to touch overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues. Come on, let's go back to that. How incredible is it for the subject of Mashiach? Even Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach Gemara, we have the opportunity to explain a little bit of Mashiach each and every morning together. Stop, everyone.
How long were the sets that you're doing on cruise lines?
An hour long.
I bet people were taping anchors to themselves on those cruise
That's a little bit great to everything.
Jumping off.
Yeah, they have comedians on cruise line. You're my favorite person on the planet. I can't believe I'm this close. Yeah, here's a bad slide.
You get some into stand up of the same length of time. You probably didn't open mics with them 40 years ago.
I've never done one with you, though, Tony.
You be careful. I might bite that jab right off your cheek. Keep flirting with me.
Get that close. You're not Joe Rogan, bro.
I don't know what that means. Anyway, so
All right,
ninja skills.
good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors. I know Talmud Torah sponsors. Talk Shin Pei Hey. The Tels Mishpach will be dedicating all the Shemit Drashos this year as his chus for the Soros Soros Olavan. The Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Ba'adim Latova. Kelly and Steve Zini, Ravina Rios, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKoin, Ziv Levin, and Brahman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, for the Bracha. And a week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Dr. Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther, Bas, Elazar, for the Bracha. We hope that married to our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamos Avin Avida, the families in it from all those in Jerusalem, Shabbat, Kodesh, Kol, Holy Yisrael. The Nishpach will bring all of our hostages home, and the Holy Soldiers be successful before Maaseh Yudeh. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin in the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. That's why I'm doing
Oh my God. What a freak, man. Unbelievable.
Okay, Rabbi. Welcome to some Muslim Shisa Tzadikim, Kabliak Yeshim Chodar. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. So it's just we all know this. Rabbi tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, now this lashon is the Makaber Abed who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shnei Mar Ashrei Kol Chochei Lo. These will be are those who wait for him. Lo and lo in the Gematria, Lamed Vav, lo in the Gematria, plus in the Shusha, is 36. Meaning that's not a 36 from a Rabbi. Dora coming to the people, Timnate, sorry, Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the Tzadikim, are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Marsa Shnei Emar Soviet Shmona Sa'elef. So the Marsa Lokasho, how did the stack with this Bakari in Europe? How did the stack with this Bakari in Europe? So there's different levels. Ispaklaria means clarity of vision. So there's Ispaklaria Megiro, which means total clarity of vision. And it's Bakari in Europe, a little bit of a cloudier vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim who see HaKadosh Baruch Hu be Ispaklaria Me'ira, complete, clear vision. To perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is, so the Gemara says, I mean, if it's really high, but are there really so many? So we got 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Also, even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina Me'ira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? This Gemara, I'm sure listen to this. I'm sure by a fight. Also, this is how we come up. So this gives them a view. This is going to show by a fight. Then you see the Hein Mu'atzim. I have seen the Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few the Aliyah. That was like. Now, what does this mean? So the Shemai is making a tremendous statement that there are one of the hardest qualities to find is the Aliyah. What do you mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah is just like what it says. Your desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in common. What do you have to do in order to become a common? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of community common. There are actually plenty of people who are also go make chesed. You do chesed. This chesed is also inherently enjoyable. It says the hardest thing to find in this world is b'nei aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean that tzaddikim are the only. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Rishon says it's very difficult. In Aleph, if there are thousands in the world, me and my son, remember again, son of Allah, right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. And if there's 100, I mean my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 Bnei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Ubni. It's me and my son. They both say, "So point like you read more like this." Oh, okay. It's not guy. It's not guy. Will say it's knowing who you are. And I'm sure Rabbi understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son Rabbi Lazar, even more than his father. I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are in this world. But I can tell you like this: even if there's only two, I know that it's me and my son. The point of Rabbi says, when somebody is saying, I don't know how many like Bnei Aliyah there are, and I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18.
During COVID,
That's why I
Trevor, what's your love
Thank
like?
you so much. The Gemara says as follows: Lo kasha, hard to either. Once again, the Gemara gives there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah. Well, the thing is like this: there are plenty of people. Plenty of tzaddikim. There are sometimes some tzaddikim of Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, but now, whatever this means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering without permission represents this incredibly high spiritual level. You find many holy people, but there's a certain culture, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is hard to ID the Barish. It's really Rito Rishos. Kisheneknosim, Listakra, Distakra, Mihira, Bano, Lopefisim, Klosim, Vishis. Aval also Eknosim, below Rishos, Baruch Tikam, in Wasatla Kamal. So let's listen to this. So now it's suggesting this as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world. Go ahead and enter into with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem, this clarity of vision. And then there is people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh without permission, whatever this means, and also have that 36 is the number of people, this Faklaria Mihira, but need permission to enter. And then some words that don't need permission, and also have this Faklaria Mihira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, times are already coming by. And now at this point, in a Zavatale Ella B'Shil Messenger, if you want Mashiach, then we need Messenger. So let's say a dramatic shift. God says, stop with guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only thing that's going to come is the police. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Shmuel mentioned it. Shmuel says, Dayo la'adar shiyamel ba'adlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Adam to stay in his Adam. So what does this mean? Shmuel says no. Just like the Adam who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Galvus will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So that's a fundamental like this between Rabbi and Shmuel. Looking back at Shmuel still holds, he uses a gauge by which you have the same thing. You deserve it, you don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. What Rab's saying is it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Shuvah and our nicety. It's incredible. The one goes like, he's not also and you're not in the government. The Rosh says, how is going to Shuvah? Mashiach will come. If we don't do Shuvah, he won't come. I'm not really sure. And they don't do Shuvah in the government. If you don't do Shuvah, there's no Gula Ela Kadishbar, reminded by Hamela, Shekzerot, Kashas Kahaman, he saw Osim Shuvah Machil. It's not true. If we don't do Shuvah, what's going to happen? What happens? But he wants to orchestrate situations through which we have to do Shuvah. created this quarter despotic king. Violence and the despotic king will force us to go ahead and to return us to our correct ways. Tiny Eva, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, he saw us in Shabbat Nedalim. The Lord says, if you do Tshuva, will be redeemed. Shnei Amar Shua, Baruch Shabbat, Ephraim Yisrael Seichem. Amar Lord Yeshua, Baruch Vayna, Machidam, Yisrael Yosef Tigalu. Yet the Pasuk says you were sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Davos because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. You will not be redeemed with money, nor be tshuva and nice and children. Not to be redeemed with tshuva and nice and children will you do. In other words, it's not tshuva and nice and children that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will in Eretz Hashem come. I says, I'm going to know Rabbi Yeshua. I but the Pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like the Baruch is saying to us, if we do tshuva, then he'll bring the Geula. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, look by Ne'emar. I know he ba'alti b'chom. ולקחתי אסכם אחד מאיר, ושתיים משפחה, והבאתי אסכם ציון, ושמתי בספלת משפחה וקדים לגבולו. אמר רבי אליעזר, אבל לא כבר נאמר, שלא זה lobby back and other, but indicating different messages and doing it. לא כבר נאמר, ישוע ונח אז פשוט, לא ישוע ולא כבר נאמר, כל בר השם, God himself, with Yoshua, the dark necklace, and the Nissan, right, the Evan motion, the rock and the top of the rock and the some Sunday Shaka, I want to love the rock by Nemar. In touch with the son of Omar, so we like culture. That's what the Lord says, I but the first says, I but the Shuba. That's what will return to us. I'm going to be Yeshua, look by Nemar. The Eshma as I eat the Shabbat, and the Nam, the name of your or. You're in the middle of the smaller Alashanai, but you start a high over the more modern. The fact that follows up as God and follows the Kalera follows, huh? It's such a lot. Was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the shooting back and forth, is fundamental focus of Eliezer and of Yeshua. Eliezer says he's sitting on something. The Lord says, Father, the Shuvah will be. But Yeshua, it's not the way it was. Some Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. It looks there, the conclusion tonight, the way the Gemara ends, the conclusion is that Rabbi Ezer ultimately refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's suit. It sounds like over here that the people of Hashem, when the Baruch Hu chooses to bring him, that seems to be the demon that triumphs. So let's say something there are these people coming in models that are mean unsteady. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost in the heaven tshuva, when after the sorrow, or is it just some point in time by which we will actually be redeemed? Not focus, incredible. Yeah, but let's say, by the receiver, you see yourself, one second, come on, how can this remain unresolved? Idea, we have to know these things. Well, let's hear it, sir. No, we don't know. Because the truth is also, this is the same why the whole concept of Mashiach is not mentioned in the Torah. The Amidah does not want us to be messianically focused. We focus on maximizing coming. That's our goal, though. Out of all this, we become the best version of ourselves. We make a difference in the world. Just to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our, to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach becomes the Bali Tshuva, whether our Tshuva ultimately again, whether or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of end date, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's dad. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Coach Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm Rabbi Abba. 80 kids in the park, he's going to go in his dad. So, I'll go with you again. Rabbi Abba says, There is no more revealed to this. That Rashi says over here. So what does this mean? The Rabbi says, if you want, this is incredible. If you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, you look at this all the time, right? The truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. This, by the way, is incredible demand. Rabbi says, if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, I will say, what is it? Shneimar, va'atam, Hari Yisrael, Antechem Titnim, Upreich, Uprichem, Tisu, La'amei Yisrael. Those are so because the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not the Eretz Yisrael, the land, when Klal Yisrael, the land comes back to life, the more the land produces, the closer you know who you are. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, in the Bulam is the first short line, the Shetikin Eretz Yisrael Piryach, Ta'ayin Nocha. The Eretz Yisrael produces fruit. Ta'ayin Nocha in good measure, as Yikras HaKetz, Ta'ayin Nocha HaKetz Megillah Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness and the vitality of the land of dying. That's how you know we see this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I want to say, it's not just that there's good wines coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that the river is close. How could one drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. He's the most. Do you remember? Remember what used to be the section of social wine? What was it? But it was not a sense. Like in a square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? And it was just some Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top, that was it. Such a long time. It's not so long ago. I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you want. I guess you could drink all the wine if you want. Right? Let me just get it all up. It's incredible. It's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. This is a sign, because it's a sign of Mashiach. It's so important for support that can be as well. So important to put money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. It's more good like that. And Rothschild says, so Rabbi says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not money to pay the wages of animals, right? When you don't save a level, in Shalom in Asawin and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. What does that mean? Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. They in Shalom Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who love to listen to others from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. By definition, possess that tranquility in the kingdom and the being of tranquility. So let's try to find out how this is. On one hand, right, the first thing it says, you have Rabbi saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. The land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, this competing narrative, right, is the key messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? That's how you should see it. It's good to see things. says, actually, Shmuel says, the sign of the circle, right, is that all pricing will be the same. They will say, and I understand this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Everything, in Ben David Bach, actually, it's back to the whole of Logimsa. Mashiach, when he comes to us, I saw again, this is kind of suffering what you feel. Usually comes when there's incredible suffering, this is financial suffering, the poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, it was like, enough to be much protected. The remedy for everything is, that you need undiluted wine. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you might don't have to teach, right? Basically, the man says, so you might, when Mashiach is in such poverty that even being able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, the next best thing that gets consumers won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Although you must have as השקיע מלהם ונערסם, שם עולס, קצת ביום ההוא, עד שיסיסו. רבי in Ben David Bach, עד שתיף המחוס הזה, Rabbi Chaim says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of a time price. Now, Machis means even a time. So, in other words, even price was ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. And Amar, this morning, so that's right. Va'isahu Yovav Shain, Vashem Tzvatos, and Nimshach Umora. And yes, anything David Bach, I should look that. Mashiach comes home again when there are no vaccines. Arrogant people, this is a person called and ultimately, again, arrogance is a key way. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will come. Because 98, four lines up from before it gets white.
Oh, he could be sacked again. Unlimited.
This is going to start a little deep. That it's arrogance that keeps you away. It's arrogance that keeps you away. We'll say, what's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, well, let's see inside. So like that. So I'm Rabbi Small, like Mishum Rabbi Lazar B'Shemim, in Ben David Bach, Achiach L'Kol Shofet V'Shofet Yisrael. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist to fight. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit them for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליו, ועצב כבוד סיגפה, והשיבה שפסו מעולה, this is beautiful. And you try and knit this, Ella, it's stuck. What's the first white line? Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Sion, the mishpat, tzedakah, v'shaveh b'tzedakah. Will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice, v'shaveh b'tzedakah, and we return to tzedakah. Now let's say, this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, wow, what a beautiful Gemara. What do you see here? That tzedakah, that chesed is the key to Gemara. But we can't very first, we say, it's something very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in the general sense. He says, one of the most mistranslated words in all of these sites is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. That's charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah is. What's the source of tzedakah? Is it said that? What is it? Justice. Which was in life, there are people
look who the fuck it is. I said, look who the fuck it is. Motherfucker thinks that they can in fucking trick shot pool, 9-ball trick shot pool. Is that true?
It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the
way. Dude, how's your day going, baby?
The world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't
what did you
to receive, those who have to give. And this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our activities, we look at our chesed activities, it's like, oh, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need. Baruch Hashem, we should always look into that. And by definition,
Enlighten me, the monetization of rejection.
It's said that it's justice to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's with your money. It's with your time, with your resources, it's with your abilities. It is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think the Gemara saying is like this. So they will say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course, I have to give. Of course, I have to do. Of course, I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because I know that's between chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment
most of the shit that you say doesn't make any fucking sense, but this one does.
That's the moment that at the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible.
Yeah. I think so.
So Rabbi is like this.
Now, dude, I have a serious question for you. Do you know what that question is?
Will no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Rashi points out over here.
Are you ready to lose?
Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews,
that's what I like to see here.
All
right, dog. Do you want to lose at 9-ball first?
Corrupt judges would stop to exist. So to corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist. Well, so the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative in the world. We're arrogant.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to tell you. I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, okay? I'm going to dominate you in a way that no one's ever dominated you in your entire life. Or do you want to play cutthroat? Dog, let's play cutthroat. I don't know what it means, but it sounds fucking ballin'. Oh shit, we can't play it.
That is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach.
All right.
Which means, again,
Well, that's garbage.
It's the precursor for Mashiach. Here we've seen this motif more and more. So Chakelo Ani Toshia.
Yo, baby.
Will save an impoverished nation.
Just a moment, my man.
If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing.
You have an invitation, baby. Are you ready to lose? Yeah, dog. Of course. Look at that shot, Zeus. It should be considered it.
It's fascinating, right?
But it was not.
How amazing this is and why it is like listen, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or
Dude,
you see a
done.
generation where there's ridiculous suffering,
you should just give up. Big dog, you should just give up. Oh yeah, for sure, big time penalty. I don't know why you would do that.
Everyone else, if things are bad,
I warned you. You get a penalty, son.
That generally means what?
And now I'm going to make it incredibly difficult for you to win. Maybe more difficult than anybody in the history of the world.
Just know that most probably means that Chakelo. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. I will say, and this should give us.
Dude, I'm going to dominate you now. I'm taking away all your opportunities. I'm taking away all your opportunities. Oh, dude, did you see that thing lip out?
I've had one of those days. Like this is just because it's always.
There have been people who have comedy school and comedy stand-up courses.
It's so disheartening. Everything.
There's not that big of a.
About.
Like it's more natural thing. It's like saying like, why isn't there a school for pool? And I'm sure there is, but Zoot, how'd you like that, son? Zoot, how'd you like that, son? Do you want to hear me bark at you? How'd you like that, son?
and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right?
Look at this shot.
That's what it's like, right?
Oh no,
right,
penalty.
Right? So the school teacher and the
Bank shot, combo shot. I don't know how I got credit for that.
Right? They're doing everything anyway.
Dog, Zoot.
So why is that
Adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future. And
Do you think there are fewer actors in the world than you do?
acting like to call them children is an insult to
All
children.
right, I mean, there is basically. Have you ever heard
Because children at the are
Upright Citizens Brigade? It's in LA. It's in New York as well. It's like basically you pay and they teach you to do improv and comedy and stuff. And it's pretty expensive. It's like $20,000 a year.
Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks,
A lot of people say that it is.
wait for it. Because the way Cloud works is the worse it looks.
It's called UCB, baby.
Is even closer than ever before. An incredible Gemara. The Gemara is like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Bar, Ella Bedar Shekulo Zakai.
Do you know who Amy Poehler is?
Again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes.
Well, she did Upright Citizens Brigade. Did you know that?
Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzaddikim. So just again, just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty.
Dog.
Mashiach only comes when there's suffering.
Do you know what Second City is?
When there's complete piety.
All right, well, that's like the same shit.
Really bad. It comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Gemara says,
An interview for the podcast, absolutely. Yeah, Chelsea's been on it. Chelsea had her box munched on it, dog.
The pasuk says "Be'ita," which means
It was just in the uncut version. Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that?
Mashiach's coming at a defining time.
No, but I mean,
which one is it?
Chelsea doesn't seem like somebody who would turn down a good box munching.
If we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, we will come at a disappointed time. I'm Rabbi Alexandria.
Do you think she's into losing at cool, or do you think she is not into losing at cool? Zoot, are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of the game? Right here, baby.
So once again, I will say, is Mashiach going to be someone who's like a cloud comes
Zoot.
from the sky, or like a papa riding on a
Zoot,
donkey?
everybody's waiting on you. Let's see your shot. Let's see how good this is.
So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly?
Is it possible for you to win? The answer to this question is no. You're done.
In this approach in the Gemara, what you begin to see is the arrival of Messiah redemption is fundamentally dependent on us.
That was an amazing scratch. In the history of the world, of all of the scratches, that might have been one of the best ones ever. But look at this shot, Zoot. Get it.
I will say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on.
I agree. That would have been sick as fuck. Zoot, let's see you win, man.
Comes on a donkey. He goes says, "Asi ishtale susi barka." I'll give him my best horse to Isli. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach.
It's possible.
Right?
We just need the greatest comeback in the history of the universe. Who's to say you can't get that, baby? Who's to say that you can't get that, baby?
You should see Mashiach's donkey. Like that's quite.
Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
I think your horse is better than his donkey.
Look at this move, Zoot.
Over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible.
That would have been so sick.
Get ready for this. If your Dafyomi Chavusa or Chaver is not here at Shir,
Zoot, are there gangs in Australia?
I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that
like,
you were not able to.
You know, we have like the Crips and the Bloods, the Latin kings and shit.
Cathartic and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major.
Like, are you just talking about like the Yakuza and the triads and shit? Or are you talking about like the West Side
some things you miss in life. 5.5 years, I'll be back in that session.
What did you call them? What's that? Oh, biker games.
For those who are on not the last.
You have biker games?
We went to the entrance.
Oh, how'd you like that shot, son? Dude, how'd you like that shot, son?
There's the grave on top. There's the grave on top. And if you listen to people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance. They have the Ma'ara. Literally at the entrance, they have the Ma'ara.
Dude, watch the best shot.
Standing right found Elio.
Look how good that was.
By the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amarle, Asina la Almada Asi. Crazy.
Dude, that best shot was amazing. Alright, are you ready to lose again, son?
Am I going to the world to come? Amarle, and Yirtza Adon Hazeh. If Hashbaruch wants it, no, what do you want from me? I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be Olam Haba, then go to Olam Haba. Rishon Levi, Shnayim Reisi, the
Mongols.
So the Rishon Levi says, I'm standing here with you, Elio. So there's two of us, but I hear three voices.
Dude, I hit 2 balls in.
Again, the Rishon Levi heard whatever this means.
I pocketed 2 balls.
Rashi says,
and I get no points for that.
Can you imagine the scene? So again, the Yohanavi standing Rishon by
Dude,
so now,
what are your thoughts on the fact that I pocketed 2 balls?
I don't know. Ask Hashem. Then Rishon Levi hears another voice.
Ma?
Who's there as well? Amalei, Amos, Asim Mashiach.
Dude, you would have sucked that dude off. And everybody knows it.
Now, the reason you feel why
Do you know who opened for Matt Rife? Everywhere.
Go ask him.
Not
Go ask
everywhere.
Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming.
Who's the guy from the Golden Hours?
Where can I
Is the guy from Workaholics?
Where is he? That I should ask
What is his name? Eric Griffin?
He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, "My simone." I say, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome. And how should I go ahead? And how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says. So I'll say, if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here.
They're the same people who close for you. They're known as the crickets. Dude, you're going to bomb tomorrow night, and that's not because I think you're going to bomb. It's because you think you're going to bomb. Dog, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this shit?
Mashiach hangs out, Mashiach resides at the entrance.
Yeah, baby.
So fine, Shimon Levi says, okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entranceway to the city. Have you ever seen how will I know who he is? My simone, Yosef,
basically everything that I've ever seen.
Let's say, get ready for this. Which one? Who would stay at the entranceway of Rome? The lepers.
The one where you got heckled.
They were not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with.
I don't know. You've only shown me like 3 videos. So none of them would I ever say that you absolutely killed. None of them.
Himself was also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper.
But that doesn't. Oh, what a shot! Oh, okay, because that makes no sense.
So now, Shimon says, "Okay, I'm going to go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper.
Make it
Mashiach is a leper." So, by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something.
How come you
Mashiach does not walk around.
Because I know what comedy is, and obviously the judges to that thing don't.
And the person you normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who we look at and we look at. We go ahead and probably don't take the time to say the child.
There you go.
Get a little bit more.
There you go. That's and that is now that is funny.
Pushed to the periphery. Like Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. So this is a tremendous, tremendous thing. Because sometimes
you know what? That's a funny. Oh, that was good. Oh, that should have counted. That's a funny fucking joke, dude. Wait, dude, you've got something here. The joke would be, hey everybody, if you dude, hold on. you're not eligible anymore, so you can say whatever the fuck you want.
So you'll see the lepers have to change their boundaries. So the way it works
Dude,
is generally, again,
just listen to my joke. So you say like this,
notice, by the way,
hey everyone, you might see that I'm sad, and if you want to know the reasoning, it's because I was a state finalist for South Australia in raw comedy. And you may say to yourself, well, that's nothing to be sad about, but if you know anything about the judges, they're all dog shit.
Go. It's going to be like his hands to back.
Why can't you say that?
Only bandages, one or unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a promotion.
Okay, but they're like,
tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see how Mashiach himself is literally
they're like not
ready to go.
like you can't get chosen again, so you don't have to face their backlash. Zoot, are you fucking serious that you scored 40? Zoot, are you fucking Zoot? Hold on, are you fucking serious that you scored 40?
It's hard sometimes to try to heal everything at once.
All right, Zoot, are you ready for this shot?
Everything that's broken, I'll just heal it all at once.
The
best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time.
All right, so then he would know that the judges are dog shit too because they didn't pick him.
First. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the problem is when you unbandage all of the stuff.
State finalist. So are you though.
All the stuff that's broken.
There's no such thing as that. There's only. Are you serious? There's only national finalists and state finalists. There's no national state finalists. Dog, don't you know anything about? Don't you know anything about raw comedy? That doesn't make any sense.
Just imagine what that must have been like. So, but, even if he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself.
Right, that's just a national finalist, dog.
He found him.
He was a national.
Yeah, but that you don't call that person a national state finalist. You just call them a national finalist. Even I know that.
The day will come. Mashiach will stand before us.
Zoot, do I have to teach you everything? Do I have to teach you everything about raw comedy?
Before he does anything,
Yeah, you don't call it that though. You just say he was a national finalist. It's not like he was a national finalist for the province or the national finalist for the anything but the nation, dog.
If you're
just been able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything.
Zoot, I know you think that you're outsmarting me on this one, but you're not. You are either one of two things. If you're a finalist for raw comedy, you're either a state finalist or national finalist. There is no national state finalist. That's redundant. There's no.
When are you done?
Am I gonna watch raw comedy? Dog, I'm the king of raw comedy. Raw comedy. Don't you understand? J. Michael wants to be me. Dude, are you? Dude. Everybody. Next question. Someone who's not funny, I can tell you that. Because Australian comedy sucks. But it's better than British comedy. Maybe. British comedy is awful. Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for the best shot ever?
So first of all, that's a good sign because
Zoot, did you see that? Did you see that, Zoot? Zoot, did you see that? Zoot, did you see that shot?
And your father Levi,
he could be better.
Both have a portion in the world to come. So okay, beautiful.
Zoot, did you my shot? Because I don't think you did. I don't think you did. If you did, you would have reacted more to it. I think you were twiddling your thumbs. Take it. What a shot. Oh, that was unfortunate too. That was unfortunate. The fact that I'm about to win. The fact that I'm about to win. Are you fucking serious? Now that's an interesting development, dude. That's an interesting development. So that means you could have potentially unlimited points. Never over.
His bandage is one of the ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive
Fucking interesting, dude.
Incredible.
Well, dude, if anything that you've taught me in terms of raw comedy and or pool, that's an interesting thing. I went from dominating you to you having a legitimate chance at a comeback. He could ask rules.
So the students asked me and once I ben David Bar.
And Peter Joseph sucks.
Yes, Moshe Amar, Messiah Anisha Matavakshim, oh, so Yosef Kisman said, you know what, I'll give you an answer.
Documentarian.
Ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer,
he's a humanitarian? How the fuck did you win?
Okay,
that is bullshit. That is bullshit. Show me the best shot.
I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming.
How you fucking won? How did you win?
Again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time,
Fuck
they build it. It falls down the second time. Before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come.
You want trick shot?
Rashi says over here.
The trick shot sucks.
Rashi says, no, sorry.
Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation. Dog, you are such dog shit. Invitation.
The gate of Rome will fall down.
Dog.
They'll rebuild
it. Dog.
It'll fall down again.
Dog.
They'll rebuild it.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Quit jerking yourself off raw. Let's go. Hit the fucking ball, dog.
He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic.
Are you proud of that shot? You pocketed the 4 ball? Best motherfucker ever. You know why? Because I go when it's my fucking turn.
So when he appears, only one is doing what that's what this is. I know this is going to work. So I said, I'll tell you about it when I have to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told me.
Being a shitty 8-ball, 9-ball player? I don't know. I've never seen that formula. So
I said, if the waters of the Pamias, right, the waters of the Pamias.
No way you make the shot.
The Pamias is the body of
way to fucking go, dog.
He's the argument. If the turns to blood, that'll show you that what I'm saying is correct. And
I need to get this fucking ball out of here.
Incredible. At the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amr Lahem, Hamikul Yaroni. Make sure to put in the ground. I'm a base. Why? Shame called the Babel, Shame Sus al Parasim Nikshabo. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said our enemy on the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse cabinet. In situations where your spouse is acting like a douche, you say fucking ass. Like if they suck dick in 8-ball. As food troughs for their so they won't give up.
Doug, who the fuck cares? If you don't want to be in a relationship, then get the fuck out.
Extends itself over classes. Listen, by the way, I want to point out when you talk about Rome, Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom.
If anything, you could do a background check on the person, and they would have it against them. And that's how we do it in the United States.
By the Malchus of Rome,
fucking list.
Now we for a totally different motif. All of a sudden, guys,
You could hide being on the list too.
See it. Now, what is it going to say? The amount of suffering that is going to precede me.
Zoo, in serious that counted? Oh, it counted you in.
To experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic.
Oh, all you have to do is hit the 9 ball in? Oh, I didn't know.
Rabbi Yosef says, "Let Mashiach come."
I was always hitting the ball. They told me. Dog, fuck that. We're playing straight up 8 ball.
I know Mashiach. I know that the things that I'll deal with it.
I'm gonna whoop your ass in 8 ball.
So just two.
It's not even gonna be close, dude.
My time, well, even. So what is this? What
This is regular. Dude, I'm gonna destroy you.
Again, what is it when these rabbanim say?
The table's.
So what's the problem? If it's
Dude,
because
I mean, is that my fault? May I do something about it? Baby, all I can tell is to start dominating, and you're gonna see a fucking clinic. Clinic, son.
Right? What should a person do to suffering which precedes messianic redemption? Wow.
Look at that, baby. Did you see that? Did you see that?
We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from
Dude, look.
remember
Ball don't lie, baby.
Gemara says, right, Rav, right, you have all stuff.
Dude, don't fuck this up.
What are these rabbanim?
I don't know why you're shooting it like that. It's not trick shot. There you go. Good job.
I will say sometimes
Cool.
one can wipe out a life merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed to escape the suffering of pre-messianic.
Dude, that might have been the worst shot I've ever
It'll
seen.
wipe the merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of pre-messianic. Rabbi Yaakov says as follows: By Yaakov Avinu, Kini Anochi ma back. I got you back. I will watch you, and I will guard you.
Dude, scoreboard just proved.
Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's this? What's the shot?
Hey,
Don't worry about it. I have your back. I have your back.
I wish you would tell me.
Worry about it. Then why? Ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared.
Oh, what a shot. I scratched. That's
merit to be a roast. You would see that what Shabbos say, by the way, is such a.
the fuck was that?
Which is just such a profound yesod, which is this. Do not believe in.
Dude, are you ready for one of the greatest shots?
I could.
This is easy.
And one bad decision, you see great people as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear.
Dude, you ready for this? Dude, do you know who Savannah? Her mom was fucking, which like never happens in the United States. It's very suspicious. Dude, are you watching this absolute? Dude, they may have to put me on the domestic violence registry because of that ass kicking that I'm delivering to you. Do you recognize that?
But because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we didn't for today.
Dude, I can't and I will win.
Because again, even though Mashiach is not
Fucking serious? Are you fucking, dude? You're not gonna have shit. I'm Kill Tony. You're Raw Comedy.
All right, God bless. Have a great day, everyone.
Make this shit, Zoot. No way, Zoot. Dude. Let's see the comeback. No way. Oh, you. Dog, it's over. Dude, do you have any parting words for the audience? I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. That's a miss. I think we all can see that that's a miss. Oh, you're fucked, son. You think it's one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world? Banked it. Like a pimp. Like a pimp. And I think I proved it.
To continue.
Are you ready for a rematch, son?
Beautiful piece ahead of us. This has brought so many beautiful versions of Tanya. The one we're learning out of is
You got dominated. Let me say to you, like, in all seriousness, the line you just say an hour, you know, be nicer. But for right now, getting back into my character, you're going to get your ass whooped in this game of 8-ball. You ready?
Tell me to do things, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something
terrible, and then you want to shit talk me?
about this. You could legislate a lot of things.
Hey, F yourself. Yes.
Go ahead.
Big dog.
The ability to is something that is exceptionally.
I don't think so. Zoot. Are you going to hit the fucking ball? That's a miss. Give me a shot. Hey, Zoot. Big dog. Oh, did you see the fucking... Yo, dog. Are you trying to let me win? Look at this move. Dude, are you watching this? Why they don't have comedy schools? You should be asking, why don't they have billiard schools? Because I'm putting up
for mechanistic motions. But the
You know it.
What I'm trying to do over here is to teach you Bill above. So go down to the next section. See the bottom of page Zayin? Right there, see that? This is a profound piece. What I told you down, we're only in meat and potatoes. But there, now literally, I'll show you. Derech, Aruka, Ukitsara. A long path, that's short. So listen to that. So he goes to the first in the notes, Mikar Lashon Zehu Bigimar.
Okay. That's 6. All right. Dude, if you hit this shot, I'm going to be pissed. That would have been one of the best shots I've ever seen. But it wasn't.
I said to the child, my son,
Are you ready for this shot? Just, are you serious? That was garbage.
That's the best way to get to the city. So the kid says to me,
Dude, what are you doing?
So the child said to the Shomakai, there are two paths.
Dude, just straight up giving me
is long and short.
Giving me the
and
game.
This one is short and long. Okay. So
dude, are you seeing this?
Okay, so which path? Which I let's see if anyone needs sheets. Right. So he says, so which path? Which path should I take? So Shomakai,
dude, are you seeing this? Are you fucking serious? That was bullshit. You and I know that was bullshit.
I took the path that was short and long. Sarabaruka, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. Let's take the short path. What's the big deal? So
dude,
the short path.
don't fuck up. Dude, don't fuck this up.
The problem was that's
fuck
the end
it.
of the path, and it was right next to the
Dude,
city.
you've come back.
Was,
like you've won like 4 games in a row. Or no, I won the last game, but you won a lot.
So he took this.
Are you proud of yourself?
He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city.
All right, well, if you're so fucking proud of yourself, why don't you accept my invitation to this game, baby? Dude, are you gonna go? Dude, everybody's waiting on your ass. People in the future are gonna be like, accept the fucking invite, Zoo. Zoo, come on, dog.
It's short, but it's long.
Zoo, you're so. This is. Zoo, come on.
And then I get you to the city quickly, but you won't get it. There's at the bottom. Now, by the way.
Dude, do you see how sick that shot was?
And then there's another one. What's the other one? Aruka Ukitsara.
Illegal break.
Otherwise, it's going to take you to get into the city. But what? You'll get it. So look at the incredible metaphor
Nice.
for life, and this is so much about what girls going to teach us. But there's at the bottom. This is what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words,
Yo, Zoot, are you ready?
Between point A and point B.
I don't understand why mine wasn't leaving. But you can go. You can go, Zoot.
See, here's the problem.
How did that shot?
From the crossroads of the city. The problem is then going into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, "Oh, Maylaw."
But are you proud of that shot?
Now again,
don't miss. Dude, you only have to get one more ball. Oh no. Are you gonna go? Zoot taking all this fucking time. Just to miss. Just to miss. Baby, I'm getting all these in. Dude, I'm gonna punish you. Do you see this shot? Did you see that? See this shot?
Long but short.
So did you see that shot?
Distance-wise, it was a longer path.
So did you see this shot?
But this is when you're in the city. But you can ultimately get right in. So sof, derech zone, even though distance-wise, the second.
So you and I both know that was bullshit.
But it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination.
What a beautiful shot. That was impressive.
To get into the city without any obstacles. So we'll say, look.
Are you proud of that?
This Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the derech kitzara va'aluka, the path that.
Are you ready for this?
The path that is long, but is actually short. What does that mean? Listen to this.
Did you see that?
Listen to this. There is a path but long. Meaning what?
So watch this shot. Did you see that?
For example, inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. And what happens? Through this inspiration,
look at this shot.
This fire becomes to love about HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, kal yoser love the let me say this to you outside. Right? What Rabbi is describing is like this. They'll say the easiest way.
Dude, are you watching this? Are you serious? That was bullshit.
Bestseller Jewish books. All what?
No way you make this shot.
Stories.
Not in a million.
Stories. What are stories?
Are you effing me?
What's the beauty of this?
That was garbage. Everybody knows it was garbage. Dude, how about you make this shot? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
How do you feel at an NCS $5?
Dude, that was amazing.
Oh my God, I am literally going to choice in my life.
Are you gonna make this shot?
And generally, how
get out your protractor, son. That's the wrong ball.
That's very.
Zoo.
When Adam left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says
I don't know. Whatever you want.
Sarai looked.
How don't I know it? I don't know. Shit sucks. Dog, I don't. It doesn't fucking tell me any extra information. I was just making a joke.
Sarai.
Just making a joke.
You were not the first.
Yeah, not on.
He was.
Yeah, turn it off.
Were on fire. So Abram says,
if you would have hit that
somewhere.
I would have been pissed.
I don't know. Let's go. Can we go?
How about no?
They start out. Then probably what happens. It's like you're going for the journey.
Because I'm too dominant.
Until at the end of the day,
Just respect.
right? Why?
Now it's off.
Because when people are just
Now it's back on. Do you see that?
So
But
we
as
trick my mind.
that fire is kindled, it goes out. But I mean, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times
Are you
the events of the Jewish people in the desert, right? You always wonder, how could it be that the people
Wait,
saw this
Baby.
mountains, they saw the plains,
Dude,
they
are you
saw
ready
the
for this?
cities,
This is for you.
they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet, well, trap
That was for you, baby.
and they're already building
Let's play again.
like, it just doesn't make any sense, but
All
it
right.
does make sense.
Let's look at the best shot. Obviously, should have been mine. That was garbage. And everybody knows it was garbage. Random. All the same
But you
shit.
get it? It's very nice. It's very nice.
Dude, if I see you with your fucking protractor on, I'm gonna be pissed.
Because, and that's like, by the way, I want to play. It's very interesting. I find everything is about inspiration. Everybody, because the truth is,
Oh, you hit a nice one in.
And I kind of just, I want like a.
The protractor's off.
I want to get that shit, but I don't really want to.
I don't know why we call it a protractor. It's like,
Give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm gonna be inspired. By the way, it works. The Rebbe says that's
all right.
It's Sarah.
What one?
That's the short path to get to God.
What color am I?
It's actually a much longer way to go. This actually becomes a much longer way.
I'm not striped.
Why? Because if that's my Judaism, it's just like that. Shrine, then you always need to get your high. Right?
Nobody
So-
can tell
so-
because the fucking thing tells you which ones to hit.
What's next? And what's next? Like the shortest path of connection.
The table's open, so I'm not striped. I'm not. The table's open, dog.
No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right?
Zoot is
Again,
solids.
what happens
And
when
Zoot.
what are you doing when
Oh.
something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not this. This is profound. And we all have moments where I need I just need that.
I
I
agree.
need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything.
Are you proud of that shot?
It's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration.
That was
seems
dominance.
like the shortest
Blind
path
shot,
to my
baby.
sense. But ironically,
I wonder if you get more points for blind shot.
because since I'm passive, I'm not really
I bet you do.
I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself.
You failed to hit a strike first. Oh, fuck. That wasn't my ball.
I'm just the same person.
That was garbage, dude. I just helped
I'm
you.
right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great.
Blind shot. Are you proud? Did you know blind shot is considered a trick shot? Yeah, dog.
Do you know where true relationship with
What's the ball shot?
comes from?
It's when we do it without the thing on. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
But inspiration doesn't come from a balance.
Yeah, it does.
So often it's something that's being
Why
conferred
do you do that in picture?
Because we didn't know, dog. We didn't know.
per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'sof socho, adayin
Now, Zoo.
alamdos," we call them. Imko osan hamidos v'akayvos hamados v'ma'akvos also.
Are you fucking serious? This is so hard.
I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have the kid was like,
Yeah, I did. And I'll do it again, baby. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses. Hit my ball in. Thank you.
How does that happen? How could it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I turned it on, but I turned it off. It's a trick shot. There's no doubt it's a trick shot, and everybody knows it's a trick shot. All right, well, what do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. One of the biggest. Are you fucking serious? You got so fortunate.
So the Rabbi goes on, he says, dude,
are you proud of the way you're playing?
So that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is what we call Tzara Va'aruka. It feels short. In that
I agree.
I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no.
Zoot, did you see that blind shot, baby?
So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really.
Did I just put your ball in?
The gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city.
That's some bullshit. 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 You're gonna hit the. You're gonna hit the 8 ball in, and I'm gonna win.
Is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple. This is so important. There's not one right way or wrong way.
Incorrect.
So there are some people.
Are you fucking
that
serious?
first of spirituality is that pedalism in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur is now we're so Chusi again, the Rebbe says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment, it's going to help. What you're supposed to do. It says,
Blind shot, baby.
This is why. Because at least then you've taken the inspiration and you plugged it into something. And how many times in life I've been inspired? Like, I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. How I was like, if we're honest, like this is a good time. But we very time to share, good time to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was like so on fire, so ready to do something. But I just
Zero.
Fire was there, and like fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain, if you don't see it, it's going out.
Zoot, you see how dominant I am? Zoot. STFU.
What does this mean?
STFU. Don't miss it. And you did. One of the worst misses we've ever seen. You're gonna fuck it up.
And we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really
wow, one of the most massive fuck ups we've ever seen in the history of the game.
I didn't realize how difficult it is to go blind draw.
I say this because this of course comes with the caveat that's what there's only so well.
Hey, you ready for me to give you the win?
But there's still stuff you can understand. Like any relationship.
That's a
The
miss.
more you understand someone,
One of the biggest misses in the history of the game.
the more you understand.
Of course, dog.
It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul.
And your ball's in a really tough spot. Do you recognize that?
Things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do
Yeah, you could lose. And you just did. Champions. Champion of the game, baby. Hey, guess what? Nobody gives a fuck.
what emerges on the other side of all this internal
We're
work?
going to be shut now. We got it.
All right, but 8-ball trick shot. Fuck that 9-ball shit.
I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. And himself. And again, we'll say, we'll see when we get into the city.
No, it's not, because you could. I want to. So you have to get all the balls in.
So again, so you see the two parents. This second path is the double ball. Derech Arugo, Shikitzawa. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you.
So we have to do blind, right?
The first path is shorter, right? That like
I thought we had to do blind.
Like almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help.
It just helps.
It'll never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path. Won't get you. The second path, which the Rabbi is describing, which again requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand.
Fuck that shit. Because I thought we had to do blind.
Affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path.
Dude, fuck that. Blind shot plus 10. Oh, it's not that good.
Because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Look at this line. The last line of page test. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa.
Are you going to go?
That's right. You know what the Altair says? There's a long path, which is the shortest path on one side. There's no schools. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school for everything, right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shidduch and have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's incredible what's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you come up and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man who may or may not be related to me, and he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was in the room.
That's a terrible shot. I'm just going to tell you that right now. One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
It's a school of Yishalom banks. I said, by the way,
You tried to cheat. It wouldn't let you cheat.
Be a mensch.
Excellent job of sucking dong.
Wash the dishes.
Everybody saw you try to cheat. I saw you try to cheat.
So it's interesting, what? Because my phobia of colors is a heck of a lot. And by the way, there might be a skill that I'm not. But performing a talent is a heck of a lot easier than actually.
Dog, everybody knows it. You did the thing and then you shut the thing off.
For the long path that's short, there's no skills. There's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Cause the oras ale, Ellen Nidreshes pay des Nidreshes. Sorry, Ellen Nidreshes me Adam Yigia Rabo Vatsuma Fulum Palace. What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right, and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort.
Dude, are you excited for Bad Bunny?
Right? Again, there's no shortcut. There's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over.
Bad Bunny. I do too. That would be funny.
One thing with that is will be a change.
Not unless comedians become like way more,
This is the program.
like make more, way more money. You know, Bad Bunny doesn't get paid to do the halftime show
12-step programs.
because none of the people do. They do it for the notoriety and because they sell their music. That's why there's always like a thing after, like Apple Music is proud to present Bad Bunny.
He says,
$10 million a day.
he says, Zucha besofa shel davar lapo plikshe levav la'avat Hashem. So we got this. So about this, and I'm going to teach you. What I'm going to teach you about Tanya. This is Derech HaKitzara. Now, it's the Derech HaKitzara Shiarucha. This is the way to get where you want to get.
Yep.
This path is how we get.
What do you want me to do about it?
Share KE, Yeah, arugula with pizza.
Tell them how
I told them that. I told them that was Zoot's specific request, and they said, "Who the fuck is Zoot?"
He says, "I'm going to give you a longer path, but it's the longest path that's really the shortest path because this path." And we don't even know what path is. We don't know what it is. Path is excellent self. Like, sign me up. Like, all right, I'm in. I want it. I'll take two. Right? I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like I feel like what am I going to do without it? Right? So I don't even know what the path is.
Yeah, baby.
No. The path is going to outline over here. And maybe arduous.
He's in jail, dog.
Only.
Yeah, but he's already got
Okay, I'll put him on your list. P. Diddy, R. Kelly, Kanye West, Bill Cosby as an opener.
Next week we'll actually start.
Unfortunately, I gotta say, this is probably really watch Super Bowl history.
For sure, dog. That's why I stated it. Maybe holograms of theirs.
All right, to be able to get
That's a miss.
a beautiful piece ahead of us.
We are so bad at this game, dude.
You think,
remember, we find ourselves tonight.
if I Kelly released
We're
this
operating
song
under
now,
this from so many beautiful versions of
Maybe.
the one we're learning how to do.
Kiss shot, make it.
Which again essentially is like itself is
Ignition and Ignition Remix are two of the best songs of all time, son.
A little bit of everything on so we're left off yet last week with the recording with us. So literally tells me that again the matter is very close to you. So remember again, the Rebbe asked the fundamental question. He said, "I don't understand. If you tell
Are you proud of that shot?
That something is easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it, right? Tell me to say something and I can say it, even behavioral. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something, that's much more difficult. Also, in general, we have this idea about you could legislate a lot of
He
things.
shows up in those fucking
but you really can't
bad
legislate
things.
emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's the Rebbe says something sign.
They were indicting him when they were doing P. Diddy, and then they reversed the charges or some shit,
to go ahead and
which was questionable.
Emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult.
Perhaps. Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby? Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby?
Something is easy to say, something is easy to do. I could hear that. Something is easy to feel. It's not true. It's not true. We spoke about this last week a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way you feel. Right? The Torah tells us.
Are you going to go?
One of the hardest things because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way and to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling.
Zoot, are you going to go?
Such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on and he says as follows.
Are you going to go? That's a terrible shot. Maybe one of the worst shots we've ever seen. You better go. Dude, are you ready to see the best shot in the history of this game?
The entire avodah, last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Kutei Amar.
F them up, baby.
We call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kutei Amar. So the Rebbe said, the entire avodah of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Because isn't that the most incredible thing? The most difficult thing, right? We know this. It's really not hard to keep Shabbos. It's hard. There's 39 halachas. I know it takes long.
Oh, penalty? Fuck that.
It's like regulate my behaviors. Just in general, it's not.
Oh, didn't they already have one?
But how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience with our heart Shabbos? And how many of us really get a geschmack out of our Yiddishkeit?
He didn't. You know who does the best is Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars has had multiple, and he's the best.
So Rabbi says the entire avodah of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you bilavavcha, how to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with your heart. So once I go down to the next section, you see the bottom of page Zayin, Aruka Ukitzara, you see that? To the heading? So we'll say this is a profound piece. I just want to point out, we're only in the introduction.
What do you think they should give Zeus?
Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the Gemara B'derech, now literally I'm going to show you B'derech, Aruka.
I think they should.
A long path.
Bruno Mars, he's amazing.
What is it? A long path, that's short. So listen to this. So you in the notes,
all right, while simultaneously eating out.
So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards.
What's that other bitch's name?
So the Rabbi says as follows. He says,
Sydney Sweeney.
So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara say? I will say this is a profound Gemara. I'm Rabbi Shua ben Hananya. Yeah, I will say that again. Also why I like using this. Like many times you find in the great
they both look like dogs without makeup.
They wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're
give me a real woman like Lily Collins, baby.
So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. Derech aruko kitzara. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like, what does that mean? So the quotes over here, really, this is based on the Gemara Maseches Eruvin. Listen to this. Rabbi Shua ben Hananya. Rabbi Shua ben Hananya says, "Follows the Gemara. Miyamai lo nitzchani adam ela tino." Right?
Zoot, are you seeing this?
Says, I'm a pretty smart guy.
Zoot, I'm unstoppable.
No one ever bested me. Like, no one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened?
Lily Collins, Alison Brie, Anne Hathaway.
I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child.
That D'Adrosio bitch.
Okay. Amarti lo b'ni. I said to the child, my son. So was traveling to a particular
what happened, Zoot?
He didn't know where he was going.
He pocketed the 9-ball.
He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city?
Incorrect.
What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, Amarli, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, Zu Kitsara Aruka.
How the fuck did you do that?
There are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Hanai hears this and says to himself, okay, so which path?
This game
which,
sucks.
If anyone needs sheets, is over here. Right, so he says,
I can't
which
see.
path should I take? So Rabbi Shimon Hanai said, Amrami.
Not well.
I'm sorry. Halachti b'kitzara v'aruka. So Rabbi Shimon Hanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short
and just
long.
the fucking things are really small, dog.
Again, makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right, so the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. That's the big deal. So he takes the short path. Listen
thanks.
To
I appreciate your fucking advice.
Keva she got to here. So I'm sure says, you know what's amazing? I got to the city in no time.
Maybe you can hit the fucking ball.
The end of the path, and he was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were
that was garbage
and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. I went back to the crossroads. He goes back to the kid. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Not exactly, but you understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I told him it's the short path. First the child said, I'm going to be Rabbi.
Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
Remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long.
I wouldn't be. Do I think you're gay? I mean, you talk about being gay a lot, and you've admitted to being gay, and you suck a lot of dick in this game. So I have my suspicions.
It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city. But
no, sometimes you just come out and say, I'm gay. And I'm like, okay, dude, thanks for telling us.
For life, and this is so much about what God's going to teach us. Listen to what he says.
You know what the gayest thing you can do is? Tell other people you're gay. Aside from sucking dick.
It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? See, here's the problem.
Maybe
On
show
one
them
hand-
pictures
on
of
one
you
hand, it
being
was a very short
anally
path
throttled.
to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city.
If you would have
itself. He says, "Omela, now again, just to point out, could Rabbi Shlomo ben Hanania, could he have gotten into the
I mean,
city?
whatever you
Could have,
want,
but it's
baby.
hard, I guess, to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. Is there a Shamratino?
could be hypnotized.
And that's the child was saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path.
Okay, why don't you just hit the ball? How about instead of saying something controversial, you just hit the ball?
But then there was a second path. The second path was
Okay,
long but short.
I don't really understand that, but that's a cool story.
Reality-wise, like I guess what's the word? Distance-wise, it was a longer path. But this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, but you can ultimately get right in. It says, sof, even though the distance was.
Yes, and you are their club leader.
Enable you to reach your actual destination.
Dude, what number is
without any obstacles.
Bonnie Blue right now?
This is incredible. This is the kach.
Yeah, you do.
In Gam Darkei Avodas Hashem. Rabbi said. So a lot of times says this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality.
You would know.
Two roads.
Dude, what number is Bonnie Blue right now?
The path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Arugo.
Of course she is.
The path that is long.
You haven't been working your magic with that bitch. Dude, I keep scratching it. And it sucks.
Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what?
Dude, just hit the fucking ball in.
For example, a person inspires, right? The emotions of his heart.
It's still not easy.
And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
No, just fucking make it. Thank you. And you lost. Usually someone loses when they do that.
Bestseller Jewish books are all lost.
I know. You did.
Stories.
Oh fuck! You got more points.
What is story? What's the beauty of myself?
That's garbage.
That's it. Use your imagination, right?
That's fucking garbage. Dude, that's some bullshit. Dude, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Those of us who have been at NCS by Abdullah, right? How do you feel at an NCS by Abdullah, right? Like, oh my God, I am going to be going to church in my life. This is going to be right?
Ditto.
And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
Good. Listen, I just want to point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. It says by Avram,
Ask yourself in the mirror, baby.
To go to Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Ves Hanefesh Asher Asu B'Chala, and the souls they made in Chala. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. Sarai converted all these people. So Rabbi Soloveitchik says, like, where did they go?
So look how good a shot this is. Are you fucking serious?
It's just Avram.
That was bullshit.
So where did the Chevra go?
Oh, I just gave you the easiest fucking shot in the history of the game. Zoot, just please make this fucking shot. End this fucking game.
He was programming. He was serving Chinese. Right? He was
Thank
doing
you.
everything. He was doing everything.
Great job, Zoot. All right, I need a break.
So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. Say where? I don't know.
All right, well, I don't know what you want to do. But all I
Let's
know
go. And they go.
is that I need a fucking...
What happens?
Yeah, because I'm the sexiest.
Like, where are we going? Right? And each day...
Zoot, when are you going to start watching Kill Tony?
Until at the end of the day, it was just Avram, Sarai, and loved, right? Why?
Zoot.
Because when people
Zoot,
are
when are you
just
going to start watching
inspired
Kill
by
Tony?
episodic events, it's beautiful, lights a fire. But as
You
quickly
suck.
as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this isn't, if you want to understand a lot of
Peace, baby. Good job
let's say,
on your play and your comedy, being a Raw comedy state finalist. That's a big deal.
They saw the plagues, they saw the splitting of the sea, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet
Is it?
was going like
Yep.
an extra hour.
For real?
And they're already building golden calves.
It's better
Like,
than
it
being
just
a
doesn't make
loser.
sense, but it does make
I gotta
sense.
take a
Once you believe
shit,
it,
allegedly.
Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles
Really?
do not
No.
create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice, but as quickly as
Look
it
at this
comes,
athleticism,
it
folks.
goes. It goes.
Look at this move.
By the way, I want to point out,
Look at this.
there's a danger. Like,
Look at this move.
It's very interesting. I find like
Look at this move.
everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest to our Kadosh Baruch Hu, and I kind of I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. I just come on, just like give it to me in under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm gonna be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rabbi says that's called derech kitzara va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, then you always need to get your high, right? So, okay, so what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's a much more circuitous route to a lasting relationship with Hashem. So what the Rabbi says, person literally inspires himself. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not knocking this. This is profound, and we all have moments where I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up, and it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, when we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful, but inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'sof socho, adayin hu nishar alamdo kimikodem, im kol osan hamidos v'atayvos hamanos ma'akvos also milis karos lalakos b'anes." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. Right? I haven't changed. I was like, no, we all have this. You know, this is what happens so often. I think a lot of us like experience this over Yamim Noraim. Right? I'm inspired. I don't know, man. I start by the davening, by the nigun, by something. And then like I wonder, and then the inspiration, like ebbs away. How does that happen? How can it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day it's like, no, like flatline? How does that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the negative wants and desires and proclivities and lusts and all those things are still there, then I'm like a car like spinning my spiritual wheels. And I might be hitting on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, Lachim bepoel, yiyu harbe minyos v'ikuvim b'der shli anichu la'gia le'ir. She's happily with us. So we'll say that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called what we call Kitsara Va'aruka. It feels short, right? It feels short in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model of change. What the Rebbe is going to subscribe to, now obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur is they come and they go. You know, there's the famous idea of ladies of the So Chuzi again, the Rebbe says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? Of course, this like a million times. How it says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. He says, why? Because at least he's taking the inspiration and you plugged it into something. And how many times in life are we inspired? Like, I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. Let's say, if we're honest, like this is a good time. Monday night, it's time to share, good time to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was like so on fire, so ready to do something, but I just never did something. I just I'm ready to, well, no, I just never actually did anything. The fire was there, and like the fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain amount, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the Rebbe says, bottom of page Ches, Ve'ilu haderech hamevu'eres b'sefer HaTanya. The rest of all this communities. We'll say, but the derech that the Baal Tanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech. It's a pathway to Hashem that requires real internal work. Ki gedei lapoch es rikshe halev mitayvas ha'olam hazeh li'avas Hashem be'emes muchreches avodas hamoach itzel kol echad lefi arko. Hainu. Let me read a little bit and then limud v'hasaga begadlus Hashem. Ula'achar mikan. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want a real relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. It's hard to love something that you don't know. Now listen, this of course comes with the caveat that what? There's only so well you're going to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there's still stuff we can understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become to them. The more you understand the Ribono Shel Olam, the closer you could come to him. It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul. It requires work. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. Benimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. Benimsa shebederech zeh. So again, so you see the two paths. This second path is what the Rabbi will call Derech Aruka Shikitsara. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because if you don't get me, where do you need to get to? The first path is shorter, right? That's like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path won't get you. The second path, again, requires my heart and my mind. I'm striving to understand how Kodesh Baruch Hu, and the way you understand Kodesh Baruch Hu, trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all these kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Rabbi says, look at this line. Last line on page test. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. Shabbat Ein Sgulos V'Tachbulos Kalos L'Ora Es Halev. That's right. You know what the author says? The long path, which is the shortest path, we'll say, there's no skills. You know what's interesting? We love skills. We love skills, right? Again, there's a school for everything, right? You can say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes. You know, you're going to find shit up and have a baby all this and that, right? You know, it's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this and you come stuff and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was listening to them, may or may not be able to see, and she was holding the towel after Shabbos, and made sure that his wife was in the room when he's folding his towels. And so, why is that the people doing folding the towels? I said, oh, it's a school of Shalom Bayis. Oh, it does. I said, by the way, I'll tell you even a better school of Shalom Bayis. Be a man. Open the car door. Take out the trash. Wash the dishes. Buy your wife flowers. I don't know if it works as well as folding the towels, right? But when I say, so the interesting what? Because like, folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, you might be skilled there. I don't know, not. But folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no skills, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, because the Ores Alev, Ellen Nidreshes Peites, sorry, Ellen Nidreshes Mea Adam Yigia Rabba, Vatsumot Fulam Fukalas. What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Avoda, all right, tremendous avoda, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. About Cambridge and Derek Zeus, Nishtanis Mahusha Pneusadam, so listen, but here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing is the bank on, which is you'll be a change person. You'll be a change person. Now let's say this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like we'll have 12-step programs. You know, you can't say, you know what, I'm gonna skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program like that. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1, and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works, step after step. Let's just finish up. This is about stewardship and of zoo. But if you work, or what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shikitsara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says the ayada uzocha b'sofa shadavar lato kuche levavar la'avat shleis, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shalom. Sof zohi derech hakitzara. This, so that means, and I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about this is derech hakitzara. Now, the derech hakitzara shiaruka is the shortest path that is very long. But this is the way to get where you want to get in life. Dafka ayada masigim utachas harazad. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The poel mamish. This is what we do. Ala sherkeni derech haruka hakitzara. So it becomes a choice. One can content themselves in the derech hakitzara ba'aruka. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. It'll never quite get you exactly where you need to go. But the Baal Tanya says, I'm willing to give you a longer path.
Yo.
But it's the longest path that's really the shortest path.
Yo, just for a moment. Just for a moment.
It is. Baal Tanya is an excellent salesman because I'm like, sign me up. Like,
I'm in the middle of a space. What's up?
Okay, too. Right, I have no idea what the path is, but no, I want it.
All right, well, tough shit.
Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know.
All right, hello, baby. How are you?
It may be arduous and maybe difficult, but it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to make me to have Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired.
Yeah, like you just said, I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, dog.
Let's see what actually starts. Let's see what actually starts.
You too, baby.
All right.
I wanted to come and see the working of all these new businesses. Sometimes that person will get money, you can still see you don't work before night will at least get a job back 1 or 2 weeks. So now waiting the matter be that because I think
Sorry, good morning. Good morning.
so sometimes the person will spend money in the payment. You allow me to experience this. So if there's any way, I can see
by taking all of our responses for this morning show to date. Our annual Comic Con Bank for Talk to the Coaching Spot of dedicated all the show this year. It is the host for the Solar Fellows to Ivy Stock. And the co-sponsors for the month of Agar, Chinese, the Zing Revenue, and his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweetie Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakolim, Zid Levin, and Donald Family Family of William Zed Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Now we combine sponsors, Nathan and Beth Amber, and then Judy Goldman, Yudis Esther Bas Alonso, Nicola Barrio, America, Camizora, all of the Thomas Avenue. The families in the Kama, all those who are foreshadowing the Concord in Israel, which probably here to celebrate from all of our hostages, the Holy Soldiers should be successful and whole massive game. Those are the guys let us begin. We have a lot to be doing about Hashem. Okay, today's topic is Tzaddik Designing, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. First one we left off on the cliffhanger yesterday of Sankhira at the side. And the Rothschild, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So Mar now picks up on that. He learns to tell Avalon, Naaman, your social color. So Naaman was the general of Aram. Also focus on pretty much who it was. So now I'm going to get coached up. And what's like, get coached up usually means a non-Jew who experiences idolatry, except Shabbos of the North and Israel stuff. That's the general definition of the get coached up. So now I'm becoming a get coached up. The Ritzaron get second. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be over here that the Ritzaron really became get second, he became he converted. When they run up Sisra, when you tell you Shalayim, Sisra, remember again, Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Akron of Shalah, that Yazid and Sisra, his mother's cries, started the basis for a lot of what we did at Shofar. So when they run up Sisra, when you tell you Shalayim, the grandsons of Sisra, Torah Yerushalayim, with the brothers of Sancheriv, Limdu Torah Belaga, the grandsons of Sancheriv, taught Torah in public. Umani, who were these grandsons of Sisra, who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Atalion. That's wild. So the Shmaya and Atalion was who they were the rebellion of Noah and Shammai. And so Shmaya and Atalion, Noah and Shammai themselves were descendants the grandsons of Sancheriv. Midney Balav Shal Haman, London Torah Bnei Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. The act Midney Balav Shal Osa Rasha, Biki Shekel Shparfu. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What happened? the surface of Chalecha, Katniss Katniss Kandias. So the Malachim said, no. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed the base of Israel, someone who destroyed the city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should not have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? How you do six sources? That's interesting. Seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. How you do it? Rafiu as Baba he tried to heal Baba, but it cannot be healed. So it's this idea that Baba couldn't be healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state that he said, the Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Amma is that for somebody else. Ula is Nebuchadnezzar. He's Nebuchadnezzar. But there's no way back to Nebuchadnezzar. No truth for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel by the time Amma Elu Naros Bodo. He took them out. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, the Tainai said about what Rashi says, the color Marim Sha'ondim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date times, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately the big ponds that flow by the water are also bitter. They always say, it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says that the one thing you can't feel is how narrow is narrow bottle. When you listen to the capital of Tilim, how narrow bottle, Shama Bahinu, Zachariah Seal, Shama Bahinu, Zachariah Seal. And out of bottle, that image is whenever anyone comes was being led out from Eretz, we sat by the rivers of Bottle and we cried and we remembered. The most especially Baruch says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some people that arbitrarily in this world that simply cannot be undone. So much what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the words are as follows. So we'll say, but I'll just point out, the answer is that's clear. What's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar is offspring. Nebuchadnezzar wants to give birth. He had no desire. But his descendants want to give birth. Zoran did go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's a sefer called Chukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about this and a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous character for what he did. And he came before, I forgot the Orthodox name, and to convert. And it was a Shiloh. There were people who were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did, we saw what he did, we experienced the cool he had in place. And the concept, that's like God says, the Russian says is, based on halacha yidisha. That's an interesting expression. Halacha yidisha, like cold hard fact, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody comes about tzura, right, and they manage to pass their right, you should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then we would welcome him into our race? So he asked him, don't convert him. He asked him, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because a legal psak is, you can convert. If the guy's sincere and Mamish has character, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into himself? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Nebuchadnezzar became a guest, right? Who converted him, but they didn't take responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Russian by Nebuchadnezzar is Allah. He ran away. which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else, not part of the community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean he went to a formal prophet? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself to be close to the prophet? No, no. It's just interesting to point out. Okay, there are words like that. Amar Ula says in Paris, Amar Walk, should have been Bishop Yerushalayim. Amar Walk, the bad neighbors to Yerushalayim. Also, even Yerushalayim will become established for about Yerushalayim. When Amar Walk heard that the Rabbi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, shortly, they sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sennacherib? What prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, "Amar Walk heard the Rabbi prophesying that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed." So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, "Took the top, time for you to come." Nebuchadnezzar probably saw his weak. Chayes was going to be destroyed. Put the top. Come and little bit again. Look and come. Amar, Mistafina do Lahabuli to divide the command. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, "I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did to previous enemies." Again, he's referring to Sennacherib.
I am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate a follow back. I know many of the people in here already have. I am really pretty close to my limit of the amount of people who I can follow. So if you aren't following me back, please do, or else I don't want to have to unfollow you and you be on the naughty list. I love the game. I have a server where we game. It's discord.me/Rabbi. It's in my name. It's in my profile. It's in my pinned post. We play mini games, things like Go, chess, checkers, those kinds of games. But also we play things like Fortnite and certainly Rainbow Six and Madden, any kind of game that you can think of in there. Additionally, you should know I'm very proud that I've been hosting 24/7 X Spaces for now more than 350 days straight, 24/7 on video, and I've been live streaming on YouTube for more than 4 years. I have over 50,000 followers who watch me on Twitch, so I'm a Twitch streamer as well. So with that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So it's a very cool project that I have been doing for more than 4 years. If you want to check it out, feel free to send me a follow and connect with me if you want. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
So Shafulu, so Nebuchadnezzar said, it's winter time, fall winter, and I can't come because it's not because of the rain. So let's evaluate. But you clearly see something very fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this, that even if someone is successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to what the weather is very bad. Shafulu said, don't worry about it. When you come to Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That's why the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shol Kar Moshe Aretz Nisalan Yisrael HaSnow El Har Basio. Shalachahu Yasira Leslie Dukta Yasir Levei. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. The says, don't worry about it. They send back to Shafulu. Kivot Shalahem, Murin Pakum Shachar. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Nebuchadnezzar said, Va'itzenu Umashem Yotzias Atzmos Malchi Yehuda, as Atzmos Sarab, as Atzmos HaKohanim, there's Asmo Karabim, there's Asmo Tushi Shani Kivayam, the shut from the Shamayim, the Alek, the Kotra, Shaban, Bashab, Dumacha, Bakalahem. Other like Ranas and the Mitzvah. Usually the house, so what's I so again. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to know of your first of all, there was just a general, it's not a new thing that you're very massive. Our neighbors tell us, right? Like, what do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do they have to get involved? I don't know. Ammon and Moab come, and they recite the book, and that's how ultimately again to march against Yerushalayim. Incredible. We're going to say now, you want to switch us back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. How many of them not going to be Yitzchak?
G-Boy! How you living, pimp?
Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar
G-Boy! That's my man. How you living? When I met you, you had 700 followers. Now you have more than 2,000. What's good, son?
Rabbi.
How you living, big man? What's good? GM, what's new in your world? All right, is that why you haven't been hosting spaces?
Yeah, I mean, video
Okay.
I do
the one that lifts up all the things. And of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, yes, I'm used to other stuff.
All right. Every day's a holiday, every meal is a feast. I just surpassed 3,750 followers on X, which is tight. Over 50,000 on Twitch, which is tight. So that's cool. What's good in your neck of the woods? How's school going?
Fine.
It is massive.
So what does Mashiach do?
What are you studying? Oh, that's good. Okay, excellent. And what are your plans? Are you going to be an accountant?
Within ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become about children.
You want to be an accountant?
You have to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole.
Yo, baby.
Put yourself back together. If you can become your
You want to be an accountant?
Take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together. That is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, George Bush has some really incredible Gemaras over here. George and David Bach.
Yo, baby, do you want to be an accountant?
There's a couple of different narratives, well, really two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. The generation that that Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidei Chachamim. So there's fewer Talmidei Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. Yitzaros Rabos, terrible suffering. Gzeros Kashos, Mischachos, and new terrible decrees every single day. Shavuot Sheben David Bar, the year, or Shavuot usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishona is Kayim Mikrazeh, the entirety of year Achos, Ba'al Yachas Lo Amtir. Some cities will have food, other cities won't have. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city,
all created in a different city. Shnia, second year.
Oh, there he is.
Famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places
Yo,
don't have
baby.
rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis.
Yo, how you living? All right. So when do you graduate?
Children died.
I think next year.
Okay. And do you want to be
overwhelming? So material suffering,
an accountant?
spiritual suffering, for the years in the 4th year, some of it in a
Yes,
some places.
You don't think that position's going to be, you know, like replaced by AI pretty easily? Yeah, dog. That's like one of the easiest positions that's going to go by the wayside.
In the 6th year, there'll be sounds. Rashi says there'll be B'shishas Kolos, Yotzu Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings.
I know, but you're already, down the line. I get it. All right, so you are going to be an accountant. All right, how's the Web3 game been treating you?
Yeah, that's when
This is a description, a basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption.
Do you really feel like you've been grinding in Web3, or are you just saying that?
That's pretty much every 7 years.
Yeah,
but I don't say the Mashiach has not come. So I'm not buying it. Says the Shishis Golis, the Shishis Muhammad's Mihava.
All right. When's the last time you hosted a space?
And year 7 of wars.
I did more years.
It's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in the over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way that you described? The answer to that.
All right. How many people do you have?
Is no, kind of.
I got like 10 people.
They said that, yeah, we did. So,
I think my space is one. So I just said,
general spiritual decline.
All right, baby. I understand that. Are you going to do Twitter Spaces today?
But there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption.
All right, big dog. Did you know that I've been doing 24/7 X Spaces for more than 350 days? On the 14th, I'll have done them for an entire year, 24/7 on video. What are your thoughts about that? Okay, I've been doing 24/7 spaces, hosting them for 355 days. On the 14th, it'll be 365 days, 1 year, and they've been on video. What are your thoughts? Yeah, dog. Nobody does what I do.
So they'll once again painting a lack of
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm closing in on 365 days of 24/7 spaces. Yeah, it's pretty baller. Yeah. Every conversation that we've ever had has been archived on video on my space. So our entire friendship has been archived online. What are your thoughts?
It's really good. There's also like I just go back and do like let's see your conversation.
Exactly. Exactly. Isn't that baller? Yeah, it's baller as shit, dog.
That will wander around.
Right? And those who seek out
It was now that
become wanderers as well. My son,
like he like
anyone who tries to be Sanira.
Chi-boy. Why think hard when I have to go and reach out to you? Why aren't you just in the free airdrop community on X?
To go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized.
I don't know about that.
Doug, just go to X communities, type in free airdrop, and there are like 10 of them, and join them, and then every time there's a free airdrop, they make everybody aware of it, and it's free money to you.
Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So it says an overwhelming statement. She says, Ein Adam Ba'olam sheyidaber emes tamid.
Isn't that baller as shit?
There is no person who always speaks the truth.
Actually,
you can't find
I know.
a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I will say that. I want to point out, by the way, that statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, mutar l'shanas mipnei hashalom. You're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Tavos, Rav Tavyumi,
Did you join them?
Rav Tavos, Rav Tavyumi said, he went on record, he said,
okay, well, what are you waiting on, baby?
I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. So we'll say now this Rav Tavyumi tells a story about himself. He says, one time I went to a place. The Kushta Shrei, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was
Big Dog, what are you waiting
That
on?
was the name. You know, it says, V'lo hava mishane b'divurayu, v'lo hava misinchim hasam below zmane. They'll say, in this place called Truth, what was the residency required?
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
You cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. Listen, what does that mean? Or death for their time? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like old age is there, and they died like that. So
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. In the CB, this is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had 2 sons.
Yes, sir.
My wife was washing her hair.
Okay. I did say
Not from the door.
I'm not saying
Doug, what are you talking about? Search communities, dog.
Like you just didn't go back. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home.
No. On the left side,
My 2 sons passed away.
there is a place. It's called communities. Yeah, go to a quieter place. On the left side, under your profile, it says Profile Premium Video Communities. Go to Communities and search the communities that offer free airdrops. Do you see where communities are?
If you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring that to our town.
It's massive, baby. It's tremendous.
So again, now this goes in. If you find a person in this world who always tells the truth, that is the true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta before, you know, I how many people are in there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe feel like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because let's say life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. David Bach. He said, once you know the description of the Messianic generation, the generation of Mashiach comes in. So he says, the young will embarrass the old. There's a king in the Andu with the and the elders will be forced to give respect to the elders. So there's going to be like this sense of like generational, like the sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The last time you will go against the mother, you kind of become yourself a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The face of the generation will be like the face of a dog.
You see communities?
Again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father.
Yeah,
Okay, do you see the search? All right, so like join like 10 or 12 of them, and then you'll know when all that shit happens.
Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has, the inherent of his father that he's not going to trust. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be of decency. The son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. And the says, Azus means, I don't know what the English word for Azus is, brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Yavis, Gaibal, Rashi says, Shoyichadu Zeh Yakar covered. So there's going to be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. Vayeben Yitin Kiryo, the vine will produce many grapes. Vayayin Biyoker, but wine will be very expensive. They will say, what does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually points out the way what that means is going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Still, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy, and no one could rebuke anyone. I'll say it's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. And even if they're wrong, no one could say anything to the other.
Okay, refresh. Close your app, reopen it, try again.
So it's interesting. It's about a play on Saras. What happens with Saras? If the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just loses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. That is Rabbanon. Ki yakin Hashem amo, ki yira Hashem, ki yireya, ki azlas yad va'apes atzav va'azov, ein bein David Bach, so sorry, Mashiach only comes at Shiyirbu Hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means in just a moment. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Kamidim. That she says over here, so there's not going to be common, but there's not going to be common. Ultimately, again, there's going to restore Klal Yisrael.
Okay, what's it saying?
People give over the juice to God. You have all of this together. And once again, the society is very spiritual decision.
All right, well then just try again later. There might be some kind of limit on how many you can join all at once.
Only once we get a redemption does redemption come. The FS Atzur Ba'azur Kiviyakol is Summit Bazur Yisrael. Kendra Vizira, also is fashion, if that's a Kendra Vizira, Kiyama Mashkik Rabban and Askide. So we're going to talk about this more on the days.
Yeah, dog. Dude, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? I said, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? Exactly. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing, not being in here more often, but I understand, G-Boy. What else do you need help with?
Isn't this fascinating? Why isn't this what's inside you? This incredible tomorrow. Give me one to ask Hadas. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach,
yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I? Yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. All right, so go think of other shit that you need, and then when you got it, come back and we'll come up with a solution. All right, big man. Word, dog. Anytime, big man. I'm here to help you. All day, every day. You're welcome, big man. All right, come back when you have another problem, okay? You're welcome, my friend. Best wishes in school.
But if we just make ourselves better,
absolutely, big man.
Things we want out of life will naturally occur. Right? We think like just isn't that Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? When are my kids? When am I this? When am I this? All the things on to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time when. Let's just talk about when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara.
What's your pick? Did you try to do the Latina that's the whites, or are we going with nowadays?
He was going to go into an exhaustive discussion about when Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, what's it? Because it's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what is about messianic redemption, right? Again, there's the terrible stuff, it's the good stuff, it's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we don't have to shift out the saying about the world is 6,000 years old. So, everybody knows this, but to see where we are, two guys. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world.
You might enjoy yourself.
How are they 6,000 years? How are they? The God called it, and then 1,000 years of destruction. The Lord says, so how can they leave it for the destruction to workers? The world is will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a repeat. 1,000 years of desolation. But never again, the one hand is just like, you can get 1,000 years never again. What happens? They give them wings and they fly over the water. It's like leaking water brought out by decimation. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years. And then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. So there's a Shneimar. In this Kabasham Levata by Yomaru. Abai Amar train hard. Rabbi says, the world exists for 6,000 years. And then for 2,000 years, there's destruction. Shneimar. Ychayim Yomari. There was issue there, the Nafas, the Nutsi, and the Father. So right that's the book of the Shneimar says, Tushisha Ashvius. Tushisha Meta Shana just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years.
Maybe that was another way. Who knows?
So to the world, so to speak, undergoes the Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the year, and the 7,000th year, ultimately, the knuckle is like the Shemitah, the universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. Shneimar v'niskar Hashem levado. I know it's interesting, by the way, that often think that possibly v'niskar Hashem levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. But it's like more reference to the Messianic right off. The Gemara understands over here know that the Levata refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. They're only after the start of the universe for that 1,000-year period. Mizmor Shiri Yom HaShabbos, Yom Shekulu Shabbos. Incredible. What's Yom Shekulu Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Vomer, Yom Shonadei Nechan Kom Esmo, Yava, Tandei Eliyahu, Sheiches Alofin Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, Shna Havi Alma, Shnei Alpayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective now. Right? So for the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. The origin was Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Alpayim. Shnei Alofim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Shnei Alofim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. You know, so now, again, see it like and that's us. That was with us. That for us. We're in the last 2,000. There was no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayah, the Israeli said, about the single, Sheragu, Yotzemehem Mashiach. So this is our profound statement. But because we messed up, Yotzemehem Mashiach. When he says, you know, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, you know what happens? Yotzemehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life you find yourself in that sense and wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. And in a series of poor decisions, some of them are too poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully if I change my decision-making process, means to get me out of it. Maybe not try out of it, because when I can't traverse a lot of the damage that you've done. So at least I see I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's where the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and in 2,000 years, last 2,000 and 6,000 is supposed to be the most understood. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yotzemehem Mashiach. Incredible. I'm going to read another Yehuda. I hold it up, Salah Hasidah. First thing is another. This is Yahweh talking. That is Yahweh. The Rebbe says to Yehuda, Eina Olam, Papa-os Nishmonim V'Chamishim Yomos. The world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. The global Achron, but then David. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, he says, yo, if you must have a cell phone, does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that global cycle? Maybe says, I don't know, the calendar coming, does the global cycle finish or not? I don't know, maybe said, I don't know. And let's say, by the way, this is so profound. Why is it so profound? And we all know he's the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So let's say, he says, I don't know. So there are certain things about this whole leader that no one knows except for the Lord, which is why the Bible says, why do we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera? The moving our Avodah is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? And Rabbi doesn't know either. So if my work doesn't know, I'm still not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd? It's incredible. So Martin right there. No. Rashi says, how do I wrote this stuff? When can the Eva document? Rashi says over here, I thought the Lord is document. I go to Akano work at Sapalos, where anyone who tries to start videos, listen. I don't know exactly Mashiach is coming. The only thing that's clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last dildo. Once that last dildo comes, then start waiting here. Looks like that again. What I want to point out is something amazing. These girls reflect the mindset that there's a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do with the dog is predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like at the front end, the Mashiach must come by this gate, this gate. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritual life on this behavior. What is like the Shabbat life? That's kind of about the food that I'm missing. That's not kind of about the food that I'm missing. Let's not see other life on this. But we don't want to give us see that assurance for us to have this. So look, kind of about the food that like this. I found a guy. This guy had a skill. The skill is in that shit. But also I call that. I said about that. I might be like, you're not even low, see? From where right so I might be like, you see me like, where do you have this go from? I'm running the Kayalet, show running this guy. I traveled with him on the soldiers. We're going to running with Sasia. And I found this scroll amongst the book for treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this little treasures. Because in Bar, I found this following message. לאחר דוד אלפיים ועשרים ותשעים וארבע שנה בדיוק של העולם, יוצאים מהם מקומות סנסיטיבס, שהעולם איתו. We finally get this goal. After 4,000, right? After 4,000, after 4,291 years, Ha'olam Yito, the world ceases to exist. Okay? Me'en, it says, Me'en and Mochamos Tanini. Some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Me'en Mochamas Golden Model. Some of them will be Golden Model. Usha'al Yivos Mashiach. And the rest of the years will be Yivos Mashiach. Like Rothschild only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, this is with the motif. 6,000 active creation, 1,000 of Torah Rabbi, and a restarting of the universe. But after the Rabbi, when the upper conditions are not controlled, after 5,000 years, so the most of the time, you have nothing, only else, and says, look at that, nothing beyond alcohol. The following classic ultimately again literally pierces the world until the black. What's the pasuk? The old chazon number 8. Not complete for the chazon. In the sinamei hakemod, kibol yobo lo yachaf lo yachaf. So again, this is an incredible concept from Chabad. So let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. The old chazon number 8. The vision for the future in the appointed time. Nothing with these seven houses. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. Please, Mamea Kakela, if you believe, wait for him, people, Yoga, he will come, and you will not be believed. See that I say. Most of the saying, saying Darshan, I've even ignorant, it cannot be you. Don't like that I've gone on to say. Not like that, I wanted to say that Mashiach will only come at the defined time. I'm just going to go over here. I've even the politician, even I don't know what I'm saying, I heard down there, that's what's on the trees, yes, the ball, you don't, let's suck our coat. So I said, come up to that bottom, I wanted to say, there's some of the Sarah connection, cultural contribution of previous brothers. The low credit smell, I said, guys, has helped them let them do not, but I still did not switch. And that's like very small light. Now, what's a very small light? Say that he says over here, like a skin goes, switch to my fish goes with a rough, we can go send the goal, doubles, switch goes, others, he can go. That's why the first one here is, these other Rabbanon, right? The Rabbanon themselves, and then small light, they came up with defined amounts of time that the Mashiach comes. Now, look at this about any of them. The look at the Akiva, Shaya Dorish, all Afas Ma'ati. Deine marriage or Shemai that is honest. So it's ultimately again, and it's not that Yakiva either. Like that Yakiva also gives the calculation. Elo, Malchus Nishon, Shemim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Chalishim Stein, Malchus Ben Chojiva, Shtei Shanim Umachsa. So what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Nishon, and that's what this sounds like is. The first thing on the church is 7 years. Second is Malchus Shnia. Each Mishnah in 52 years, and Malchus Ben Chojiva, our culture we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So say, what does that mean? The word seems to say is as follows. The word seems to say that halacha myself. We don't understand so far. We have no idea so far. And what happened, most of the time between now and Mashiach, is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over there. In the first place, Hamikdash, ultimately again, 70 years. Well, that's it for develops itself. Secondly, Hamikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then the 2.5-year reign of Bar-Kokhba. The 2.5-year reign of Bar-Kokhba is actually a relatively good time for Cloudy. So I've actually been around that. And the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times, but our prayers are transformed. What we believe is at some point in time, the trap is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when it's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. You know, like that. My Yaakov was in slow, how they were doing it. There's a lot of so people, Atzman, should have actually coached. So, literally, again, the bone should break, the bone should become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Shiach is going to come. As the Lord says, it is an exercise in futility, trying to figure out when the Shiach is going to come. So, only, given Shiach as a faithful Rabbi, should a Rabbi. Because what happens for those who go out and try to calculate the Shiach's going to arrive, what happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, but then when the Shiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. Because it's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Hello? What is your hello? Fuck it, bro. What is our avodah on the Shiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar. Even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema Torah, maybe I say ultimately again, but we wait, but he doesn't wait. I'm going to let him catch Shema Torah, we're waiting, everybody's waiting. I just mean, after Shema so again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? He's going to do that. Midas Hadin. There's an ultimate Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says, probably solves not that is living in Mashiach. So the Gemara says, between the Atash and Midas Hadin, not that us. And if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are you waiting? And obviously, the waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbal's high. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting. What does this mean? If there's reward, first of all, tremendous to come. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is ready to come. There's not one sin Mashiach. But the meantime, again, the strict actually of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What's the reward? Because when you wait for something and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming a Mashiach and bring out the other end. Okay, one second.
Weird toe shoes too for fun.
No, never these shoes. Oh, these are my lucky fucking shoes.
Those are prescribed by a doctor.
They definitely aren't.
Okay, so you take your shoes off. What happens?
Well, we start chatting, and
again, where are you? You're just standing there? She's sitting on a bed?
414 in the stratosphere.
No, again, in the room.
Yeah, oh.
Are you standing there? Is she sitting? Hotels are so awkward, especially
Standing,
All right,
talking.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's Jersey Faith. Our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Kavod, the first Mishpach of dedicating all of the Shemar Drushes this year. As it's host from the Soros Tavos for Agni Swat, commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, Lavina and his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, and Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Religious Esther Bas Alozar, Zichron Lebach, and Marriage by Shem Torah, all those in the Shem Sabin Aliyah, families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shavon, Giver, Kol for the Yisrael, whose brought the Shemer to should bring home all of our hostages, the holy soldiers should be successful before Nasi. As we then let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Good. Okay, today's daf is Tzadik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. So remember again, we left off on the cliffhanger yesterday of Sanchira at the side. The Huzaran, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So Gemara now picks up on that theme. Gemara says, Naaman, Ger Koshapayim. So Naaman who was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Koshap. Now let's say, Ger Koshap usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts Shemer says to the law, religion of Israel. That's the general definition of the Ger Koshap. So Naaman became a Ger Koshap. The Zaran Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be talking about the Zaran really became Ger Tzedek means again. He converted. Midnei one of Shal Sisra, one to tell you Shalayim. Sisra's grandson. Remember again, Sisra. The general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Haftarah of Shana that Yaakov in Sisra, his mother's cries serve as the basis for a lot of what we want to Shofar. The neighbor of Sisra, one to tell you Shalayim. The grandson of Sisra, the Torah Yerushalayim. The neighbor of Sancheriv, Limdu Torah Berabim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Remind me, who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Avtalion. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Avtalion, they were the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai. So Shmaya and Avtalion, the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai, themselves were descendants, the grandsons of Sancheriv. Midnei Banav Shel Haman, Lamdu Torah B'nei Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'af B'nei Banav Shel Osa Rasha, B'kesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What happened? What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed the city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit to have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? Having this Rothschild was interesting. Seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Henry the Sixth, Rafiu as Baba Vola the first one. We tried to heal Baba, but it could not be healed. So it's this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a state of disrepair. Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Amr says that for something else. Ula Amr is Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. There was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No starting Jewish family. Rabbi Shmuel by the time Amr Elu Naros Baba. Tirgama, some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. Ilunaros Babel, Shein Lishtos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice thing about what Rashi says, we call him Marihim Sha'omdim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date times, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again the date palms that grow by the water are also bitter. So it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says that the one thing we can't heal is Naros Bavel. When we listen to the capital of Turim, Al Naros Bavel, Sham Bapinu. Naros Bavel, that image. Because remember, when Klal Yisrael was being led out from Eretz Yisrael, he sat by the rivers of Babel and he cried with the members. Almost as if the says, there are some things in this world that are unthinkable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No. There's some people that's perpetrating in this world that simply cannot be undone. So most of what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So we'll say, but I'll just point out, a lot of the Chavra asked that, yesterday, that's what's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar, his offspring, there's no indication that Nebuchadnezzar wanted to convert, right? He had no desire, but his descendants wanted to block. The Zoran did go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's a sefer called Kukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Yiddish and a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a shayla where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous character for what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the author of the sefer, his name, and to convert. And it was a shayla. People were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did. We saw what he did. We experienced the book in his hands. And the Mechaber, that's like that says, based on halacha yidesha. It's an interesting expression. Halacha yidesha, like cold hard fact, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes a Baal Tshuva, right, and they mamash offense to the past, then they should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert? How could a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then we would welcome him into our ranks? So he asked him, don't convert him. Don't convert him. But what's interesting is you don't often find this in Halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is you convert. If the guy is sincere and Mamish has color, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into himself? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Nebuchadnezzar became a ger, right? Who converted him? Which Beis Din took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Lashon by Nebuchadnezzar is Aras. He ran away. Which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else. Not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. One thing that he converted, doesn't mean that he went through a formal process, doesn't mean that he just accepted it for himself. He posted up his heart, we don't know. It's just interesting to point out. Okay, we have another like that. Ula says as follows. I'm going to love, should have been beaten Yerushalayim. I'm going to love the bad neighbors to Yerushalayim. Also, Kevin Yerushalayim, when he became a Snavi Korban Yerushalayim, when Amon heard that the Rabbi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shulchan, they sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriv? What prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, Amonamov, heard the Rabbi prophesying that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, took the talk. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Chal is weak, Chal is going to be destroyed. Took the talk. Come and literally again look and come. Amar Mistafina go la'abri to divide the command. So again, the Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did their previous enemies. Meaning again, which is referring to Sancheriv. Shal kulei ki'ein ha'ish b'leisol. The ish is not home. Ve'in hadarach merachol. I'm sorry, Haloch Midarech Rachel. So the Gemara said the Ish means the Ish Ela Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Ish means that he said the man is not going to be Kodesh Baruch Hu and left his home. Shneimar Hashem Ish Milchama. So ultimately, again, we tell Nebuchadnezzar that this is a right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael. You should come and fight. Shulchan the Greek of Vasi. So he says, well, maybe a Kodesh Baruch Hu is close by. In other words, maybe the Rothschild, as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael now, when they're in a state of ruin, you will return. Allah, the direct no, God is really abandoned them. God is really far away. Shalom. Israel with Tzadiki, the Bayrachani, Umaisile. What Christ has Tzadikim. And Tzadikim has the Kach Hatzila. And when they daven, they bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back. Shalchu leitzroh hakesef lakach biyado, and kesef on Tzadikim. The Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? The kesef is Tzadikim. Shneimar, the Echra li b'chamisha sa kesef, the Chomers Oren Velesexon, Shalom, Hajri, Rishi, Bichuva, Ubayma, Rachami, Umaisile. Listen, this conversation is absolutely incredible. So Luchares says, okay, well, even if the issues are going right now, and the tzaddikim are going right now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Rishon will do tshuva. So the Rishon comes, so the Rishon Chayes will do tshuva, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis HaMikdash. So the Gemara says, Shalpulei, K'var Kabbalah and Isman. So essentially, Amram said it's too late. The Baruch Hu already decreed, and not only that, he even set a time for the destruction of Beis HaMikdash. Shneimar, L'yom HaKaseh Yavo L'Beisho. In Kaseh Elazman, Shneimar, Ba'Kaseh L'yom Chagim. So Shalpulu, as the Chanetzah said, Sisvon, the Lomatzina, the Asri, Kiblo Omiditra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because of the snow, because of the but you clearly see from something fascinating, which is Chanetzah doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this thing. Even if someone is successful, the repercussions for them and confusions will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to the weather is very bad. Don't worry about it. When you compare it to Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. Go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shaltu Kar Moshe Eretz, Misalim Midbar Hatzion El Har Basion. Shalach Ohu, Diasina Leslie Duchta Diasir Levei. Ruchanes says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So Mary says, don't worry about it. They send back to him. Shalchulei, Kibos Shalahem, Mulim Nipantu Shalcha. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. So it said, Ba'isavinu Umar Hashem Yotzias Atzmos Malchi Yehuda, Es Atzmos Sarab, Es Atzmos HaKohanim, Es Atzmos HaLevim, Es Atzmos Rosh Yerushalayim Kivayim, Shatchum Neshamayim V'Yarech V'Chotza Hashamayim She'adam V'Yashah Duma She'alchu Acharehem. Amalei Ranach Igadischa. Yishli L'Chach Tzavos HaSodem. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there wasn't just general, it's not a new thing that the animosity or our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what Anna and Moab have to get involved in this? Well, those are our cousins. It's not why they have to get involved. I don't mind. Anna and Moab come, and they incite the Nebuchadnezzar again to march against the Yerushalayim. Incredible. So now, we want to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. I'm not going to be Yitzchak. Mishmi and the Bible say this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is the same small. When is he coming? So the Gemara, Amalei, man Bar Nafli. Who's Bar Nafli? Amalei, Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. Bar Nafli called his name. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei, yes, he is. He said, Hayom Avu, Akim, I want to say top of Shabbos, 997a. Akim Asukas David Hanofaras. Let's say it's incredible. Was the Messianic era, I will lift up, really again, I will rebuild Sukkah David Hanofaras. The fallen Sukkah of David Hanofaras, a reference to the Beis HaMikdash. Rashi says, well, yeah, Sukkah David Hanofaras, Malchus Beis David, Lahagi Kari Mashiach V'Anachim. So what's interesting? Rashi understands over here, Sukkah David Hanofaras is not the Beis HaMikdash. In fact, Sukkah David Hanofaras is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately, again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafli, the one who lifts up fallen things. Let's say it's something so beautiful. You think to yourself, out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Golden Mago, Kesanesim, all this other stuff. Like the one thing that he's known is to restore the Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Shalom Hafaz is reference to Mikdash. Right, so that's what it's like. So it's sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it, and then rebuilt it again, you don't put back pieces into what they once were, which sometimes the greatest apple. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he's able to take pieces. Halachically, he's able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bainafti. Terrible, Bainafti. Which I would say that really tells us also. But so what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become about Shiloh. What does it mean to become about Shiloh? It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own bar nothing, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm going to have you on the Yochanan. George was a senior in the Gemara over here. George ben David Ba, Hamidi Chachamim Yisrael. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we know two different narratives, about the generation and time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. Rosh ben David, the generation that's on the that the Mashiach will come. Hamidi Chacham Yisrael. There's a diminution, like less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmudim coming. So there's fewer Talmudim coming, and in general, a lot of suffering. The Tzaras Rabos, terrible suffering, and new terrible decrees every single day. Shavuot ben David Ba, the year. Shavuot usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shana Rishon is Kayim Mikrazeh. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1. Shana Rishona is Kayim Mikrazeh. The entirety of Year Achaz, some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Second year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, in year number 3, to be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Chassidim, great people will die. The Torah, Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, during the 4th year, some of it ain't so much. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Different this year. Sova Gadol. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the show sing is open. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from the Torah will come back. Maybe the Shishis Kolos in the 6th year will be sound. So actually says that here the Shishis Kolos, Yotzi Kolos Shaben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. Mashiach is close. The Shavias Machalos in the 7th year of war, which couldn't even go to Magog. The Moshe Shavias Ben David Ba. And the Moshe Shavias, right? At the end of that 7th year, meaning year number 8, that's when Mashiach comes. So this is the description, the basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. Rabbi says, well, second, how much is the Havakim V'lo Asa? Rabbi Yosef says, by the way, what you just said with the 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of time. Right? In other words, did you just describe the Jewish history? And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So I'm Rabbi says, the Shishis told us, the Shishis, Rabbi said, really? Was it every year 6? But also that again, there were murmurings in Mashiach. And in year 7 of the words, that order ever happened? But the Sidra Yecham. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened to your belief? The answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no, kind of. If you read it says, Rothschild ben David Ba, Beis Habat, Yeliznos. So what's this? So what you see over here is something very, really amazing. What you begin to see is that currently, before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more further later. But there's like these two models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us. Or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this frame as we go on in the coming years. So as we go read, it says, Rothschild in which Mashiach comes, Beis Habat is this. They will say Beis Habat is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. That was the pshat. Because there will be no Talmudim coming. Therefore, no one can reduce there. And you have large empty space, and Dr. Medrash Rashi points out, we're generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye. What are they used for? It's immorality. So they'll once again painting a picture of a lack of Torah. The Hagadol Yechra, the north will be destroyed. The Hagavon Yesham. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Vagava Yesha also means other Pagavas in place will be destroyed. But Anshe Gvul Yisrael in the year, the people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, they'll wander from place to place. Below Yechoninu, the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. The Chachmas, as well as Tisra, the wisdom of the community will become putrid, in other words, will decay. The Yirei Chet Yim Asun, people who fear sin will be despised. In other words, we'll say, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. With Mihadar, Tipnei Kelef. Literally, again, the face of Jericho like the face of a dog. Interesting, again, like we saw in Paladin, and yet in this one dog. Let's say so again, which means that there'll just be a general sense of spiritual decay. MS will not be found. So you must my Batia MS Nadaris, so literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. My Sisa Mira Mishtola, and the very Shira, Komisha Samira, Mishtava Arabios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to be the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says the Mishtava Arabios, Kala Olo Olav Shotiki, and Mishtava. So we'll say, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater province of Rabbi said as follows. In the Mereish Havamina, Leka Kushta Ba'alma. So we'll say this is a tremendous statement, right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says, an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, Leka Kushta Ba'alma, Ein Adam Ba'olam, Sheyidaber Emes Tamid. Listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And I'm saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I will say that, I want to point out the way. That statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? As the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi, this Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi said, he went on record, he said, if they would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. Now this Rav Tavimi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta show, which is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Mimar says, Hava Mishani Bidu Riders, Hava Miss Unshi Hasam below Zmanim. So say in this place called truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. So what does that mean? Right? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to right old ages there, and they died like that. So what happened? So Kavuni said, I came to this place, I decided to settle down. In the CB, this is something I married a woman from Gustav. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. This is what Kavuni's saying. My wife was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, like her friend came along, knocked on the door, asked me, is your wife home? Now, Rav Kavuni felt, not Orach Arab, Amalot Lasahafa. But Kavuni felt it wasn't sneeze to say that like he's washing her hair. Right? She's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. Two sons passed away. Also, my height. The townspeople feel okay, so what is this? First, this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is what happened. So the family realized, what happened over here is he lied. He lied. That guy said he lied for good reason. I felt he was unrelated. They said to him, they asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not be bringing death to our townspeople. That's an overwhelming story. Overwhelming story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta? 4? How many people are this? That's fine. You can maybe create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because we'll say, sons, friends, life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, right, Omer. David, Dorship, and David Bach. We'll say once again, a description of what the generation of Mashiach comes in. And we're saying, the young will embarrass the old. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the younger. So it's going to be like this sense of a generational, the sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. In Basque term, the daughter will rebel against her mother. So a daughter will against her mother-in-law. The face of the generation will be like the face of a dog. And ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. So let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this Gemara? In Surah Umorah, remember this? Even about Surah Umorah. He steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's wishes. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment that his son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. That's the first part of my time. And Nehemiah says, Dorship and David Bach, Azus Kirbas. Azus means, I don't see brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Ya'aves, Gaiva, Rashi says, so there will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce when it produces. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So what it actually points out to me is that means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. So it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Still, with plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore, the prices keep going up. And the entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one can rebuke anyone. So it's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements. Like everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The Rabbi Yitzchak, the support of this story is God, in them David God, after Tzaddik Kalamalchus Leaders. So then David married Mashiach doesn't come really again until the entire market, the entire government comes birth to heresy. Amar Rabbi Rabbi and left the pasuk, Hula Hapak Lavan Tahak. So it's interesting, so double parents are out. So every good if the entire body turns white, then all looks like it's power. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, the society as a whole just uses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. כי אז לא סייג באופן עצר ועזר, אין בין דוד בלך, דורמה הסוסר, משיח ומקמס, עד שירגו המוסרוס. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means. It's just wrong. Actually, smart right until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmudim. Rashi says over here, so there's not really coming, but there's not really happening. Ultimately, again, they're going to start to the right path. Ramo says people should always reduce the God. You have all of this together, and once again, we paint a picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Actually, take a look at them in a kiss, it's only poverty. Actually, sanctioning and Guruba. Mashiach is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption, but redemption comes. The FS Archer Ba'azir. Yachol, in so much part of the Yisrael, Pedra Vizira, was his fashion, Pedra Vizira, you have a match gift for Rabban than the hospital. So what is more on the days? Rabbi Zera would find groups of Rabbanim trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What's it mean on the days? A lot of Rabbanim spending a lot of time saying, for certain times, when is Mashiach? What is happening? Whenever Rabbi Zera would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm going to hold, the Matusa Badim in that room, Lo Tirchakuha. He said, please do not delay the arrival of Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why? This means what he's saying here. This is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you start looking for them. The Bible says incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpion, which apparently, again, the scorpions work, Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay? Mitzvah, so let's say we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But sometimes you just find your vision, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. But if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then I'll go and say, what's the pshat of this? And this is so profound. What you might say is like this. Instead of trying to figure out when the Mashiach is coming, live in the kind of life that you're making up. In other words, sometimes we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing that if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And if you just even have the Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my finances going to improve? When are my kids going to this? When is all the things going to improve? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? You spend so much time, when? Versus what about when? Just what about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the ruffles that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. So now interesting. Now that we just spoke about, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, The Gemara is going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, once again, because there's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to know when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we go, I'm not picking up. Shis Alpi Shana Bahama. The world is 6,000 years old. So also, everybody knows this, but we all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? The Chadchar, and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, we'll say sometimes the way that the world is structured to work is the world was exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's never going to tomorrow? Then what happens? That you can during those 1,000 years. Remember again, what happens? They give them wings and they fly over the water. It's like you were brought back by Testament. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after that 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. The world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. The vice that supports us, Gemara says, just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is the Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes the Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the year and the 7,000th year, ultimately, is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. It's interesting, by the way, that represents that pasuk Niskar Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by Himself. First of all, the more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. There'll only be after this Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. V'omer Mizmor Shir Yom HaShabbos Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. V'omer Yelachon Beinechan Kom Esro Kiava Ton Be'elio Sheishes Alofim Shana Hadi Amos. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says Shna Hadi Amos Shnei Alpayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective. Right, the world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. Now, what is it? Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay. Shnei Alpayim. Shnei Alofim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Moshe Mashiach. So now, again, we see this, we're like, and that's us. That would put us. Right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach yet. Sadin Sarah, Sherabu Yatsomehem Mashiach. So this is a profound statement. But because we messed up, Yatsomehem Mashiach. When you say, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu mehem mashi yatsu. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully if I change my decision-making process, means to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years less, 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be the most understood. That's what was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yotzi Mehen Mashiach. I'm going to go to the Yoda Yehuda. Achuz Rav Salah Hasidah. What says Rabbi? This is Eliyahu Navi talking. That is Eliyahu Navi. Eliyahu Navi says to Yehuda, Eina Olam Kafos Nishmonim V'Chamishim Yovos. The world will not exist for less than 85 Yovel cycles. Yovel HaAchron Ben David Ba. In the last Yovel cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. Amazing. He says, yo, it's the last of the cell phone. Does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that Yovel cycle? There says, I don't know. The Torah only does the Yovel cycle finish or not? Amalei, Elio said, I don't know. I don't say that by the help. This is so profound. Why is it so profound? Elio knows he's the only one down to the Yovel Mashiach. So let's say, Elio says, I don't know. In other words, there are certain things about this whole group up that no one knows except the Rebbeinu Shalom, which is why by their both side, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So if Eliyahu doesn't know, I'm certainly not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Eliyahu? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the 12? It's incredible. So Mario goes like that. Show the play. No. Rav Ashi says, how can I relate? I'd pop up load to stop you. Then you can't get you left to stop you. Rashi says over here, I talk a little to speculate. I do a little after no to tackle. So what Eliyahu was trying to tell you was, listen, I don't know what exactly Mashiach is coming. One thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last yoga. Once that last yoga comes, then it's not waiting here. Let's say again. What I want to point out is something amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do with the is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritually meritorious faith. No, it's like the Shalach by Rabbi Shachid Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef. Matzasi Adam listen to this. Listen to this. Crazy. So Rav Chanan like this. I found a guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris. The Rosh Kodesh. And it said, "V'amarti lo, minayin lo." From where, right? So "Amarti lo, zu minayin lo." Where do you have this scroll from? Rabbi, the Chayalos Shalom is said. I traveled with the Roman soldiers. We came Ginzei Roman Mitzasiya, and I found this scroll amongst the gopher treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasure. The Pasuk bought, and I found this following message. The Achar David Al-Hayim Masayim B'Tishim Be'achar Shalom B'Yosef Shalom. Listen to this. Shalom Olimito. You found the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 Al-Hayim Masayim B'Tishim. After 4,291 years, Ha'olam Yito. The world will cease to exist. Okay. Mehan, Zimar says, Mehan almost 10 million. Some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Mehan Lochanas Gogumogo. Some of them will be Gogumogo. Ushar Yimos Mashiach. The rest of the years will be Yimos Mashiach. Mehan Kalisparok and Mechadish Solomos, Ella Achar Shivas Atayim Shalom. Like Hashem only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, this week we go with the motif 6,000 active creation. 1,000 of 12 Ravo and the restarting of the universe. But after the Rabbi, will be after Kamesha for love and Shalom. And after 5,000 years, so you might say, Tanya Rabbi Nassan, Omer Rabbi Nassan says, Nick was there, Noki, Yoring, Alcohol. The following plastic ultimately again literally pierces the world until the death. What's the plastic? He owes Chazon Lanois, the Yafaf the King's Blood Chazon. In Yismameh Chakyaron, he bought Yovo, Lo Yachar. So again, this is is an incredible pasuk from Habakkuk. So we'll say, let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. The old Chazon Lamoid, there will be a vision for the future, the appointed time. Yafech Lakitz Beloy Chazon. The end will come. The end will come and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. Keep going. He will come and he will not be delayed. Here you go, Moshe. Both have the same way. Darshan had even in Palak with me. It's not like the Rabbanon who say, not like the Rabbanon who say that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. That says over here, at Eden, Agalo shall sign behind down there's days, Eden, Castillas, how many days, mirrors, the Park, Eden, the Sakako. So once they come back to the Rabbanon, like the Rabbanon will say, that somehow Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous dollars. The low credit smell, like Shadorish, has helped them Lachem Dima, but Hashkim of the Dimos Shlish. And not like Rabbi Smaloi. Now, what did Rabbi Smaloi say? It actually says over here, like Hashkim of the Shlish, Kivamar, Hesh goes like my brother, can go some go, Golos, Shlish goes, Adam, Kandos. That's what it's referring to over here. It's not Rabbanon. Right? The Rabbanon themselves, and Rabbi Smaloi, they came up with defined amounts of time until Mashiach comes. The halacha doesn't follow any of them. V'lo Rabbi Akiva, sha'ayadorish od achas ma'ati, v'ani marish eshamayim v'sa'aretz. So as I said ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right? Rabbi Akiva also gives a calculation. Elo malchus rishon shevim shana, malchus shniya chamishim u'shtayim, u'malchus ben koziva shtei shanim u'mechza. So as I said, what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and what it sounds like is the first Beis Hamikdash was 70 years. Second Beis Hamikdash, Malchus Shniya, Chamish Mushnayim, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Koziva, Bar Kochba, we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So we'll say, what does that mean? So the Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that Halacha L'Maisa, we don't know when Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea when Mashiach's going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second Beis Hamikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba was actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael, right? We were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when he's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. What is the meaning of that phrase? Literally, again, the bones should break, or the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when Mashiach is going to come. As I will say, that is an exercise in futility to try to figure out when Mashiach is going to come. Because what happens for those who go ahead and try to calculate when Mashiach is going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then the Mashiach doesn't come. What do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, we'll say it's incredible. Ella, chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, im yismamea chakelo. Even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema tomar, anu mechakim v'hu einu mechaker. Maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. So we'll say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Klal Yisrael is not yet deserving of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously, again, waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah Schar. Because ultimately, again, there is reward for waiting. Shneimar ashrei kol chol chelo. we're going to stop over today, but what does this mean that there's reward? First of all, tremendous nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants some Mashiach, but the mitzvah, then the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward? Because when you wait for something and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Yameinu. All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tav Shin Pei, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the children's Rothschilds this year as a zechus from Yisrael Alavan Yisrael. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, the loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisar Zechron Lebracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar Zechron Lebracha, and our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Kalman Ben Mordechai Zechron Lebracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a full Shalom Pinot, Kol Chol Yisrael. We should bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. With that, let us begin. And a special welcome back. And unfortunately, with the David Schwartz, Baruch haba, Baruch haba. Hashem continue to give you refuah. And Yetz Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you. It's great to have you back. All right, let's say with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, listen, by the way, this is it till we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it captured. I got it to story, lesson, messages, everything rolled into one. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the days 95. We are also here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved Chaver and our Dafyomi member, Rabbi Aaron Elbaum, our Gabbai, our Dafyomi pillar. I'm putting over here like lovingly, like you would normally be sitting right over there. Who's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shah Tov, L'Plachos, Mazel Tov to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Incredible. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up on Tzadik Hey base 95b. And we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I'm Rabbi Avo. And the Avo says as follows. Had the concept you not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. Yigalach Hashem Bekar Hashirot B'Meri Nar B'Melech Ashur Asarosh Usar Raglayim Begamazot Ben Tisba. So we'll say it's more very close to the pasuk. The pasuk says on that day, like Kiviyachol, the Ribono Shel Olam will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, "Also kuchavichol, they even make a gavra saba." So we'll say, so remember again, Sancheriv has been defeated. We saw that story already. Right, suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, just this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Baruch Shalom appears to him as an old man. But like a gavra saba, Amalei, he also said Gabi Malchus Mizrach. So the old man, like comes to Sanchev, says, Sanchev, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all of the kings. Remember again, Sanchev have raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? I don't know. So Sanhedrin says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? So Sanhedrin says to the old man, what should I do? First, what's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanhedrin was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice, what should I do? Amalei. So ultimately, again, so this is incredible. So the old man says to Sanhedrin, listen to this, Amalei, Zil Vishani Nafshach. You should really change. Rashi says over there, Nafshach, Shana Atzmucha Kedei Yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanhedrin, you know what you should do? You should change yourself, not that nobody recognizes you. This year, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, so how should I change? Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. I just want to point out before we go on, what a profound Gemara. And this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul. And really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sanhedrin is in trouble. What does Sanhedrin realize? Sanhedrin realizes the way I'm living right now, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I will say, we all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could be more. So Sanhedrin has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself whenever you want. You should change. And what so often happens when it comes to change? Sanhedrin says, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, take a haircut. Let's say, sometimes in life, we have these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's cosmetic change. I really should change. That hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong muscle for me. But you understand, right? In other words, we just, instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Any event. And I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sanhedrin over here. So we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sanhedrin suffers this humiliating defeat. I will say, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it. We've all experienced it. And those are moments where often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to haircut, see? So Sanhedrin says, no, man, well, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm going to Allah who makes up the icy. So what happens? So he says to Sanhedrin, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there. So as Sanhedrin goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim Sharetz ve'idni le'kegavri. So it says this is a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kashiyaisa. Rashi says over here, gardine tmorim. It was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amalei, how about Mispara? So Sanhedrin says, can I borrow a pair of scissors? Amalei, Tichol Chad Giruya the kashiyaisa. So they said, okay, there's no such thing in life as free scissors, right? So you want scissors? Grind the giruya of date pits with us. Okay, work a little bit and we'll give you the scissors. Tachan Chad Giruya. So Sanhedrin ground up the date pits, right? And they gave him another tremendous Musa Haskell. This is Sanhedrin, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, desperation. Failure humbles you, and desperation. When a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind date pits. You're gonna do what you gotta do in order to get the job done. I'm ready. So good. So by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, so the old man already became dark. I'm ready. I see you now. Now the old man says, he says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also I see Nura, the Hadi the Kanafa play Akli Benura Bidikine. So what happened? Also, guys, so as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. This is what people say. So we'll say this gives this apparently birthed this famous adage. Rashi says if you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean and he likes it, you can also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You do with that what you want, right? I don't have anything on it. Right? So nice again, the idea over here, we'll say, talking about also, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a certain sense, is life could change so dramatically. And we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, to Sancheriv's, I think to Sancheriv's credit a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, so now it's just a Sancheriv, get a haircut, so gets a haircut, whatever you need to do. Listen, there's some people in life, when life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this from Sancheriv, to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. Sancheriv must have had ridiculous co-hosts. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the pivot. You got to be able to lean into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Ashka Rafa Nitivusa Dinoch. I want to say it's incredible. So Sancheriv is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's supposed to say these incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noach's table. Now, let's say, by the way, geographically, we know that, remember again, the table kind of, what's the word? Landed, what is it? Dock? I don't know if it's docked per se. Grounded. But there's like isn't this like a luscious, like when it washes ashore, whatever, docked, grounded, it's stopped, right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough, geographically, works along this idea as he's heading back to our shore. So he finds a plank from Noach's table. He's like, this is incredible. Like can you imagine, like again, just to understand, this is quite a day for Sancheriv. He ran into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I want to point out that the Ribono Shel Olam appeared to Sancheriv. Do you understand what that means? Because again, Sancheriv, interestingly enough, remember, it goes on to what we saw last time. Sancheriv was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was out of bounds for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personal greatness. See, met HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds a plank from Noach's table. Amar. So Ashkaf Dapol Nitivusa Deva. Amar. Amar Hayu Elokah Rabbi. The Shizve Benoach Yotifino. And he said, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar, who Gabra Matzlach, Makrav Luhu the train Vinod. So Sancheriv says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive at home, reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Now, interesting, I will say, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plank itself. Anyway, he pledges to go and offer up his two sons. Well, as one can imagine, Shammah and Noah, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him. Sancherib is assassinated by his own sons. Sancherib is worshipping his deity, and as he's worshipping his avodah zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sancherib is trying to hold on to a plank from Noach's teva. So the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's teva and was saved. Og. The Medrash says that Og Melech HaBashan, right, was held on to the table and was saved. And let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sancherib is always the tragedy of Sancherib. Not feel back to Sancherib. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? You could be my life preserver. Like, I could hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this comes to a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that real change, being able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So when it's about so the pasuk says, I will say, switching gears here for just a moment. This is Avram. Now this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the four kings against the five. If four defeat the five, Avram goes to war against the four. So the pasuk says, "Vayichalek aleim laila, uva avadat vayaken." Literally again, the little translation is they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smote the four kings. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Malach Shem is Gamino, the Avram Laila Shmo. There was actually an angel who was helping Avram Avinu to fight in this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla amar horageva. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka says, Sha'asi imo maisa Laila. That ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, like the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle on behalf of him. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar Shamayim Milchamu HaKochavim Something we call it Sisra. The words of the Nafka of the blacksmith, the Yitzchak, the Nafka, better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nafka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, Shlakish chooses Yitzchak Nafka's idea, and the stars went well with Avram Avinu against the four kings. I'll say this point out here. We've mentioned this many times in our journeys in Shas. Why does the Gemara call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one. There's more than one of Yitzchak. I'll say the deeper message is a lot of times in life we think that if you have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Amchachim, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara? The Gemara says, by the way, you can be a blacksmith, you can be a Gadol Batorah. You can be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Unless you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we could become, even though we all have day jobs. The year of Ad Dan, so once remember again, the pasuk said Avram Avinu pursued them, the four kings, up until dawn. So what happened in Dan? Yochanan gave it Shabbat also tzaddik Ad Dan Tashash Koko. So Avram Avinu saw when Avram Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Avram Avinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan. Shneimar, the Moshe, now what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayasem Esa Echa Bebeis El, Esa Echa Nasam B'Dan. So he's actually referring to Yeroboam ben Nebat. We spoke about this last week also. Yeroboam ben Nebat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed 2 eagles, right? 2 calves, 2 golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of the. It's incredible. So you know this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. Nevertheless, Avinu strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar also, we're not strengthened until they got to Dan Shneimar, Dan Nishma Nechras Susah. Aram Zera. Avagam Nishalach Rabbi the most I get ready for this. So the Rabbi Zera said the following message was given by Yehuda ben Mesera. Yizara b'zaken sheshachach lemudam achmason so. The most I be careful with the Talmud Chacham who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or I will say sometimes in life a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmud Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect it, which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And it is a very important source of chizuk, especially for us, Daf Yomi and Chevra. But a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I had absolutely no idea what I learned. Right. But so sometimes that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? We'll say, of course. Now, again, the answer to that is, you know what I'm going to say. What's the answer to that? The answer to that is chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. We know that. But let's say, in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and it has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. That's what Gemara says. You have a Talmud Chacham, a Zaken, who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, the Torah impacts him, and that's Chesed Shalom. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama, fundamentally changed him. Furthermore, Yizara B'Vridin. Also be careful with the breathing. So it's interesting how I remember again from the last cycle in Kulin, we learned about this. When you shech the bird, when you shech ophos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's a machlokas as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut as part of shechita. Rabbi Yehuda says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. The Gemara says, "Izava breathing, Karihut is Rabbi Yehuda." We'll say, watch this. Izara b'nei amaretz. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen Teitzei Torah, because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. I'm going to say this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. And I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way, right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. But ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't learn Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says, and those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shemehem Teitzei Torah Yisrael, because those that come in Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sharei Yatzu Shmaya B'Atan Neimar. So we'll see examples. They'll say, what's the pshat? That it's the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children whose fathers are coming to come, grandfathers. What's the pshat? First, I think it's a very simple yesod. When a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Some certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others will say. It's an incredible, incredible idea. So, Gemara, and again, let's say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, "Hizaru b'nei amei haaretz." Be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? What does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting. In the belt, in the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy and importance on yichos. Yichos, right? This one has yichos, and this one has yichos. And yichos is wonderful. Yichos is wonderful. Right? Yichos is beautiful. It's fantastic. We all have beautiful yichos. You come out of Yitzchak and Yaakov, the best yichos in the world. We put so much on. So Chazal telling us, good, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva, really didn't have its same standing anymore. Certain yeshiva, post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the last. Because he said, it's filled with flip outs. I'm like, what? Flip outs. So you know what Lashon flip out? Flip out is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more religious. Flip out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more, like that's a good. It's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world, somehow someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik shebet tzaddikim, right? That person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, tacitly supportive, whatever it is, but they decided they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice. If you come from a family of righteous people, that's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place, but you still have to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing fishes over here? Did I just see that? Okay. All right. And I will say, so that's how you want to have to say, Hizaru, b'nei amei haaretz. Be careful with the children of amei haaretz, which means that the belt is not, or sometimes, again, I've said, the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. The one says, Ki ha nosa modi'inole. Tzadik ato Hashem, ki arevei lecha, at mishpatim adaber oska, madu adaber f'shan tzalicha. Shalom kol bogdei bagar, nekatem gam shar shal, yelpu gam asal. Okay, so what's the pshat in this passage? So this is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, what's the part of this passage we're going to focus on over here? The part of this passage we're going to focus on over here is that why is it derech hashan tzalika? Why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the Gemara says like this: Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hajule. What was answer back to Yirmiyahu Navi? Ki es raglayim ratzasavi alucha ve'et kach tischara es hasusim ba'aretz shalom atabotea ve'et taseh b'gorei yadu. What does this mean? Mashallah Adam echad. Shalom yokol ani larotz go parasol ve'asusim. So let's say there's a mush. Listen to this. So was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parsecs. I won't say parsecs a lot of area. I could run 3 parsecs before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglan is a runner. and this human runner, outpaced in 3 milim, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, and we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for the Yoparsos. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So so to you, Yimio. So to Yimio. So what does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yimio is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. Listen to this. We're going to see the story in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, or 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu Lefanai Kisusim Alachas Kama V'Kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara said, "Diksei u'leviim nishbar v'yivi kevi dachu kol atzmos hayisi ki yishikar v'kegibor avu yain me Hashem me'divrei kadsho." Incredible. Hanidal psios mahi. What do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh Baruch Hu with 4 steps? What's that story? Diksei, it's an incredible story. Diksei va'isa yishalach merudach beladon ben beladon melech bavel svarim. So what happened that Merudach Baladon, that was his name, Ben Baladon, son of Baladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Hiskiyahu because he heard that Hiskiyahu was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara understand. So the Gemara says, understand, because Hiskiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, send a letter and you give the Hiskiyahu, what's going on over here? Thursday, the Gemara says, in Lidrosh Esmofes Haya. So the Gemara says, Lidrosh Asher Haya Ba'aretz. Yes, because Baladon Merodach, or Merodach Baladon, was very interested because he said when Hiskiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I got to find out about this guy, Hiskiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz. Let's see, by the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some point. So actually, Menachem nonetheless had a very good idea that maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Parak HaChelek. That's going to be our topic for this year. It's just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz. The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Hiskiyahu. Achaz was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized. He did not want Achaz to be buried.
Really? Oh,
so he
for
dramatically went ahead and
let's just get down to brass tacks, Rabbi. Give me that Yiddish.
He set prematurely.
Really?
So what
are we reviewing?
So the Gemara says,
Alright, so
and it was incredible. When Hiskiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, returned those 10
means I wish.
and then Hiskiyahu was healed.
That's all.
10 extra hours of daylight.
That's what we do.
Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed.
That's kind of a fetish.
Again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladon Merodach, I keep getting his name wrong. Merodach Baladon,
snacking on pussy.
ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. Like, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana has shown you the Sib, you should sell Hamalos, Hashem, the Malos, Apple, the Shem Shaforos, as well as the Shem Shaforos, the Malos of Shem. Only my life. So Merodach Baladon said, what is this? Amalek Hiskiyahu Chalash.
smooth mensch.
was ill, he
Yeah.
became healed,
Uh,
and Abba Rothschild gave him back 10 hours of
and then
daylight.
you could
All right,
have
so
Zedekias, glory,
so it's incredible. Someone
and
wrote that
Ishak
Balak said,
Chayil,
listen, and there is a man like this who gets 10 extra
Rabbi.
hours of daylight from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Right? I mean, you got to get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, "Custom, listen to this." So here is the letter. Here is the letter
The
that
little
Merodach
village of
Baladan
Shtetl,
sent
Shtetl,
to Chizkiyahu. Here it is.
Shtetl,
So the Gemara says,
Shidel,
"Katzulei, Shalom
Milkig,
Amata
Fleischig,
Chizkiyahu.
Parag,
Peace be unto you, King
Milkig,
Chizkiyahu.
Fleischig,
Shalom Lekarta Yerushalayim.
Fleischig
Peace unto
is
Yerushalayim.
meat.
Shalom
Parag is
Le'alokar
neutral.
Rabbo.
What is
Peace
Heimish
unto the
mean?
great God.
Heimish.
Peace unto the great God."
Hamish,
Incredible.
dog.
So the Gemara
Hamish.
says, so what happened?
Or
Nebuchadnezzar
Heimish.
sat
Based on
the people
Yiddish
on
word
the
Heim
So
means
Nebuchadnezzar,
home.
everyone
It
said, this
describes things that
Nebuchadnezzar
are
is young.
homey or
So what was
familiar.
his job?
Make yourself
He
at
was
home.
the
Going back
scribe
to
of the
Abraham,
king.
the
He
first
was the
Jew,
scribe of
the very
Merodach
first Jew.
Baladan.
Our people have always valued
So the Gemara says,
inviting
listen to
others
this.
into our homes.
Ayish
The mitzvah
Shaitala Havahasam.
is known as
So apparently
Naaseh,
Nebuchadnezzar
or him bringing
wasn't
in
there
guests.
when Merodach Baladan
When inviting
wrote
in
this
guests,
letter.
the host may say, Machzek
He
Heimish,
comes back.
make
He
yourself at
finds
home.
out that
Nice and
Merodach
informal.
Baladan wrote
If
this
the
letter.
guest finds that the home is the informal type where
Well, tell me what
everyone
was
is
that was written.
welcome, or to just be themselves and no one stands on ceremony, they say that it's a Heimishi type of place. What is this? Oh, fuck! What is this?
But you put in last, right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great king Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, great city Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And Nebuchadnezzar says, doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. Or saying, but it says, this is Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar.
There's an informal type of everyone's hoping to just be themselves and no one stands on ceremony.
Shalom Aleichem, Chizkiyahu.
Or Himish
So Nebuchadnezzar says,
type
how
of
you supposed to
place.
write it? Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So let's say, so you're right, you know,
Like
guys, I
home
left for
cooked food or
5
baked
minutes. I
goods
left
can
for
be
5
referred
minutes.
to as
Like, you
Hamish.
can't get the
One of
letter
us
right.
speaking
So what
broadly,
happens? Amalei, they said to him,
Yiddish-speaking Jews can be divided into two groups, Litvaks on one end and Polish Jews on the other end. Each group having many subcategories and branches. Those of the Litvak camp use the first pronunciation of Hamish, while the Polish Jews and their Hungarian cousins will say Heimish. In fact, Hungarians will refer to their fellow Hungarian Hasidic Jews as Heimish because they can trace their roots back to Der Heim, Der Hem, as the country is known to first generation immigrants. What do you call it, the whole country? Thus, retail establishment belonging to Heimish fellow, in which only kosher items are sold, of course, will be referred to as a Heimish store. Note that in this context, only the Polish pronunciation of Heimish is used. Challah in a pan. Challah is Hebrew for loaf, however, in Yiddish it refers specifically to the bread of loaves, the great festive Shabbat and holiday tables. These two loaves remind us of the double portion of manna that God would provide for our ancestors in the desert every Friday for reasons that are not clear to the author of this article. Challah that has been baked in an oval pan with walls is sometimes called Heimish challah, also limited to Polish pronunciation. Heimish, yeah. Heimish challah. Do you have something to add? Yeah, let's find out.
Sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people great. Like how
you're gonna find this out. We're gonna fucking find this out, and I might even send it to Chabad.org. Like, hey, peeps, get your shit together.
So what do you see in this
that aren't clear. Nobody was like, "Oh yeah, it's good," or they were just like, "Yeah, it's good. Throw it up on the fucking site." Nobody was like, "Well, why don't we answer this fucking question?"
Full of ideas, you know, and it's great. And what you know, I'm willing to take all of my ideas.
Please tell me why it would be called this.
To give them over to someone else, and then as long as someone else does the execution.
Short answer, because Heimish challah isn't really about the shape as it is much the vibe, and the oval pan became the visual shorthand for a very specific Eastern European Jewish home culture.
To get the job done. And Nebuchadnezzar has this insight. It's not like, okay, Chevra, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the
Longer
son of the king,
unpacked
that's a
answer.
pretty important
What
position.
Heimish
He could have
actually
done
means.
so else to
Heimish,
run after
Yiddish,
the career.
home-like,
But
warm,
instead, he
familiar,
decides to
old
do it
school.
himself. Because
Doesn't
great people
mean
recognize that
traditional
if you believe in
in
something
the
enough,
abstract. It
roll
means
up your
not
sleeves
fancy,
and
not
get it
showy,
done.
not
Don't
bakery
wait for
perfect,
someone else
something
to
your
do the heavy
Bobby
lifting.
grandmother
Do
would
the
make at
job
home,
yourself.
not
Incredible.
something bought.
My
So when
Baladan
something
ben
gets
Baladan.
labeled
So let's
Heimish,
go back over here to this king.
it's
Let's
being
find out over here. This king
contrasted
is the
with
king
modern
of
decorative
before
braided French
Nebuchadnezzar.
influenced
So who?
challah.
Now his name was
The oval pan
Merodach
with walls
Baladan
equals Eastern
ben
Europe
Baladan.
home baking.
What's the
In
pshat?
Poland,
That's a pretty strange name.
Galicia, and nearby regions, home ovens were inconsistent, shallow, and not great
Baladan was
for
his father.
freeform
Baladan,
baking.
the father, was king. What happened?
As a result, challah was often baked in oval or round pans with walls. The
Apparently,
walls helped the dough rise upward instead of spreading.
his face looked
You
like a
get
dog,
a soft, tall,
transformed into a
pull
dog.
apart
Right? Again,
interior,
I
less
know
crusty, more
the dog
bread-like.
caucus is gonna
This
say,
wasn't about aesthetics, it was about practicality. Why
so beautiful,
a
so
specific
beautiful, so
pan
wonderful.
became the
Right,
market.
okay,
Once
good.
the braided
You clearly
challah
see
became
how
popular in
Chazal
bakers,
feel about
especially
dogs. Okay,
in Germany and other
good. So anyway, so
and
Gemara
later in
says over here,
America,
he looked like a
especially in
dog.
Germany
Since
and
he's
later in
the king
America.
before him.
In
He's not,
contrast
he
to
can't
much
be king.
freeform
That is
bread
at least above all.
baked
He
in a
can't
pan,
become king with
glossy
the form face.
freeform bread was glossy photogenic company challah.
So his son Merodach
Freeform braid
becomes
is
king.
glossy photogenic company challah. That's baker challah, and the Hamish challah, baked in a pan, plain, thick, soft, family table challah. So the oval pan with walls became a symbol of this wasn't made to impress guests, this was made to feed a family. That's Heimish. By Polish pronunciation mattered. Polish rooted Yiddish tends to pronounce Heimish closer to Hamish or Heimish. And culturally, Polish Jewish cooking is associated with heavier breads and clothes baking, less ornamentation. Think pan challah, pull apart rye, thick kugels. So the term stuck specifically in Polish descended communities, even though other Jews baked similar breads. It's retrospective label. Here's the key thing the article probably missed. No one in 1880 said, I'm now breaking Hamish challah. The term comes later, once braided challah became dominant, and people needed a word for the old way, the home way, the before bakers took over way. So the shape didn't cause the name, the shape became the evidence of Heimishness. Here they are. It's called Heimish challah because the oval walled pan reflects Eastern European home baking and Sigma's non-fancy family style pre-bakery Judaism. Polish Jewish culture preserved the style that style longest. The name describes a feeling not a halakhic Jewish legal category. All right, that's cool.
So the Gemara says over here, so the Gemara quotes the passage that says,
we forgot to say all our shit. So it's 44 days. Today is 21st of Shabbat, 5786, Sunday, February 8th. It's Super Bowl Sunday. That's a very fucking deal. Why? Oh, Super Bowl is giant. In Judaism, in everything. All right.
Let's just get the Japanese right over here.
That's big time. All right.
Because he's just destroyed.
Here we go.
He's destroyed
Gay, Kakin, Afin, Yam. That's Yiddish gold. Kissing the ocean. Black. Tis diet. Hebrew gold. Kissing the ocean. Juris means problems in Yiddish. That one fucking snail or whatever is Kalazon, Eretz,
How does it say
Golis refers to the Jewish diaspora or exile. Right, so that's cool. What about that one thing? I never know fucking get this. How can Ani Medaber Ivrit, Bekar Ivrit, Grave, Av She, Befo Al, Anaknu, Amurim, Ledaber, Yiddish Ol, Lulai Arami, Shigam, Otan Ani Yaakov, Ledaber, Bemida, Metsu Yemet, Aval Ani, Adi, Anglit, Bakin, Ba'u, Medaber, Anglit, Le Nishma, Tovecha. Indeed,
had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal.
Speak to some extent.
Does that sound good to you? and all the axes broke, trying to break down one gateway of Yerushalayim. Shneimar.
If this is about coffee,
so like, boy, Hadar. Amar, Mistafina Deloli Abdu Bi, Kievi the Abdu Bisanchir. So it says this is Greece. The Vuzaran is ready to turn back. Ready to turn back. Now why is the Vuzaran ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long before that what happened? Sanchir. Sanchir, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sanchir. The massive defeat that has been brought. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal, and all of them break on one glory of Yerushalayim. This does not look like a good omen. So the Vuzaran is ready. The Vuzaran is ready to turn around and go back home. Not the color of Amar. Shavar bar Shavar. So Basketball came out. Incredible. Basketball came Shavar. And I was like, Shavar bar Shavar literally means a jumper. Someone who jumped. Rashi says, okay, Shavar bar Shavar is on the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg bar Doleg, Kum Bakava Shli Yerushalayim. The Vuzaran Kalmar. So let's say, so this is interesting. So apparently, so the Gemara says, so apparently that he called him the jumper because, interestingly enough, the Vuzaran was part of Sanchiriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sanchiriv's mistake? What was Sanchiriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, the Vuzaran was the one who was urging Sanchiriv, attack now, attack now, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. That he was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Basketball comes up and says, jumper, jumper. Don't abandon your plan over here. So the Gemara says, Shavar bar Shavar. The Vuzaran Shavar the Matazimna the Mikdash Shachariv the Heichel of Mikveh. So ultimately, again, it is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out that these Gemaras are very profound because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now, it's interesting that what say is Chazal tell us nothing ever happens to us unless the Rizal Shalom wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, and even when there's loss, that only comes from a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because a lot of Kadosh Baruch Hu discuss. On the other hand, there is, interesting enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of Nechama. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that a Kadosh Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that the Rothschild is choreographing even this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from a Kadosh Baruch Hu. So the Raskol comes out and says, Vuzaran, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. There was one axe left. Also, not be the Kupa de Ifta. So there's one axe left. So now it's interesting. The Vuzaran is a very smart man. So the Vuzaran realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. I'm not going to be like Sanchiriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or I'm going to be the agent of Hashem. So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate with the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, and the blunt, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If this one comes Baruch Hu, if you want to destroy the Beis Hamikdash, the gate will open even with the blunt part. So it says, and sure enough, the Iftach, he knocked against the gate with the dull part, and the gate fell down. Shneimar, Yodeh, Kemid, Ma'ila, V'Saf, Iz Kadumos. Have a cut of the this is a tragically overwhelming story. The chief butcher,
that's a cool story.
And he's literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis Hamikdash. Adlik Bey Nura. He sets the Beis Hamikdash. He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. Okay, this is the overwhelming Gemara. Gaba Eichalet. As the Vuzaran lights the Beis Hamikdash on fire, the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward. Almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Let's imagine the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happened? Yarku Bey Yerushalayim. And the Rebbeinu Shalom pushed it back down. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to say, you know what, Sometimes even the Mikdash sees all the pain and all the suffering and all the hardships and everything that happens in this world. And the Mikdash just wants to remove itself from the Mikdash doesn't want to say, enough. And the Shekhinah says, there's a plan. Whatever the plan is, there's a plan. So the Shekhinah itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Beis HaMikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shnei Amar, Garach Hashem v'Metzilos B'Asiruda. Chazir Chadaykin. Now you want to imagine at this point in time Nebuchadnezzar stealing Shego Bagayva, a little arrogant. After all, again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not Gabaska v'Amralei Amakatila Katlas Hekala Kalya Kalyas Kim Kata China Takias Nebuchadnezzar Kanda. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed buildings. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The Trump was telling the Luzarans he's willing to do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my role. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur. Shneimar, Kishira kind of talk and came out. Go tell us it. The heart is too long. No, you showed up in arrows. Speaking of Neymar and the Torah. It doesn't say anything about wheat. It says again, flour. The same way that if you come in you grind flour, that's already flour enough to eat anything. So you've destroyed people. You've destroyed building. It's an incredible story here. Chaza Dami Zakaria, Rabbi Karasa. It's the one that says Rabbi Zakaria. This is a tragic story. It's overwhelming. So the Kali, so Rabbi Zakaria had most of the Kali, so saying that they have to do
he taught that true repentance involves returning to God. Until the Creator becomes one's personal source of godliness, making the individual a vehicle for sanctity and holiness. This allows one to approach prayer without barriers, like speaking to a best friend. Prayer to Tefillah, he advocated for intense, rapturous prayer, characterized by loud shouting and physical gestures, sometimes leading to him collapsing from exhaustion. He taught that prayers were recited with proper kabbalah and devotion, awe, and fear. Our kosher prayers. He taught that prayers recited with proper kabbalah, devotion, awe, and fear are kosher prayers. These proper prayers have the power to gather previously improper carcass prayers and uplift them to heaven, thereby crowning God. Kabbalah and Maharo. Rabbi Israel was pivotal in integrating the philosophy of Rabbi Judah Maharo of Prague into Hasidic thought. He spiritually sponsored the reprinting of Maharo's works in the late 18th century to 19th centuries. His book, Geula Israel, was the first Hasidic work to use Maharo as a primary source. He sought to find core principles in the Arizal's Lurianic Kabbalah within Maharal's writings, specifically imposing a pronounced Kabbalistic framework in he sought to find core principles of the Arizal's Lurianic Kabbalah within Maharal's writings, specifically imposing a pronounced Kabbalistic framework on Maharal's ideas.
So what does he do? He gathers up the Rabbanim, the rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop boiling, bubbling. He brought the school children, caught them in the he slaughtered them, below Nach, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirkei Kahuna Karto, he brought young Kohanim, killed them, and the blood did not stop bubbling. So he was Ad Katil Iluya Tishmi Va'adarivo, until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below Nach, and ultimately again the blood did not stop bubbling. So the Budzan goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah, Zechariah. COVID Shabahan Ibadah. So when the Budzan says, Zechariah, Zechariah. Literally again, slaughtered the best of Klal Yisrael. Should I kill more? Miyad Nach. In that moment again. So the blood of the fire stopped bubbling. It's such a well, you should just know, by historical accounts, interesting to note, that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis HaMikdash fell, and they were destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, like Gemara, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting, the 940,000 number is again close to 1 million people. So that's why when we figure out the structure of the Mesa Mitzvah, we have to figure out just the structure of the structure. If you forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally the Rizana says, what else do you want? Killed it up on it. Killed the children. Killed the Pirkei Kahuna. I killed the best of Klav Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped only. So you might as well stop here.
How about Israel, a classic commentary on Torah, and Pirkei about ethics of the fathers,
which is so the
first published posthumously in 1842.
This is not normal.
Kehillah Israel, commentary on the works of Mahara of Prague, particularly Gevurah Hashem.
He says,
Measure Yisrael, commentary on the Zohar, or Yisrael, commentary on the Tikunai HaOzer,
Zohar's health is such a degree of accountability because they killed one person.
commentary on the Torah, Tehillah Yisrael, commentary on the Book of Psalms,
what's going to happen?
Gevurah Yisrael, commentary on the Pesach Haggadah, Beit Yisrael, Talmudic Nobelai, Laguna Yisrael, Responsa, focus on cases regarding Haguna, women chained to inaccessible husbands, demonstrating his expertise on legal matters. Chidushai, Magid Mishnah, innovative interpretations of the Mishnah. The every Israel commentary on Midrash. Ner Israel commentary on Ukai, Rav Gaon, and Shar Hashemayim.
The Lashon of the Rambam, okay, with this one, I'll just say this very quickly.
That's tight. That was a really great story. Thanks, friend.
So it's interesting that what is it Kishiyasa Tshuva? What is that? What's the Kishiyasa Tshuva? The Gifter Shiva has a beautiful sefer called the Yurei Tshuva. The Gifter writes, the Zohar has this idea as well. But the first step of Tshuva is Hirur Tshuva. What's Hirur? Here is a thought. Before you do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Tshuva is this level of Kanish, where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. Zaran has that moment of fear, right? As he's standing there with the blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in a base of Mikdash that is going up in flames, has this started moment up here. Says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't continue in this way. Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a guy, goes on to become a member of Province. So, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Zaran's story, and it says other great pioneers that came tomorrow's dot. Want to stop here, straight out.
Earring has launched a campaign in 1822 or 1823 to urge Jews to learn trades and skilled factory work. He urged them to organize trade schools. He also encouraged the study of agriculture, dairy farming, and the like, reminding them that once upon a time, when the Jewish people lived in their homeland, they were a people of farmers, fruit growers, and herdsmen. He urged that boys who did not show promise of becoming Torah scholars should, after the age of 13, devote part of their time to the learning of the trade or work in the fields to help support the family. In 1815, with government permission and sponsorship.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shir today. Our annual Talmud sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Shosim Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shomer Rothschilds this year as his chus from the Soros Tavas Alalan Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, our week of learning sponsors, Nate Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, and our Dashumi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, Zichron Lebracha. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all those who need refuah, that one together with Kol Chol Yisrael, Please, Baruch Hu, should Eretz Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. L'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Let's do that. Let us begin. And a special welcome back. Report here with Rabbi Schwartz. Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, Hashem continue to give you refuah. And Eretz Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you. It's great to have you back. As well say with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it till we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it, Tasha. I got it. The stories, lessons, messages, everything rolled in. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the days 95b. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved Chaver and our daf member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum. A Gabbai, a Dafyomi Pillar, I can go here like laundry, like you would normally be sitting right over there. Who's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shato, Mefachos, Mazel Tov to the Eldam, B'Shpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Side 96. We are picking up on Side days 95b, and we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I'm not going to hold. But the Bible says as follows. Had the pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. So it says, more very close to the pasuk. The pasuk says, on that day, like Yachol, the Ribono Shel Olam will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? The Gemara says, "Also kucher bichol, they didn't make a gavra saba." So remember again, Sanherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. They suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiyahu. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Rothschild, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rebbeinu Shalom appears to him as an old man, but like a gavra saba. Amalei, ki azos lekabe malchus mizrach, malchi mizrach u'marav. Da'isinu lebnai v'kakasinu. So the old man, like comes to Sanherib and says, Sanherib, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings and Sanherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sanherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? So Sanherib says to the old man, what should I do? You know what I have a question? What's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? So ultimately, again, so the old man says to Sanherib, listen to this, Amalei, Zil Yishani Nafshah. You should really change. Rashi says over here, Inshi Nafshah, Shana Atzmacha Kadesh Layakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanherib, if you know what you should do, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes. No one really knows for sure. They say when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, but my Hishni, so how should I change? Amalei, so I see the Mispera, go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. Don't say, so I'll point down before we go on. What a profound Gemara, and this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul, and we really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sanherib is in trouble. What does Sanherib realize? Sanherib realizes the way I'm living right now, right? What I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I will say we all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sanherib has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself whenever you want. You should change. And also, what so often happens when it comes to change? Sometimes says, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And how should I change? Take a haircut.
Rabbi Frankel anonymously published the book
these
entitled.
moments of clarity
In
where
1909, Rabbi Frankel anonymously published his
and then
book
instead of
entitled
affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change.
work on the
It's kind of bad
second
change.
volume
I really should change. You're right, that hairstyle really should change a
The
little
book
bit,
was
right?
republished
It's
during the
much of
public
it. But you understand, right? Like, in other words,
Since then, the book
we
has
just,
been
instead of
republished numerous times. In
focusing on
1913,
real
Rabbi
change,
Frankel published the first
cathartic
volume
change,
of his work
personalistic
entitled
change,
Gurus
we just
Arya,
content
the
ourselves with
Kabbalistic work
cosmetic
on
change.
the Rambam's
And that
commentary
moment that
on the
could have
Torah.
been
The
so
second volume was
transformative
published in
simply goes
1924.
by
Both
with
volumes
little
were
or
then
nothing
reprinted as a single book
concrete to show
in
for it.
1932.
Such a metaphor.
The
Anyway,
book was reprinted again
and
in
I will say, by the way, I just want to point
1995.
out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv over here, so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat. I will say, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are moments where often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm really Nehecha, I see. So Sancheriv is still, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm really, Allah who Beisa, Vaisi. So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there. So Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachi Sharetz Ve'idni Lekigab.
Explained that
So
he could not publish the rest of his manuscript
Malachim come into that house, and they appear
due to
like people.
financial reasons. Furthermore, he expressed his desire to publish the rest of
They were grinding.
his work in the future, as he had
Kashas.
done
Rashi says over
previously
here,
with the book
Gadine
entitled
Timorim. It was
Rabbi Frankel's
they
dream never materialized, and the
they
manuscripts were destroyed during the
So they
Holocaust.
were grinding this
The
up.
exact
So
date
I'm
of
like, how
publication
was
of
it?
Rabbi
So
Frankel's book
Sancheriv says,
entitled
can I borrow a pair of
Shabbat
scissors?
Lefi
I'm related to home.
comes from
The Kasha is
undocumented.
so
However,
since
since
there's no
the
such thing
author,
like this free scissors,
in
right?
his
So you want
introduction
scissors.
to the book,
Grind
refers to
the
his
Yuya
1927 book entitled
Okay, work a little bit and you'll give you the scissors. Tachan
and since
Chad
the
Yuya.
1930 edition of Magid Shema
Kasha, so Valavel and
refers to
Sparta.
Sheva
So yeah, so Sancheriv
we
ground
can
up
deduce
the
that it must have been
right? And
published
they
between
gave him
1927
also
and
by another
1930.
tremendous
The
Moshe
book
Haskell.
was
This is
republished by
Sancheriv.
Rabbi
This is
Dr.
Sancheriv,
Ari
right?
Edelstein,
Commander
a
of the
grandson of
largest
Rabbi
army in
Frankel,
civilized
in
world
1994 in
at
New York
the
City.
time.
In
And also,
1937,
it's incredible,
only
like
3 years prior
desperation.
to his
Failure
death,
humbles you.
Rabbi
And
Frankel published
desperation, when a
his
person is
final work
desperate,
entitled
you do whatever you have to do to get the job done.
A
Isn't that
commentary on
incredible?
the
You
Torah.
know,
All right,
when
next
we're
up,
riding high, so there's
we're just
certain things that
gonna
are
get
beneath
into
me that I'm not
nitty-gritty.
going to do. I'm not going to do. When I'm in
Ready?
trouble, we
Yeah.
recognize you do
Nitty-gritty
whatever
for the
you
nitty-gritty,
have to do
maybe.
in order to get the job done. So
So
Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind bait pits. You're going to do what you got to do in order to get the
Just
job
how
done. All right?
them.
So good. So the Gemara says, "Ad asa ichshech." So by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, the old man already became dark. I see Nura. Now the old man says, the old man is such wild. He says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so Azal I see Nura. So what happened?
All right.
Azal Gazaresh the Kine. So as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. Oh, this
is a Jewish woman.
This is what people say.
All right, we can read this. I'll just say this. At one time in my life,
gives this apparently birth this famous adage. Rashi says,
I would just read on Shabbat the Jewish woman, downloaded it all,
if you go ahead and you set fire to Aramim and he likes it, you could also go ahead and
women who lost their children,
and it will be an
it was just heartbreaking, and I just felt for them.
Okay.
And
you
if you know about the JewishWoman.org, it's like this website that's later started that
it's so nice again. The idea of
and
also, I think the takeaway
it's just a very special website. It's one of my top 10 favorite websites in the world.
The
Creative Nida
dramatically.
is a time usually lasts from 12 days to 14 days when Jewish law forbids conjugal relations. Nida begins with the onset of menstruation. That's a key word that a lot of people just roll over. There are a couple key words. Clitoris, not clitoris. It doesn't rhyme with thesaurus.
And you have
it
to know
rhymes
what
with
to do when you're a humble, defeated
almost
individual.
like Icarus,
if you notice again,
clitoris,
just a second, get a haircut, someone gets a haircut, whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life when life doesn't go their way and the plan
And
doesn't materialize,
menstruation.
they
It's
simply get paralyzed. They
menstruation.
don't
It's
know
4
what
syllables, not
to do. They're
menstruation.
stuck.
That's
They
not
can't
right.
get over the fact that life did not
Really,
materialize
and
the way
it's
that I wanted it,
February,
and they don't
not
understand the
February.
power of the pivot.
Right.
And I think you see this
My
from
Rabbi
here
would be
to
very
his
happy.
credit. You know, you
Not
don't
gonna work.
become the
Clarify
commander
all that shit.
of the largest army in the
Nida
civilized
begins
world
at the
by
onset
just
of
being a regular guy.
menstruation
So
and is
must have had
completed with a
ridiculous
woman's immersion
co-hosts.
in a
Part of those
mikvah,
co-hosts is the
a
power of
ritual
the
pool
pivot.
of water.
You gotta be
The
able
Nida
to
period
move
and the
whatever
mikvah
life
immersion
throws
have
your
recently
way
seen a
and
renaissance
recognize
of
that whatever
observance
it
in the
is,
Jewish community.
figure it out.
Many couples
Remember,
have
like
discovered that the cycle of closeness and distance built into this mitzvah keeps their relationship fresh and exciting. Others say it
As he's
adds
journeying home, what does he find?
a
He smells
spiritual
these
divine
current stories.
dimension to the
He finds a
relationship.
plank
Like most good
from
things, keeping the
Noah's
Nida
table.
period is not
From
always
Noah's
easy,
table.
but the
And
payoff
let's say,
is
by
well
the way,
worth it.
geographically,
Here's a
we know
brief
that remember again, the
overview of the
table,
practices
table
associated with
kind of,
Nida
what's the word?
and mikvah. Please note that this is very far
Yeah,
from a comprehensive
what is it?
guide. Jewish
Doc-
brides and grooms
Doc-
traditionally stood to the laws that govern Jewish
Grounded
marriage
or
with
prepped. But there's like
specifically
isn't this like a
trained
lush,
teachers who
like way of
guide them
washing
through
the
the
shore,
cornerstone,
whatever,
through this cornerstone
dock,
of Jewish life.
grounded,
How does
stopped.
this
Right?
work in your
On Hare Ararat, right?
community?
Which actually, by the way, interesting enough,
I mean, generally, it is a responsibility of the rabbi to ensure that
so he
the
finds a plank from Noah's table. It's
congregation
like,
knows these
you
laws,
can't,
but
it's incredible. Like,
I
can
know
you
that
imagine, again,
rabbis
just to understand,
might have
this
been
is
quite
quite
just
okay
basically said,
for Sanchira. He ran into
it's
a
your own
Kadosh Baruch Hu,
business.
and what's the matter? I just want to point out,
We'll have the Rebbitzin
that Ribono Shel
talk to you
Olam
about it,
appeared to Sanchira.
but
Do you understand
handle
what that
it.
means? You
Really?
understand what that means?
How would you do
Because
it?
again,
Dog, I don't want to see your
Sancheriv,
fucking jar of
interesting enough,
Smuckers and
remember,
a
what's
fucking
this?
bonding
We saw
paper
last
towel.
week.
Calm down
Sancheriv
with that
was
shit.
on a
Really,
divine
but
mission.
it's just
His
not-
mistake
I mean, it is a
was that he
thing,
went
which
after
is like
Yerushalayim.
really,
That was his mistake.
you're your own
That was
person.
out of
It's
balance
very,
for him. He defied
it's like
the
a part
divine
of
mandate.
Judaism
He
that a lot
was
of
a
women hate.
shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
And
But he
I want to
overstepped.
free
He
you of
overstepped.
that.
You don't become a shliach of Hashem without possessing some
So
type
don't
of
send
personal
me your
greatness.
fucking
He
period
met HaKadosh
pictures.
Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam.
Wish my
Next,
dick
he
pic.
finds a place from Noah's
Really
table.
calm
Amar.
down.
Tells the
During
Anshkach,
Nida,
Dapo,
dipping it in
Itivusa
the
de Noach.
mikvah,
Amar.
together against spiritual note about Nida and some details. During Nida, since conjugal relations are prohibited during Nida, husband and wife sleep in different beds. We call these loosely desi beds, but you can call them
so Sancheriv says, you know, if I go and I'm successful,
what is
in
that
other
fucking
words,
show from
if
the
I go and
1950s?
ultimately I'm able to survive at home and
Yeah,
claim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons
Father
as a
knows best.
sacrifice.
You call them Father
As a
knows best
sacrifice
beds.
to
I call them
the God
loosey
of
desi
Noah.
beds.
The God of Noah. Interesting.
Since conjugal relations are
he's
prohibited during
describing
Nida,
some type of
husband and
divine
wife sleep in
powers
different
in the
beds.
actual
Many other
plank
practices have
itself.
been instituted to ease the
Anyway,
temptation
he
for a
pledged to
sexual
go and offer up
relationship.
his two sons. Well, as one can
What would you
imagine,
do?
Shamu Benoy, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore the Katu, they killed him.
No.
Sancheriv was
Allegedly.
assassinated by his own sons.
This is just an alleged story.
ויהיו משתחווה בייס
Some
נצוח
bitches
אלוקיו,
still want it.
ועד המלך לשאר עשר בנות
And
יקול בחרב.
they
Sancheriv is worshiping
wanted
his
to play
deity,
the
and as
backdoor,
he's worshiping
which
his Avodah
we've
Zarah,
gone through.
his
Okay,
own
fine.
sons
And
go
then
ahead
it
and
made
his
it
own
so
sons go ahead
unbelievable
and
when they're just like,
kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also
That's
interesting, you know, when you think about this image.
throw that bitch on
Sancheriv
and go
is
to
trying
town.
to hold
Really?
onto,
I mean,
trying to hold onto a plank from
allegedly, it's
Noah's
a fucking
table.
story.
So I mean,
I'm telling stories
who
here.
else held
All right?
on
All
to
this is
Noah's
just
table and was saved? Og. The
Really?
Medrash says that
Yeah.
Og Melech HaBashan, right,
Was it
was
red?
held onto the table and was saved. Now, let's say in
What did it
times
look
of
like?
distress, everyone's trying to hold
Like strawberry
on to
shortcake
something.
kind of? Anyway, this
The issue
is
in life,
a
you have to
time
make sure
to
that you're holding
strengthen
on to the right
deeper
thing.
aspects of the
See, even
relationship.
here, Sancheriv
The
was
love and
always
physical closeness
the
can be
tragedy of
used to
Sancheriv.
develop
You
those
don't feel bad.
aspects that might
The
be on
tragedy of
physical
his
touch.
condition is
That's all just
so
a
often
story,
he's
though. I'm
so
just being,
close
of course, just
to turning
joking.
things
Right?
around.
Because when it
But just
happens, I
never
fucking put up
manages
the
to
Berlin
get together.
Wall.
In other words,
I fucking
this
put
idea
up
that he finds the plank
mechitza
finds
if
the
I
plank
need
of
to.
the table.
Really?
He's like, you know what?
If I have
You
to.
could be my life preserver. Like I could hold on to you
Anyway.
and turn this around. And we're
After a
going to see
minimum
this
of
comes for a little
5
bit, but
days
yet
have elapsed,
then he
if
brings
the
up
flow
offering
stops,
his sons.
the woman
It's always as if he misses it.
begins
You
to
know, just
prepare for
by
the
a
couple's
few
physical
steps.
reunification.
So
She begins
close,
by
so
ensuring
close to
that
being
there
able to
are
affect
7
that
stain-free
real
days.
change.
She does this
Being
by
able to
making
turn
an
things
internal
around,
examination
always
every day with a soft white cloth, a deacon cloth.
pieces directly together.
Dipping in the mikveh. After 7 stainless days have passed, it's time to immerse in the mikveh. Constructed according to the exact specifications
switching gears
outlined
here for just a
in
moment.
Jewish law, the
This is
mikvah
Adam
is a
Avinu.
ritual
Now,
pool
this is in the
whose
story
waters can
Bereshit.
either be
Remember
connected
again,
to
there
a
was the
spring
battle
or
of the
to
four
rainwater.
kings against
Today's
the five.
mikvahs often
The
look
four
like
defeat
fashionable
the five.
spas.
Avram goes
The
to war
aesthetic
against
beauty
the four.
of the
So the
facility,
pasuk says,
along with the
"Vayachalek
rejuvenation
Uva
and spiritual
Avadav
bliss
Vayakim."
experience,
The
can
little
help
again,
explain
the little
why the
translation
mikvah is
is they
frequently
split the
can help
night.
explain why the
Avram
mikvah
and
is
his
frequented
servants and they
by many
smoked.
who
They
may not
smoked the four
practice
kings.
other
I'm Rabbi
form of Jewish
Yochanan.
observance.
Also, Malachim is
When
Daniel,
a boy
the
arrives
Avram
at the
Laila Shema.
mikvah, she
It
will
was
be
actually
shown
an
to
angel
her private
who was helping
preparation room,
Avram Avinu to
which
fight
is
this
essentially a
battle.
large,
And the
well-stocked
angel's
bathroom
name was
with
Laila
a
Shema.
luxurious bath,
Halayla
fresh
Amahor
towels,
Geber.
disposable
Rabbi
slippers, a comfortable
says,
robe, and all
Sha'asi
the
imo
other
Maisa
essentials.
Laila.
After
The
taking a
ultimate
relaxing
thing,
bath,
what it means is
making
that Rashi
sure
points
to
out the
clean,
stars,
making sure to
like the
thoroughly
stars
clean so that the
actually
mikvah
fought
waters
on
touch
behalf
every
of
bit
Avram.
of her.
They
She is
actually
ready
did
to enter the
battle
pristine,
with
warm
on
mikvah
behalf
waters.
of. They fought together
The
alongside
attendant
Avram.
will accompany her to the actual mikvah pool, ensuring she is fully immersed with no hairs or hands sticking out of the
The
water,
words of
and
the Nefka,
declaring
the
the immersion
blacksmith,
kosher.
Yitzchak, that's Rabbi
After
Yitzchak,
immersing
are
while
better than the
still
words
in
of
the
Rabbi
mikvah,
Yochanan.
this blessing,
Rabbi Yochanan
praising
is
God
known
for
in
this
Shas
special
sometimes as
mitzvah is recited.
Bar
Blessed are you,
Nefka.
Hashem, our God,
So the words of the blacksmith
who
are better
has
than the
sanctified
words
us
of the son
with
of the
his
blacksmith.
commandments
Okay,
and
so
commandments
ultimately,
concerning
you like
immersion.
Rish Lakish
Immersion
chooses
in a
right.
mikvah has the
Yitzchak
power to create a
and
sort of
stars
spiritual
went forward
metamorphosis.
with Avram Avinu
Many
against
use
the
the
four
holy
kings.
moment for
Also, just
personal
point
prayer
out
and
here how
communication
we've
with
mentioned this many
God.
times out of journeys in Shas. You know why does the Gemara need to call it Yitzchak?
Together again, when the wife
So
returns
simple
from
answer
the
is because
mikvah,
there is
marital
more than
relation
one.
marriage
There's
is
more
better
than
than
Yitzchak.
a
Those are the
yeah,
deeper
that night is
messages.
especially
A lot
auspicious
of
for the
times you like to
intimacy between
think
the
that
couple.
if you have a
Judaism
profession,
views the physical
that's
union
my
between a
tour
husband and
from
wife as
becoming
sacred.
an
The
outstanding
couple can and
Talmud
should
Chacham, a
continue
Gadol Batorah.
to be
So what
together
does
as
the
often as they wish for the duration of the time,
You could be a
especially on
blacksmith,
Shabbat,
you could be a
the
Gadol
day of
Batorah.
delights.
You could be a blacksmith
Spiritual
and
note
earn
about
yourself a place on
separating
the page of
each
Shas.
month can be
We all have to
difficult,
work for a living.
but the payoff
That's
is
just the way
tremendous.
that it is. Yes,
To begin with, you are living in accordance with the will of
that
God.
your career
The
exempts
third
you
partner in
from
every
achieving
marriage. As an added
excellence in
bonus,
Torah.
there is something magically
We have an obligation
rejuvenating
to be
about the
excellent
mikvah
in our
night, as
professions.
husband and
And we have
wife
an
come
equal
together as they
obligation, if
did
not a greater
on their
obligation,
wedding night,
to be
experiencing
excellent
a
in
monthly
Torah as
honeymoon.
well.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
really
telling
sweet.
what we
You
could
can do it.
become,
That's tight.
even though we
Somebody
all have
goes, a
day
woman
jobs.
first immerses in the
The
mikvah
years
before
of
her wedding.
Dan. So let's remember again, the pasuk said Avram Avinu pursued them. The four
For the
kings up until Dan.
postmenopausal woman,
So what happened
one
in Dan?
final
Yochanan, Kibbutz
immersion
Shava also tzaddik Adon.
usually
Tashash
offers
Kofo.
purity for the rest of your life.
Avram
Some
Avinu saw
mikvahs
when
require
Avram
you
Avinu was
to
pursuing the kings,
pre-book
when he
an
got to the
appointment in
area of
advance,
Dan,
call to find
suddenly
out.
again
The
his
above is only a
strength
very
was
big,
diminished.
is
Why?
only a basic and very incomprehensive treatment of this
So he
complex
saw
and detailed
prophetically that
subject.
his
Studying
descendants
with a woman
would worship
experienced in the
Avodah
field
Zarah in Dan.
was a way to
So
gain
because
familiarity
Avramin's
with
spiritual
this
strength was
mitzvah.
weakened,
A Rebbe
as soon as
or
they got to Dan,
mentor
Shneemar, it
will
was
be
what
able
happened in Dan.
to refer you
Shneemar,
to someone who can give you personal instruction and direction. All right, Chana Weisberg. That's a cool story, lady, but we gotta get into the nitty gritty. There are all kinds of different colors. If it's black or brown, or like spotting, the deacon cloths, the deacon clothing,
So even though this wasn't going to happen
smells.
until
Really? Why not?
Centuries later, nevertheless, Avram Avinu's strength was diminished
Kids,
when
I
he
got
got
a
to the
story to
future
tell.
site of Avodah Zarah.
We can't tell it yet. But of all the stories that I tell you, this might be my best. It's the funniest fucking thing. Really? Oh,
we're not stressed
I don't know if
until
it's
he
my
got
best
to
story. It's like choosing children, but still, it is so fucking funny.
It was Gary for this. So this
Really?
Rabbi Zera said the following message was given by Rabbi Yehuda ben Mesera. He's on a bezakin sheshagach
It is
temudah
so
machmason.
fucking funny.
It was be careful with the Talmud Chacham
Is it?
who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. But I will say sometimes in
I
life,
mean, some
the
people
person
might
gets
think it's
older,
funny, but I gotta
they forget
research
their
the
learning.
streams.
Whether it's because of something
Why?
like dementia or Alzheimer's, or
Why
whether
not?
again it's just
Maybe I
part
could
of
tell the
getting
story
old
as I'm
in
doing
life. Be careful
Really?
with a Talmud Chacham who
Why not?
forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have
All
the
right.
recall. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect him.
So many
Which also
schools
teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon
keep
us is not only
separation
in the knowledge that we
between the
retain.
boys and
And
the
this is a very important source of chizuk,
or they're
especially
completely
for
separate.
us, Daf Yomi Chevra. Because a
Just
lot of times
depends.
one of the most beautiful beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day. I had absolutely no idea.
Adolescence, I was around boys.
So something that's very frustrating for
all
us
the
because,
time.
like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
From
Well, say, of course. Now,
the beginning of the school
answer
day
to that is, you know,
until
what's the answer to that? The answer to that
the end of the
is
school day
Chazara.
without
Chazara.
any
That's why a person has to chash with the daf. We know that.
really, yeah.
The real power of Torah
None?
is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and that has nothing to
Really,
do
I mean,
with
unless it was like
retention. It is entirely
there
experiential.
were
The
just
act of
no
sitting and learning Torah,
nothing.
by definition,
Really?
fundamentally
Why?
changes me
That's
as a
just how it
person.
was.
And even if I don't remember one word,
The school was like even
even
like had like
you have a
separate
Talmid Chacham, a Zaken, who
wings.
forgot his
Basically.
learning. You
Like,
think
so,
that because he can't
I mean,
recall it,
as best as
therefore,
it could.
again, it's the Torah impacts
So
him, and
that
less chas v'shalom. He's still the same
boys
holy
were with the
Jew
boys,
because Torah has imprinted on his
girls with
neshama
the
and
girls.
fundamentally changed him.
There
Furthermore,
was no
Mizarah
dating.
b'Britin. Also, be careful with the breathing.
And
So it's interesting how, like, remember again from the last cycle in Chulim, we learned about this. When you shecht a bird, when you shecht ophos, so there's a
everything was
blood
kept
vessel
as
that
separate as
runs next to
possible.
the esophagus. There's my
Really?
focus as to whether or not that
Yeah,
that artery needs to be cut.
all
As
right,
part of
that's
Shechita,
cool.
Rabbi Huda
What
says you
else?
should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and
So-
drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the vreedin. The Gemara says, "Izova vreedin, Rabbi Huda." We'll say, watch this.
I mean, like in the same way that
Be
Yeshiva
careful with the
University
children of ignorant people.
there's one
Shemehen
school,
Teitzei
but
Torah.
there's like boys
Because from
sections
them,
and girls
From
sections.
the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately,
There's like-
again, that's where
However-
Torah will come from. I will say this is an astounding
Yeshiva
Gemara. If you look at Rashi, this
Yeshiva
moment, it's the
University,
last Rashi on the right side.
Los
He's on Amei
Angeles,
Haaretz, Shenasot
the
Amei
high
Chachamim.
school
He's talking about over
that
here
had separate.
children who grow up who are
buildings.
children of
Did they
Amei
have separate
Haaretz,
buildings?
who are children of ignorant people. Now, I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging
Definitely
way.
separate.
It's used in a factual way, right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? By the way, ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah.
Yeah, I mean, you
They
could
don't learn
say
Torah
in a
per
lot of
se.
ways they're separate buildings
So
because of,
Rashi says,
but like
and
there
those
were
children who
either
grow up
tunnels
in a home of Amei Haaretz
or
become
like
Talmidei
hallways
Chachamim.
that
Last
connected
Islam
the
covenant.
buildings, but
Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei
there's like a
Haaretz.
old mansion.
Make sure to give them
Anyway.
the greatest amount of covenant. Why?
Why?
Shemehen
Why not?
Teitzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim
Anyway.
are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share Yatsu Shmaya B'Avtam Neiman. So we'll see examples. We'll say, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children
We're
of
getting
Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are Talmidei Chachamim. What's the pshat? Because I think it's a very simple yisod.
And I gotta
when
be
a
honest
person
with you,
grows up
I
in a
didn't have
home
any
of Amei
sisters.
Haaretz and then decides
I-
to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against
cousins
parental
were-
resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new
Male.
body of things that perhaps they did
I have
not
female
receive
cousins,
growing
but
up.
they're like
The
far away.
push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim
So, I
have.
gotta be
Sometimes
honest
people
with
who
you.
grew up with it
As a little
don't
boy,
necessarily
even
have
going
the
up
same
to
thing.
my
And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others will say. It's an incredible idea. So, Gemara, and again, I would say, but yeah, if you notice up here, the Gemara
I didn't
says,
know.
"Kizaru b'nei Amei Haaretz." Be careful.
It
Now,
wasn't
if you have
a
to
thing
tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? What does that
in our
mean?
house.
Right?
It
That
was,
people generally, again,
I
are
could never
not
tell
careful
the
with
difference
this,
between
right?
with
Why? Because we'll say it's so
mother.
interesting in the Welt, in the world.
I never
it's
saw
so
any
interesting in the
real
world,
signs of
we
it.
put so much primacy and importance.
I
in
never
yichus.
saw
Yichus, right? This one has yichus, and this one
tampons
has
or
yichus,
pads
and
or
yichus is
anything.
wonderful. Yichus is wonderful. Like yichus is beautiful. It's fantastic. We come from. We all have beautiful yichus.
It was like-
we put so much on. So
I'll
Chazal
just be
telling
honest
us,
with you, and I'm not going to be fucking alone when I say
but
this.
just understand, it's
Many
often
young men
those
think women have
who do not
penises.
have the
Really? I mean,
distinguished
they know that they're
but
different,
then decide to make something magnificent
and we know that they're
of
made
themselves.
like, like
Those
Adam and
are
Eve.
the agents of
but
change.
we don't know.
Those are the people
We don't
who
know.
ultimately,
And
again,
anybody
make
who's
the
out
most
there like,
dramatic
oh,
and
I do.
tremendous difference.
Okay,
The ones who society
cool.
say are like,
not all of us.
you know, listen, you know,
Some of us were really fucking curious
somebody
about
was
it.
telling me
Really? Yeah.
the other day that
Why?
that a certain
I remember being
yeshiva,
in.
really didn't have its same standing anymore. Certain
And
yeshiva,
somebody-
post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the
said,
lashon. The person
Do
said,
you
you know,
girls
it's filled with flip
don't have
outs.
penises? And it was like,
I'm like, what?
what are you talking about?
Flip outs.
Preschool?
So you know what lashon flip
Somebody
outs?
come up with that
Flip
rumor.
outs. Is someone maybe who
And to
grew
this
up,
day, I
like a
don't
little
know.
bit more
But
modern.
that's your
and
funny
not-
story.
and
Absolutely
then became much more
Really?
religious.
Yeah.
Flip out. So
But-
first of all, I said, so you mean like people
Let's just say I
who
was
want to
bound
emulate,
to
right?
determine
When you
figures
say
this
flip
one
out,
out.
you mean like So people who start with something and then decide to get more, like that's a good.
Allegedly.
It was it's so
But
warped. It's so warped that like in the world somehow someone who started with less.
It's just like
and then
women
chose
were.
more,
I was around
chose
men.
more, that person is a
And
tzaddik, should be tzaddikim.
Women
Like
were
that
just
person
like,
goes on a
that
pedestal.
was my
The
mom.
person who made a
But
choice
she
to
was
do
a
more,
fucking
to do
magician.
more, to accomplish more,
And
even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps again maybe their parents
I
like it,
just
don't like it, aren't supportive,
didn't know.
passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such
And I
a warped
remember
view of
there
where
were, like,
actual greatness
health
really
books.
comes
We didn't
from.
go over
It's
them.
very nice if you come
And I
from
think
a
this is
family
a
of righteous
terrible,
people. That's
terrible
fantastic. So
I would teach my kids
but
at
that
a
does
very
absolutely
early
nothing for you except start you off at a higher
just
place,
in my school,
which
we
is
did
to
not.
accomplish yourself.
And we weren't even allowed to look at that part of it. We had to look at the part
Right.
about
And I
fucking
would say, so that's how the
food,
Gemara has to say,
but not like
be careful
that
with
women have
vaginas. It means that the
It was
belt
like,
is not. But sometimes the Gemara said the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who have
it's like a
change.
thing
Incredible.
that I know is true.
The Gemara says, "Ki milsa
And
modino lei." The Gemara says, "Ki ha milsa modino lei." Tzadik ato Hashem, ki areve lecha, ach mishpatim adabra oska, madu adar cheshan
That
tzalicha.
fucking thing is
Shalom
doing a whole
kolbot de
lot
naga,
there.
shalom
And women, you should know, I have to fucking adjust these others. You're really blessed with something. Hashem has blessed you with something really, really powerful.
This is Eov.
And
No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, what's the part of this podcast that we're going to focus on?